Hello, everyone. I do think our audio is working.
It sounds good.
Yeah. Welcome to the Swedish Nationals 2023, Flesh and Blood. We're down here at the Dragonslair in the basement. That's why it's a little bit like this. I'm Jimmy. You are?
My name is Guido. That's pretty hard to pronounce. People call me Out from Out Games.
So we're two of the people that are gonna run you through this today. We have quite a few rounds. We'll be live tomorrow too with the top 8.
Yep.
And
we're looking for some exciting Flesh and Blood action.
Indeed.
The Swedish Nationals. It's about 64 players, I think.
Yeah.
We're looking at 12 rounds.
Yep.
Right.
I think so. We're gonna get some stats when the tournament is starting. They are out in another room right now. They're setting up everything, doing the player meeting, etc. So we've been asked to just sit here and talk a little bit up until the point we're ready with the first game.
Yeah.
Which I'm being told is gonna be with the current reigning Swedish national champion, Niklas Bengtsson, who won last year.
All right.
Yeah.
Is he famous for a certain hero?
Oh yeah, briar.
Briar.
Everyone knows him as the briar player. I think that's basically the only thing he's been grinding since he like started competitively.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a real favorite.
Yep.
Is he taking briar today? Do you know?
I would guess he is.
All right.
I would be very surprised if he's not on briar.
Yeah. Well, we've seen some meta breakdowns of the U.S. Nationals. They started last night.
Yep.
I think briar was in the top 5.
Yep.
But there's mostly ice heroes there. Do you expect ice here?
I would. Yes.
Yeah.
I know that we have some of the stronger Swedish players on ice.
Right.
So I scouted a little bit yesterday because we had the armory here, and I saw some practice games, and I saw some Iyslander. So
yeah, a lot of people practicing.
Yep.
Yep.
But we'll see. Then we have a bunch of Swedish players on Bravo, I think.
Bravo. Okay.
Yeah. We especially here in Stockholm, we have like a little clique of people that really likes Bravo. So
all right.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of them is Henrik, our tournament organizer. So he's not going to be playing, obviously.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
You'll have to enjoy watching the Bravo games. Yeah.
Yes.
I think we'll enjoy watching it too. I can hear some activity in the next room.
Yeah.
Sounds like we are getting ready to start.
Excellent.
I think we'll wait for a signal before we sign off.
We will. Absolutely. And then I will be gone, and you will be joined by another one from the Netherlands.
So maybe for some context, I am not Swedish. I am here to cast the games. I am from the Netherlands, and I'm here with Giovanni, another fab player from the Netherlands, and we will be covering part of the games together with Jimmy. We have very good technical support behind us here as well. Yeah, with very good tournament organization.
We have a Håkan hiding around here in the darkness.
Yeah, we can't even see him. It's so dark.
Yeah.
In the Dragonslair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's better like this. We tried to have the lights on, but there is just like normal room lighting and so.
Nice vibe.
Very cozy.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I think they're starting to get ready, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you traveled from the Netherlands because we tried to find Swedish casters, but it turns out that if you have your nationals, there's not that many Swedish players.
All the Swedish players actually want to play the nationals. That's so weird, right?
Yeah, except me for some reason.
Yeah. Why not? Why are you not playing?
No, but I promised Henrik like probably half a year ago that if nationals happen and we can have a stream, I will help him with that.
Wow, this is a really cool experience too.
Okay. So it's really committed.
There's a judge walking in.
They can use their own play mats.
All right. I think,
Yeah, but I think that we will go into a pause screen, and then when we're back, then we're ready for the game.
All right. So we'll see you soon. And we're right. Well, this is that's the wrong post screen. Oh, advertising.
Right, we're back.
We're back, and it's a hell of a game we're starting with.
Yeah, it's a little bit of change. I was supposed to not cast the first game, but due to the fact that it's two of my best friends when it comes to playing Flesh and Blood, and I was joking before that if these guys goes on stream at the same time, I really want to do the casting.
Yeah,
so
well, we have them.
Yeah, we do indeed. And I think they're starting to get ready.
We'll switch to the table.
Yes. Let's see. There we go.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. It's Niklas versus Niklas.
It is Niklas versus Niklas.
Yeah. How will we differentiate between the two Niklas?
So we have Niklas to the left here, playing dromai, and Niklas to the right, playing briar.
All right.
These guys have been facing off against each other quite a lot in the Swedish scene. There's also like an in-between them joke that they play about the title who can be prime Niklas when they
So that's another round.
Did you close the door? Yeah, thank you. Sorry, one moment. Oh, that's weird.
Is there a cam?
There we go.
Oh, you were getting table audio.
We were getting table audio from the overhead cam.
You've heard more than we have.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're closing the door.
Sound feedback is terrible. Yeah, this should be better now, right? Chat, if you can hear this.
You should only hear our voices now,
Exactly,
not the table.
Yeah.
There were 3 mics going at once, so I can imagine that sounds terrible.
We'll wait for the chat to see what they say. While Niklas and Niklas is getting prepared.
All right, yeah, the table mic was on. All right, that should be fixed now.
Yep. Cool.
All right.
Well,
as expected, Niklas is bringing briar.
Yeah. And Niklas is bringing dromai.
Niklas is bringing dromai, yeah. So what do you expect of this matchup?
I mean, these guys have been training against each other for quite a while.
Yeah.
So I think they know their decks inside and out. Niklas is traveling from another town. Niklas Bengtsson. We should go with Astner and Bengtsson, by the way. I think that's easier.
That might be easier, yeah.
So Bengtsson has been traveling, and he's sleeping at Niklas' place.
Oh.
So I'm guessing that even yesterday they were talking about
They've been playing this match all week, probably.
Yes.
Oh.
I do not know what type of dromai Niklas Astner finally decided to go with.
Yeah.
Because I know that he talked a lot about the different meta calls you can do with this deck.
It looks like his leg piece is kind of obscured by the life counter. Is that a Mage Master boots?
It looks like Mage Masters, yes.
All right.
We don't have the life totals. Håkan, could you check so it's on out there at the... Yeah, you'll have to excuse us. This is the first game. We were here quite early to set everything up. Since we're playing at Dragonslair, we also didn't want to stay the night here, since it's a gaming store here in Stockholm. So
it's a very nice store.
Yeah.
And it really feels like a Dragonslair.
It does.
It's like a dungeon with twists and turns.
Yeah, so we're at Kungsholmen, for those who don't know, Sweden and Stockholm, which is like very central Stockholm. And Dragonslair have been here for, I don't know how many years, but for many a year. Yeah. So this is a prime location. This is where most of the card gaming in Stockholm goes on. So Yep.
All right. It looks like we've started, actually. We still don't have live totals, but all right.
Håkan, if you could go and ask Henrik how to get the live totals going, that would be great.
All right, there's a Ravenous Rabble coming in.
What a surprise.
Yeah, with a lightning press on the top, so it's coming in for 4 with go again.
Yep. So what do you think is the important things in this matchup?
I think not letting the dromai develop too many dragons.
Yeah, of course.
You have, as a room blade, you have a lot of small attacks.
Yep.
I think that's nice to get rid of the dragons.
Yep. Up until the point you get a mountain.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't have to run out of gas by killing dragons, and then you can't kill the dromai anymore. So.
Yep.
All right, so you're swarming Gloomville. He created the embodiment of Earth with the Ravenous Rabble, so it has go again.
Yep.
That's another 3 life.
And that looks like a Coax.
Coax, yeah. And is this going towards... Oh, he's creating quicken tokens by hitting the dragon.
Yep.
All right. So setting up for next turn, getting a free go again with the quicken, drawing into an enlightened strike, I think, and a CNC as well. So that can be a pretty explosive turn. All right.
We will get our tournament organizer Henrik in here to turn on some life totals.
Yes. So okay. I need to take the tablet here and do that. Start the program Android.
Meanwhile, we see Kyloria being played, drawing a card on hit. So Bangston doesn't want that to happen. He's throwing the equipment in front of it.
Yeah.
I figure we lost our feet for a little bit.
Yep. Now we see a
Very
admin
exciting
screen. But that's because Henrik is fixing. There we go.
It's the first game. It's okay. We're setting up. Looks like he blocked it all. He used. He's taking back the block. And he's thinking about it. Does he want a crown? Use the grasp.
Looks like it.
He really likes this hand, I think, so he wants to keep it.
Yeah. Now we just
all right. He does crown. Draws into a snatch.
We just need to be a little bit keeping our voice down right now because the door is open.
The door is open.
Yeah.
And we can see the judge in the corner there next to Niklas Asner.
Yep.
Thinking about his next move.
Yeah. Let's see.
All right. Here's the tablet with the life totals.
Yep. We will be back with a little bit more active casting when we have closed the door. So there is no risk that the players can hear what we're talking about. We're sitting in another room, but with the door open, it can still be.
All right.
Henrik is pairing up devices.
Playing a snatch with a quicken token coming in for 4 with go again. And threatening that card draw is so important for Briar. Just making the turns go so wide.
And like while the dragons are super powerful and building a board state with them is so important, you can always hit them for hit effects.
Exactly. That's just a free card draw. You get rid of the dragon. Here's the Channel Mount Heroic. This is the core of Briar's deck, mostly, I think. It gives everything +3. Briar does care a lot about giving stuff +3 with the Force of Nature turns, getting even more card draw. So it's just a very nice setup. Being able to keep this card in the game for 1 or 2 turns can be very big.
Yep.
And the door is still open. So
I'm monitoring the door more than the game right now, but we'll get.
We don't want to give anything away. So
No.
You can see the tablet with the life totals being put back in place. We have life totals up on the screen now. So it's 40 to 33, actually.
And someone bounced both of our player cams.
Oh.
We'll get right back to fixing that. I think that the Håkan, the tablet is in front of one of the player cams now.
Yeah. We've lost the image for Niklas Asner.
You put the tablet in front of the camera. It's fine, Henrik.
It's fine.
It's the first game. It will be perfect for the second game. So our tournament organizer Henrik is in here.
Yeah, he's had a long week, I think.
Yeah,
it's a very big tournament to organize. So
yeah, and I know
the feed is back.
Yeah, there we go. Very good.
All right, we're good.
Thank you so much, Henrik. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay then.
So we're back.
Yep.
So we kind of missed an Enlightened Strike coming in for 10.
Yeah.
I imagine it has go again. I didn't see what mode he chose.
I would guess it's a go. No, it's not go again because
so maybe he drew a card.
Right then. Yeah.
Oh no, he gave us the +2 because then with the channel mount it becomes a 10. Giving it go again. Creating the embodiment of Earth. And following up with a Command and Conquer.
Oh wow.
That's a big turn. So that's coming in for 9. And also threatening to destroy the arsenal on hit.
But this is one of the cards that needs to hit the hero and not a dragon.
Not a dragon. Yeah, very important. But you can play defense reactions to this. So any sink below in arsenal is useless now.
Yep.
We'll see if Niklas Asner will block this or just give up the arsenal.
Yep.
He still has the crown. He can use the crown to get rid of the arsenal and draw a card. It's the perfect CNC counter.
Yep. I think that since, here we go.
He's gonna do it.
Since the printing of that card, it's been its main use, right?
Yeah.
Fixing hands and stopping CNC's power level.
All right. Still taking some damage, but saving the card in arsenal. I think the life totals are not...
They are definitely the wrong two.
Yeah.
So we will fix that for the next game.
It's not 40 to 19.
Yeah. It's the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the other way around.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Simon in the chat also noticed this.
Yeah. So we have 3 different input programs running this stream, and we started by switching the players around, and I think the life counter was set for how they were initially sitting.
Exactly. All right, here's a dromai coming in, generating an action point.
Yep.
So he can swing Caloria after this as well.
Yeah, and that Caloria have stayed for a long time now. Guess that Niklas doesn't really, Bengtsson doesn't really think that it's that big of a threat.
We can't see Niklas Bengtsson. Oh, he's back. All right.
Yeah, with the tablet being fixed, the cameras have gone a little bit wonky, but we'll fix that for the next game too. We'll just enjoy this one.
All right. So coming in for 4 with the threaten of a card draw as well, the Kyloria.
Yep.
All the Marvel Dragons, beautiful cards.
Yeah, I think that Asner has most of the Marvels now. Yeah. I know that he talked about like missing one of the expensive ones.
Yeah, people that like the Illusionist usually like shiny cards.
Yeah, and so does LSS because Illusionist
they
gets
keep
all
giving
the
them. Yeah. All right, triggering the Flamescale Furnace to generate another resource, creating an ash token. And is he gonna use that ash token? He has 2 action points. Creating another Kyloria.
Yeah. A non-marveled one.
Oh, wait, there's a Marvel on top of it.
It was just a card.
Does he have 3 of everyone?
I think so.
Wow. All right.
I do think so. Yeah, like he carries a separate deck box when he plays this deck with all
the Marvel Dragons.
All the bling.
All right. So Niklas Bengtsson is considering blocking this, I think. So the Channel Mount Heroic gives all your attack actions +3, but that's also while defending, right?
I think so.
So we can try pulling up the Channel Mount. Yeah. So we have this cool system where we can show you cards that we're talking about. So there it is. And then we can pull it up. All right. So all attack actions you control. So a 3 attack would actually count as a popper with the Channel Mount up.
Yep.
Another Kyloria. Wow. All right. So that is a lot of card draw, big bodies. There's the Kyloria.
Yep.
So this is the Invoke side, and then the other side.
There we have it.
It's a 4 attack dragon, which is pretty substantial anyway. A nice breakpoint, and then for a card draw, and he has 3 of them.
Yeah, unless the opponent has an item.
Unless the opponent has an item. Okay. So I think the life totals are fixed now.
Very good.
25 to 19.
Can we get a confirm on that, Henrik, that the life totals have been fixed now? Or are they still switched around?
All right, the life totals will be checked. Meanwhile, we have a Ravenous Rebel coming in for 5+3 minus the reveal, which I missed.
Yeah. And once again, sorry for us not being 100% in the game right now.
All right.
Okay.
Swedish numbers.
Yeah. He said that Niklas Asner should be on 19, and now Niklas Asner is on 12.
Ah.
So
okay. So it's still swapped, it seems.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Okay.
Reset. 25, 12.
I think that we should leave the players playing it. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah. Okay. Numbers are changing.
Yeah.
25 to 12. This looks reasonable.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of damage going Niklas Asner's way.
Yep.
I think, yeah.
Our tournament organizer say he's gonna beg for forgiveness after this for disturbing.
We'll do maybe a nice giveaway. I don't know if there is anything planned. I can't promise this, but
have a free can of Pepsi or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'll take it. Okay. So it looks like Niklas Bengtsson is just going for the kill now. He's ignoring the dragons.
Yep.
And trying to get that 12 down to 0.
And I would guess that they played this game so many times, so he knows when he can switch and still have enough to press through.
And a scar for a scar. Without go again, because his life totals are higher. So
both of them are laughing.
Yeah. This is probably a scenario they've encountered before.
Yeah.
I figure if Niklas can keep a red card that he can play with go again,
absolutely,
and swing all 3 Kylorias, that can be a massive swing. This is not over yet.
Yep.
But is he willing to go down to 1 life? No, he's not. He's gonna block something.
He's considering it. He's counting it. I mean, this very much depends on what kind of hand you have too.
Yeah.
But there we go.
2. All right.
Taking 1.
Taking 1 still.
There's 1 card left in hand.
Leaving Niklas Bengtsson with an arsenal as well. Getting rid of the channel mount.
Yep.
So that was important.
All right.
Now what can he do in return? 4 dragons on the board. Thinking hard about his move. 1 card in arsenal, 1 in hand.
Yep.
Still has a quicken token that can be important right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Something with like a blaze headlong would get the go again.
Yep. We'll see.
Attacking.
Oh, that's a humble.
Being blocked by the humble.
Yeah.
He does get the action point because dromai is destroyed.
Yep.
But he still hasn't played a red card yet, so the dragons don't have go again. Has 1 ash counter. He could try to build some. No, he's going for the Kyloria swing.
Yep.
And sigils on top to gain 3 life. And it's a red card, so it will give him go again.
Yep.
It's pretty much the perfect card in this situation, I think.
Yep. So we get a card draw. No items to steal over here.
Yeah. So he's just going to do it again. Coming in for 4. Threatening another card draw.
So here Niklas Bengtsson needs to think of like what can Niklas Asner draw in this situation.
Yeah.
That can push enough damage for this to be really scary.
He wants to keep this whole hand. He has a 5 card hand. He can probably deal 10 damage.
Yep.
But the dragons on the board will stay there if you don't kill him. So
yep.
It's a hard choice for him to make right now.
He has a 3 card hand, right? Because he blocked with the humble.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, 3 card hand. Looking through the graveyard.
Scouting for poppers.
Probably, yes. And Briar doesn't run a lot of poppers. I think mostly the CNCs.
Yep.
You have the Runic Reclamation, I think it's called, but that's not really played often.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's played right now in Bengtsson's deck at least.
No.
And the humble here.
And the humble, yeah, the red humble.
Yeah, dromai has performed really well in this meta, so I think that there's a lot of people that have considered adding some extra poppers into their decks. All right,
so another card draw, the 3rd Kyloria coming in. And Niklas Asner is back up to 3 cards in hand.
Yep. Yeah, this is a huge turn.
And we went from 25 to 7 in health to 13 to 10, so it's getting very close now.
But it's also so hard to calculate like how much tempo you have when the opponent is playing sigils.
Yeah.
Because you can have like the perfect lined up hand and you're like, okay, cool, so this is going to happen next turn and I'm going to win this game. And then those 3 life points just changes the entire game.
You took all the damage and you can't kill him, and then you're a sitting duck.
But this is also a turn where Niklas is just getting cards. He can't plan this turn. So he needs to hit with these, see what he has in hand, and then build a scenario from there.
Exactly. Well, but getting 3 extra cards will give you some options.
Yeah, obviously.
All right, so he's pulling back the dragons.
Yep, they've done their thing.
And here's a Yendurai.
Here Here we go.
Getting another big body on the field.
It's kind of bound to happen to get one more dragon out from that card draw.
So Yenderai is the one with the counter
Yeah.
that prevents the first 3 damage.
The
That's
first
down
3,
to it.
yes.
So another one that's very hard to get rid of, especially for Briar with the smaller attacks. So we can show you the card. Yenderai. There we go.
Yep.
All right.
So either you pop it or you hit it
And
hard.
the passing Mirage as well on the field now. So
Yes.
this takes away Phantasm on the first one.
Yep.
So Niklas Asner creating a very solid board state right here.
Okay, let's
So
see.
there's a big pump from
Yep.
Niklas Bengtsson. I think this is a red one, so that gives it +5 on a lightning surge from Arsenal. So this will be a 9 with go again.
Should be indeed. Both players on 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is getting towards the end game now.
Doesn't matter whose life is whom.
Yeah. They well, Niklas Asner still has the Flameskill Furnace, so that's 3 more block he can
Yeah,
use.
it's true.
Bengston has the grasp of the Arc Knight left.
Oh,
one block.
Yeah, exactly. 1 block left in it.
And he's still ignoring the dragons. He's going
I think
for the face.
I think he kind of have to at this point.
Yeah.
There is nothing you can do about this board state.
But can you survive another 3 Kyloria turn? Is the question.
So now it swings back a little bit into Niklas Asner's corner, where like how much life do I want to preserve from these attacks?
Exactly. He's throwing the Flameskill in front of it. He doesn't want to take all of it. He does hit, takes 2 damage.
Yeah, and then we come with the Rosetta, killing off one of the Kyloria.
That's good value for one resource.
Yes.
All right. Drawing back up.
That weapon is gonna be gone with.
Yeah, pretty soon.
I would guess that we will see Briar going into Living Legend very soon.
Very soon.
Maybe even after this season of Nuts.
Yeah, there could be a Nationals where the Briar just high rolls it.
Yep.
All right. So some blocks going down here.
Yep. Both players leaning forward.
Yeah, thinking hard about this game. It's the first game. Yep. But going 1-0 or 0-1, it's not that important. You can still go top 8 if you lose the first one, but it really helps if you do win this one.
Yep.
So it's very coincidental that this is like the match we were all looking forward to.
It is totally crazy. But you can see, like, obviously it would be better if we had a centered cam on these players, but there is so much going into every decision right now.
And they're talking a lot too. They're not just thinking about it. They're talking through this. It's great to see like friends like these perform at a high level, just training together and then playing together in a big tournament like this.
Yeah, they played against each other in the finals of a qualifier for the Pro Tour that we had in Uppsala, so a little bit outside of Stockholm here. And we've been playing all day in a very small card store, and everyone was so tired, and that was a hilarious game, seeing these 2 gentlemen being very, very tired up against each other. But then it was back in the first original Prism days, and Niklas were on Prism.
And he won?
No, I think that Niklas Bengtsson won that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember. They played against each other in so many like high-stake games.
Meanwhile, we see the Chromai coming in for 3, and then Yenderai for 3.
It's just an onslaught of dragons right now.
Niklas Bengtsson taking the 3 from the Chromai. He's blocking the Kyloria.
Yep.
I think he didn't block the Yenderai either, so he's down to 4 life now.
Yeah.
He's blocking the Kyloria with a Force of Nature, which blocks for 4 with the Embodiment of Earth.
Yep.
It's a very efficient block.
Denying that card draw.
Yep.
That's what you want to do right now.
But will it be enough to save him? He has...
okay, so he's just whittling down dragons right now.
All right, so he's killing the Chromai to get rid of the action point on his own turn. Wait, he's not... Oh, he's killing the Kyloria.
He killed both of them.
And the Chromai, okay.
He's swing with Rosetta.
Oh, with the Rosetta.
Yeah.
He just turns to Rosetta and doesn't put it on the chain. So we have to guess, but I think that's a pretty good guess.
Yeah.
All right, drawing back up. then back to the dromai player.
Yep.
Still 2 dragons on the board, and the passing mirage. 1 card in arsenal.
All right, here we go.
Burn them all.
Yep. Now arcane damage is gonna start coming, and that's gonna be annoying, being on 4 life.
And Niklas doesn't. Niklas Bengtsson doesn't have any arcane barrier.
Oh wow! Then this might just be death.
This might be over fairly soon. He has plenty of red cards to banish, so in a couple turns.
Yep.
And he has to block the 4. 4 is lethal already. It threatens the card draw too. He's throwing 2 cards in front of this. And then so the burn 'em all.
If we can get it selected, there we go. Yeah.
So every turn you can banish a red card from your graveyard, and then the first dragon attack deals 1 arcane. So that's very annoying.
Yeah.
Here's a Ravenous Rebel triggering the quicken. It already had go again, coming in for 4 too.
Yep.
That's very annoying.
It's a very red deck.
A very red deck.
Need to be quite unlucky to not hit.
It's
a red card.
Very aggressive. And a sweeping blow as well.
Yep.
So he's creating an ash. 2 ash. Is it a red one?
Looks like a red one.
Yeah.
And this is important too for Niklas Hassner to build back that ash, because for a while he was very low on it.
Yeah.
So he has the options. But 3 ash should be enough from here, right?
Yeah. It should be. And the burn 'em all will help him.
Yeah, so burn them all ticks up every turn. We're gonna have 1 card banished this turn, and then 2 next turn, and so on.
So Niklas Bengtsson at 1 life.
Yeah,
this is looking tough for him.
Me being a brute player would have considered this game over now. if you take your opponent to 2.
He's playing an Earth Amulet, and there's the fist bump.
Yep,
it's over. He doesn't see an out. Yep.
Yeah. And I would guess that these guys are gonna sit here and talk a little bit about this game.
Yeah.
So we can go over to us.
Very well played from both of them.
Yes.
All right.
Right, we're back.
We're back.
Yeah, and we can be a little bit more loud now.
Yeah. All right. So the door is open. Yeah. What a great game.
Yeah.
Nice one to start with.
Yep.
With some history around it.
Yep.
A nice preview of more games to come today.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting to see what's coming up next. I once again apologize for everyone who was watching that we had a little bit of technical difficulties. Yep. This should all be fixed now. Shouldn't be a problem. We will fix a bit with the player cams while waiting for the next game.
Yep. And if you have any issues with the sound or the image, just let us know in the chat. We have it up right here.
Yep.
And we'll see you in just a few minutes, I think.
Yes. Let's see. I think we go into this one, and talk to you soon.
All right.
ganska vettigt så folk ser.
Ja.
Så det måste man inte nu.
Why can't they?
They just build.
There was no sound?
There was no sound.
There was no sound for the whole thing.
Nice.
All right, let's do it again. From the top.
From the top. That's cool.
Do I make the same joke?
Yeah.
Was it good enough? All right.
I will.
So I played and invoked Giovanni. Here
it's
he
me.
is.
It's a ranger card. Yeah. So we did a whole intro without the sound.
Yeah, we made all of the jokes about saying hey, hey, like once or twice and getting it in the Swedish way.
Yeah.
It's easiest for us Dutchies because we say hey too.
So just to recap, hey, hello in Swedish. Hey, hey is like hi.
Cute hello.
And hey is like a psycho way to say hello.
Yeah, don't go there.
That's basically the recap. And we were just talking about the dromai game, how cool it was.
It was very cool.
It's, I think, in my opinion, it's how dromai mostly wins matches, where
Too
if
many
you just
dragons.
ignore the dragons,
especially
the
3 Kylorias, 4 attacks with the card draw.
It's backbreaking. Well, without all the shenanigans, let's jump into some results. We have some results.
They were up on screen just now. We've been going over them.
Let's show them.
If we swap back, and I think
our mics are on.
Our mics are on, so
Awesome.
we can talk over this.
Perfect. So I was just looking at them, and it looks like the most represented deck is Iyslander, which isn't.
We see about 6 Icelanders. So it turns out there were some problems with the train. So very sadly, we had some players drop out of the first round. They might join later, maybe. So we're at 26 tables. I think about 50 players, and about 6 Icelanders being the most represented hero.
Yeah, I saw Iyslander, Iyslander Lexi. I see quite a few Uzuris actually, and also some levias and rhynars. They like to intimidate in
very interesting. Yeah.
Well, to be honest, like if you would think of the most Viking champion,
it would be. I would say it's a guardian, maybe.
Yeah, fair enough.
With a big axe.
I also like brute. They feel like they're rampaging around in the town. So I feel like
maybe that's more in Norway.
Yeah,
like the Swedish are the guardians, Norwegians are the brutes. No, I can't say that.
Oh, we have a prism as well. Awesome.
A prism.
2. We have 2 prisms.
2 prisms.
Interesting.
2 boltyns as well.
2 boltyns.
I saw. Yeah, there's a lot of rune blades on
we
this page.
We have
a
Vinset.
Awesome. A riptide. There's a riptide.
There's a riptide. Oh,
that's amazing.
We actually made cards for the matchups, and I made them, and I didn't make riptide because I didn't think there would be a riptide. And our producer Henrik, he said there probably will be one riptide, so you should make a riptide. Now I'm happy I made a riptide. So if he comes on stream, we have the cards to look out for.
We will talk about it then, yeah.
Which is really nice to have. So when you look at this meta, what's surprising to you?
I think a lot of the heroes we don't really see that much in our own meta in the Netherlands, and maybe in the US Nationals. We watched some footage last night, the meta breakdown. So there's 3 Visorais here, which is surprising. To me at least, and the brutes, it's not the decks that people often take to the big championships.
And not a lot of ninjas. Also, I don't see a lot of dromais actually.
No, well, there's 2.
That one is that's the one on stream.
The Niklas game.
And I saw 1 other dromai, so it's very for me. It's interesting that we see a few dromais, a few bravos, a lot of Icelanders. So I do feel like this playing field is very nice for Icelanders. So I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that there will probably be 1 or 2 Icelanders in the top 8. If I look at this matchup spread, like Visorai is a very polarizing matchup for Visorai. It's very nice to play as an Icelander.
Yeah.
Like your tough matchups are, we do see 2 Azaleas, at least 2, maybe 1. I know one's on Azalia.
Once, yep.
1 is. But most of these matches are looking very good into Iyslander.
So I think this is actually round 2 pairings.
Oh, interesting.
So we will be getting new players around the corner soon. I'm not sure who they will be.
Yeah, we'll find out for you. But if I'm looking at all those matches, like briars don't like frostbites.
No, Visorai doesn't like frostbites. The ninjas don't like frostbites.
Ninjas is okay. Ninjas can be quite polarizing, like the Katsu Iyslander matchup that we see up here.
Katsu can handle some frostbites, runs many blues.
I feel like dromai and Bravo is a skill matchup. Dromai can be a tough one.
We're getting a royal visit from the tournament organizer. All right. I think we're heading into a game soon.
I'm here to tell the stream that the casters now will soon select the next game. So we will go for a moment and select the next game.
All right.
Okay. Awesome.
So we will be signing off for a little bit, get the players set up, and we will be back with you in a little bit. And we
Our mics are on.
Mics are on, very
and
important.
Boy, do we have a game.
This is going to be so exciting.
This is fun.
This is fun.
The Swedish bring some spicy decks to their nationals.
Well, yeah.
Should
we reveal the spicy game we're going to watch?
Well, we were talking about Viking heroes, but I'm not sure if it was muted or not.
No, I think we were live for that part.
So
or maybe, I don't know.
We have a rampaging Viking on the stream.
Yeah. It's
a rhynar.
A big green boy.
Big green boy.
Rhynar.
He's the Hulk.
And he's fighting a small, angry, fiery boy called Fi. So this is going to be explosive.
That's very interesting. I honestly can say I've probably never seen that matchup.
No, me neither.
I'm wondering, does the Rhynar have a special die? Some of them have
a
special case where they keep their die that they roll the scab skins on.
Right. And then if you roll a 1, it goes to dice jail.
Yeah.
You never roll it again, but you take it with you to show it. What could have been.
We're not a good pairing for
All right. So, Giovanni talked about these title cards he made. So we're going to show you some of the cards we think will be interesting to look at.
Yeah, so let's start with Rhynar. It should be coming up the stream right now.
Transition
to Rhynar. Yeah, we already talked about the scab skins, so I think that's one of the reasons you play Rhynar. You can cheat out multiple action points in the turn.
Yeah.
But you do have to roll. Yeah, if you get lucky. And I feel like 2 of the cards to look out for is like the Bloodrush Bellow turns.
Always big turns.
Big turns, big damage.
Because +2 to all brute attacks, so that's also the claws. So that's 5 go again. You can do it twice. Swing again with something else.
Yeah, I feel like I think most Rhynars are on claws. So then you get like claw into a big attack. Yeah. And that's generally like about 18 damage. So it's pretty set what you can expect with the Bloodrush Bellows.
Yeah.
But sometimes you get the Bloodrush into the Bloodrush and you play a Beast Within to intimidate and then it goes wild. Yeah. And we have the very, very annoying card, especially if you're a new player or you haven't played against Rhynars much.
Always want to look out for the Reckless Swing.
Yeah. Can you tell me what it does?
If you attack with a weapon, I think.
No, it's the Reckless Swing is if you...
discard a random card. Yeah, that's right.
If you block and you discard a random card,
you take 2 damage. That stuff will kill you.
You take 2 damage, so never go down to 2.
Yeah.
Well, technically never go down to 6, because they can just stall you out if they're... they probably... Well, some run D-reacts. It does mess up with your Bloodrush Bellows, and it does mess up with just random discarding. Yeah. But sometimes you see them running a few D-reacts to slow down the game plan against certain heroes.
Yeah. Do you think the Rhynar will run the Scowling Flashback?
That's a good question. I put it on the Levia one. I didn't put it on the Rhynar one. I think it's a very, very polarizing card, because if you intimidate the right card in their turn, you can take probably up to 8 damage or
especially against a Fi, you can shut down the whole turn.
If you get the starter on the intimidate, you will
you
intimidate after the first attack. Yeah. So, but if you get there's not a very... I don't think it's that good against Fi, actually, because he will play the Art of War in reaction to you blocking with the Scowling Flashback. They will start off with the Spreading Flame, probably. So I'm not a Rhynar player, but if I was, I probably wouldn't run the Scowling Flashback.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's Rhynar. So the other player will be Fi. Some different interesting cards to look out for. So, of course, we have the Mask of Momentum. It's always important. The 3rd hit in a row attack action card. If it's the 3rd attack in a row to hit, you draw a card. Yeah. And Fi likes drawing cards. Yeah. You don't want that to happen. But there's some sneaky cards like the Ancestral Empowerment that can force out this hit. So the Mask, I think, is one of the most powerful cards in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, and it forces you to play in a certain way, and we see a rise of rise of the Ashes, now a rise of Kodachi in Fi, which makes sense because you will be going Kodachi, and then the 3rd one is the
big attack.
The big attack, and for example, into fatigue decks, it's very easy to go up to 6 or 7 chains. So you go Kodachi, you have a 0 for 3, and you have a Phoenix Flame, so you have 4 chains, and you've only paid 1 blue. Yeah. We can switch to the game. Awesome. All right. Let's see how everyone's doing.
And while they're setting up,
fist bump time.
We have to switch so the people can watch this happen too.
Oh, nice.
All right. So we're back in the game.
The life totals aren't updating in our screen. Do we see a scouting flashback? We do see a scouting flashback. That's interesting. Right. So and we also do see the Kodachis and the Mask of Momentum. Yeah. Now we see Jimmy.
Both running a tunic. Yeah.
So I don't see any surprises. We do see the claws, we do see the Kodachis, we do see the mask.
So we should actually update the heroes. Because right now we are looking at a briar that is actually a 5. And then the hero on the left you're seeing is our rhynar.
Bonk bonk.
This would look better. Right.
This looks a lot better.
All right.
That's a very intimidating rhynar.
It is. Oh, the Alpha Rampage.
Yeah. That's
the red eyes. He's out for blood.
They also have made a playmat for Alpha Rampage, right?
Did they?
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
That's a very cool one.
Well, I'm looking at the Eye of Ophidia playmat as well.
Means he was a Pro Tour
player.
Ooh. Or he bought it.
I don't know.
No, he was probably at the Pro Tour. We have some very good Swedish players.
Yeah. We're going to start the game, but we don't have an iPad because...
All right.
It died. Oh.
So there is no iPad. You see some kind of small calculator on your screen now where there should be a life total.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure how we're going to keep track of life totals.
Maybe we can get a phone in.
We'll do it ourselves. We'll do it live.
Ooh, that will be hard because we don't know if they use anything.
Yeah. All right. So you see Jimmy in the background trying to make this work for us. All right. They're drawing. And let's see who's starting.
Looks like the rhynar is starting off the game.
Looks like the rhynar is starting. Putting the counter on the tunic. And let's see if he can intimidate his way to some damage this first turn.
Yeah, that's what's strong about starting off with rhynar. You can, if you have the cards, of course, can intimidate and actually force some damage. He's starting off on an attack, and that can be pretty tough.
We have the door to our secret little hideout here is still open. So maybe if there is someone listening in, they can close the door for us, so we don't spoil any cards. So he hasn't played this matchup that often either, it seems.
It seems, yeah. And yeah, he just went for the one attack, which is a contingent point in Flesh and Blood. Do you want to give your opponent a reason to cycle the deck?
Yeah, free filtering the cards can be very good.
Yeah, even if you don't have a starter, you can just block 9 on the first claw if you know he's not going to attack a second time, and then you can filter your entire hand. And sometimes it's just better to leave your opponent with the hand they first drew up. So we're starting off with the very annoying Kodachi for 1.
The Kodachi for 1. You hate to hear it.
I do.
And another Kodachi for 1.
Generally, if you want to stop the mask, you block the second Kodachi.
It's the easiest one to block. Yeah. There'll probably be like a 6 attack after this, or...
well, looking at the hand...
overwhelming gust wave.
Yeah, which is kind of strange. It's probably just a 0 for 3. Yeah. 3 block. He will probably play the... I'm not sure. I think it's Soaring Strike. That's a 1 for 5. Or 1 for 4. Looks like he took the Kodachi.
Yeah. So are we keeping track of life, or we'll just assume? All right. So he's throwing 2 cards in front of this to prevent the card draw. Keeping 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, so he can still have a big swing in return. So actually, that was the whole fight turn. He arsenals and draws back up.
It does look like he's running a more of a controlling style Fi.
Yeah, I see the CNC in his hand. Oh, the swing big.
Fun card.
So if you block all of the swing big, it comes in for 8. You create a quicken token for the defending player if it's blocked entirely.
I generally don't think you block it as Fi because you have all the 2 blocks.
Yeah, you don't
it
really
will be
need
pretty hard to block out the swing big. And if you block it out, you get the quicken, but you don't have any way to...
Blocking 8 is probably 3 cards out of your hand, maybe 4.
Probably 4 actually.
It's
If
not
if you
worth
have
it.
to
Yeah.
3 blocks, it's 3. But more often than not, you'll have 2 blocks.
Yeah. He's going to block something at least.
It's 6. I think it's a CNC
blocks
underneath
6.
the whelming.
Yeah.
Which does make sense. Just hamper the life. Wait for the big turn as a Phi.
Yeah. Taking 2 damage, but still having a Kodachi in return.
Yeah.
Pitching a blue. So that's a 1 with go again.
So he probably took 2, right?
Yeah, I think he took 2.
So we'll try to keep track as good as possible because the iPad that
The
connects with our
connection,
stream, it
yeah.
died.
And
like
here's the
this one for
CNC.
Kodachi. Ooh, Kodachi into CNC. It's a
Coming
very
in for 6.
efficient play.
He blocks the 2. He wants to keep the arsenal.
Seems like they're just trading cards.
Yeah.
Which is it? As a Phi, you can in the late game it becomes really annoying to block out Phi because you get the Kodachi.
So here's the first intimidate happening. One of the cards will go into the banish zone. He will get it back at the end of the turn. Actually, a reckless swing being pitched. So we know it's there. It'll come back later if this game takes a lot longer.
That's good to know.
And that's a pack hunt, I think, for 6. And oh yeah, we got the live totals on screen right now. Oh, we were not far off.
So this is pack hunt. It's just an intimidate card for 2.
Yep.
And I feel like this game will be a back and forth of swinging with like a 1 cost attack for 6. Or 1 card. Pitching a card.
The value game.
6. Just a value game. And then you wait as a 5 for the nice blocks to line up. I see a flick flag.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a flick flag.
That's a flick flag.
Makes sense.
So he blocks all of it.
It feels like there's not really happening anything this game so far. Like they're probably just looking for their power cards.
Yeah,
the
setting
rhynar
up the big turn, looking for the blood rush maybe.
There's the Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah.
It makes sense to run it in Phi, especially if you have Kodachis. It's a 0, it's a 3 block.
Yeah.
It's a blue, so you can go Kodachi, Kodachi, and then a starter for 1. And then you still can play out like Blaze Headlong or other
takes
cards.
the first Kodachi. Yeah. Another CNC. Does he really want to keep this arsenal? It's been there for 3 turns, I think.
Might actually be something like a Bloodrush Bellows.
Yeah. All right. So he blocks it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it's the game plan for Phi to push it to the late game, like going for Kodachi and CNC is such a good game plan. You see it as a Ira, for example, and a Ira kind of deck where you just go Kodachi, Kodachi, Drone of Brutality, or in this case you go Kodachi, CNC.
All right.
Because it's always a 1 for 2.
Yeah.
So if you play it and they blocked with 2 cards, you've played 1 card, and you've attacked twice. You pitch the blue, and they have to block 2. So in the long game, if you can keep it up, well, you can do it 3 times. But if you keep it up, you will win on card advantage. We don't know how much cards they're playing, but the Rhinor's probably on the lean 60. The Katsu, the Phi might actually run some more cards, seeing that his strategy is to.
Yeah, we haven't seen the really wide Phi decks with 6 or 7 chain links yet. This is just Kodachi big attack. But he's already played 2 of his CNC, so I'm not sure it'll go on like this.
No. And a barraging beatdown just to do a claw, that does feel like a waste.
Maybe he wants to clean up the hand, find something better to use on the blood rush in his arsenal that might be there.
Maybe. This
I don't know.
Spicy, as looking for scrap. And I saw a surging strike. So he is playing an interesting...
He's pitching the Warmongers for the Kodachi. And the second one.
Did he accidentally put a Phi down for his Katsu deck?
Yeah. I don't think I've seen a single Draconic card yet.
I don't see a Phoenix Flame in the graveyard.
That's true, actually.
Did he forget?
Did he forget? Or does he not... wait. Yeah.
So he does banish for the looking for scrap. It's a 1 for 5. So off 1 blue, he's playing the value game. It's just attack twice.
This is very efficient.
And you almost never block the Kodachis. And then you come in for 5, go again.
Yeah.
And he still has 2 cards in hand, which is 1 is a Surging Strike, which can be 2 for 5. We don't know
here
what's
comes the Scowling Flashback.
Ooh.
I'm not sure what Intimidating now will do, because he's done after this, right?
Oh no, looking for scrap as go.
Oh, it has go again because of the banished.
He banished. Whelming.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So this could be stopping his turn right now.
I honestly don't think it will stop his turn. I think he wants to play out his arsenal.
Yeah, one in arsenal, still one in hand. I think it's another go again attack in there. He blocked the third chain link, so no card draw from the mask. Here's the Whelming Gust Wave.
It's a blue one.
It's a blue one.
Oh, that's
coming in for one.
Very good card to arsenal.
Let's get rid of this backhand. All right.
We don't need the backhand anymore. So when you're talking about Scowling Flashback, I feel like there's very good situations where you want to use it, where you intimidate and stop them in their tracks.
Yep.
And here you see an example of he's still attacking. He's only attacking for 1. It could have been 5, so you block and you get 4 value if you count for the Surging Strike that he could have played out, which does make it a good card. But other cards you could play is
the Crown of Providence. He could have saved his arsenal from the 2 CNCs just now. That's also a lot of value.
So that's a Wild Ride.
So the Wild Ride is coming in for 6. Could get go again.
It does. He discards.
He did discard the 6, so there's another Intimidate. Only 3 cards in his hand left to block, and the go again. So there's a chance for another Intimidate and another big attack after this. I think we lost the card in Arsenal. I'm not sure if he played it, if it was the Swing Big.
Maybe it was
the Wild Ride. I mean.
Maybe it was the Wild Ride. I did not check where the card came from. I feel like...
Here's the Claw for 3. Let's go again.
I'm really interested in the game plan for 5, because into Rhynar typically does pretty well into decks that want to block it out, because you can't block it out because of the Intimidate.
Yeah.
And this fight does want to play the value game, but he can't block very well, and the cards that he wants to block with might be intimidated.
Yeah. So another Claw coming in for 3 with go again. And I believe there's still 1 card in hand.
That probably will be in Arsenal.
Yeah. But this is how you sneak the damage through.
Yeah, and he's taking everything, so I'll be very... Oh, no.
There is a block.
Blocking the third Claw. He's blocking the mask.
The mask,
the mask trigger.
The Brood Mask.
I don't know if mask will be very scary into Rhynar. Probably not.
Yeah. I think all Rhynar cards, all the Brood cards block for 3. Yeah.
So we have another Kodachi, probably followed by...
A Kodachi, do you think?
Yeah, probably.
We'll see.
A give and take?
There's a give and take, yeah.
What would you cycle back?
That's a good question.
I'm very interested in this fight deck. Like, what's his game plan? I can see the value he's trying to do. You pitch a blue, you play Kodachi, and then you attack with a 1 cost, or you go Kodachi in the 2 cost.
Yeah.
Which is very much how you play a deck like Ira. But he also has like the combos that Katsu plays, so it feels like a very mashed up way, a mashed up way of all the ninjas.
Yeah. The give and take can be interesting on the 3rd chain link. So you don't block it, you give him a card. You do block it, you give him a different card from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's interesting. But is there a card you want to cycle back in? Because it's non-attacks, right?
No, it's attacks, I think. Well, let's pull it up. Yeah, we have the technology.
Because we have the technology. Because in Briar you use it to get the channel mount back on top.
That's true. I think it's just action cards, but we'll see.
Let's put it up.
An action card.
So everyone can read. Never give and take is defended by an action card. You may put an action card with cost less than give and take.
So you can do everything except reactions and instants.
Ooh.
And I guess technically resource gems.
Infinite CNCs.
Infinite CNCs. Maybe that's what he's looking for in this matchup.
Oh, he's rolling.
Oh, it's a 5. That's good. That's 2 action points.
Yeah, because it gets rounded down for the people not knowing. So rolling 1 is basically passing the turn.
Savage Feast with the first action point coming in for 7, I think, or 6. Rolling to intimidate a random card away.
So it is a 6 for Savage Feast.
So it's a 6.
You discard a card at random. The 6 or more.
I think he discarded an Alpha Rampage there, so that would have drew him a card.
So we see Oasis. Oasis off the tunic.
He prevents 4 of the damage. And because he was behind, he gains 1 life, but then he also loses 3 because, or 2 because of the hit. There's a claw coming in.
It's just
the end of the turn. Yeah,
it does feel like a very meddling turn, but yeah, he's gaining on the Fi in this matchup. I do not know if this Fi has the explosive turns that you see from Fi, where you just take the damage and give back 20.
Yeah,
and you force Rhino in a situation where he's forced to block out and you chip damage.
Yeah. So far, we haven't seen that kind of turn.
No. And generally, this is not the Fi build I would run personally, because I didn't see any Brandwoods in the claws. I don't see the Phoenix Flame in the arsenal. So I'm really thinking what he's going to play. And this is just a... Is it a life for a life?
A life for a life. It is actually, yeah.
Oh, this man is running very spicy cards.
This is a very interesting build. Yeah.
I'm very happy I recognize the art because I play Fable.
Oh, wow. Fable, that's a cool game.
Shout out to Fable.
Thank you.
So if Life for Life hits game 1 life, when you play Life for Life, if you have less life, which he does, maybe it is his game plan to be behind.
That's
he plays the Oasis Respites, he plays the Life for Life.
Yeah.
He probably runs Scars.
So he's looking for the value game. Being behind a little is okay, and then winning it in the end, maybe. But
yeah, maybe. I want to see a Wounded Bull in his deck. Just one.
Oh.
What's the arsenal? I can't see.
The CNC.
I always
always dangerous.
I always like the camera setups where you can see the arsenal when I look up, but we can't see the arsenal, which makes it a lot more annoying because we don't have all the information. I see a Phoenix form.
A Phoenix form? But he doesn't even have a Phoenix Flame in his graveyard.
Yeah, I think it's just a 3-block.
Yeah.
Like
interesting.
Ninja 3-blocks are pretty scarce. So running a Phoenix form does make sense because if I remember correctly, it blocks for 3. Oh no, it's not. It's Liquefy.
Liquefy, yeah.
Oh.
He's considering the block, throwing 2 cards in front of it. Trying to make something of his turn. All right, so that's 2 cards and an equipment piece. So he will block it out, save the arsenal.
Honestly, he was on 19 and the Rhino was at 31. So it felt like they had a pretty big gap. But now if it's 29 to 20, it feels a lot closer.
Yeah, it does.
And he's going for his patented Kodachi 1 attack because it's a soaring strike in his hand.
Yeah.
This can become a very annoying game if you're sitting across from this player and you're not disrupting his turns. But I still do feel like he does not have enough block in his deck to get to the late game against the Rhynar. Because if we haven't seen the Blood Rush Bellows yet. If he plays the Blood Rush Bellows, it will probably be 18 damage, and the Fi hand blocks for 8, so he takes 10. He goes to 10.
Yep.
And then he needs to find another Blood Rush Bellows, and it's done. So I do feel like he's on the trajectory of losing at this point, but maybe he still has to play his trump card.
Maybe, yeah. We don't know what's in his deck. No. This is a very interesting build we're seeing here. So blocking with Scab Scans to prevent the draw from the mask. And back to the Rhynar player with 2 cards and 1 in arsenal.
Looks like 3.
3 cards. All right.
We should.
Oh, he already had one.
There's the Blood Rush.
The Blood Rush.
Pitching a Blood Rush Bellows
into his Smash Instinct.
It's always nice when you have 3 cards.
Yeah.
When you have 3 cards, you just know what you're going to discard.
Yeah.
Because you're pitching the Blood Rush into the Blood Rush, and the last card will be pitched. So you get the Intimidate. You definitely get the draw because bricking on the Blood Rush Bellows feels very bad.
He
and now
intimidates again.
Ooh.
2 cards. Intimidates again.
Barraging Beatdown.
That's a 3rd Intimidate. So only 1 card left in hand to block with. So this could be an explosive turn.
Tunic for Claw. I'm not sure if Barraging Beatdown works into the Claw. I'm not knowledgeable. Let's pull it up.
Let's pull it up.
Let's use the technology.
We're not really brute players. No, that's the life for a life. The Barraging Beatdown.
Let's see. I do see in the chat that the commentary is pretty low. So maybe we should boost the sound a little bit.
We can turn it up.
Just let us hear if it's too loud. So barraging beatdown says if this attacks your next brute attack. So a claw is a brute attack.
So while we were messing with the sound, the 5 player went down to 11 life.
So he took 9 off the double barraging.
Yeah.
It does feel like
this feels very loud.
Yeah, but it's our own sound that we're hearing probably.
Yeah. Well, Simon, if you're in the chat, let us know if this is better for you.
So Kodachi, will there be a one cost attack? I think there will be.
I see a lightning strike in his hand.
Ooh.
So we might go 2 attacks this time. Depends on what's in his arsenal. He would have to put the other card underneath his deck.
Yeah.
It's 2 enlightened strikes.
It's 2 E-strikes. I'm wondering what's in his arsenal. I can't for the life. Oh, play the white border. That's a ballsy move.
All right, and choosing
7. It's always 7.
It's always 7.
It's always 7.
Unless you want to go again and a big attack from your arsenal on chain link 4 or higher.
That's fair.
We haven't really seen that kind of attack.
It is 5.
He chose the 5. Go again.
Why?
But there's a sink, so it doesn't hit.
Oh, of course he'll draw off the mask.
He took a gamble there, but
Wait,
the sink below saved him. He does have the go again, but no card draw. Yeah.
That feels like a very...
It feels like a brute play, taking a gamble like that.
Yeah. Like rolling the scab skins. Ooh, there. Yeah.
All right. Swing big
Honestly,
again.
I feel like this game is slipping out of Vi's control.
Yeah.
It will be very hard.
Yeah, if we get another Blood Rush Bellow turn, this could be over quickly.
This is probably done. You would need to draw Flick into something like Swing Big or into the Blood Rush Bellows. That's... If his cards lined up better, it might have been a less of a polarizing matchup. Because if he could go like a Flick on the first claw, block with a combo card on the second claw, you just take 2.
Yeah.
And then you still have a block left over, or you just take the 8 from the attack that follows.
Yeah.
Which, you take 10 damage, but you stemmed 8.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Or even, no, it's 9. You block 9 because Flick gives +2. So it's 4 and 5.
Yeah.
I feel like if those cards lined up into the Blood Rush Bellows, it would have been a little bit better.
Yeah. And he still has 2 big blocking pieces of equipment.
That's true.
So if his hand gets intimidated away, he still has 4 block on the field. Even the tunic, if he uses it next turn, I'm not sure if this is going to take 3 more turns.
So he does take 2.
9. Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't have... in my opinion, he doesn't have the life total to play around with.
No. You don't want to get too low. So we talked about the reckless swing.
Yeah.
You could get smacked anytime.
And he doesn't have the 0 cost blue. He has the Surging Strike and the Oasis Respite.
Yep.
So he's just playing the Soaring Strike. And as Rhynar, you just say, I'll take it. Yeah,
I'll take it. He said 25 life.
He's come to the pen. Like, instantly. Yeah. Like, if you put down a 4 attack
whatever
card,
you throw down, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I'll write it down.
Yeah.
Put it in the books.
How much is it? 4, 5, 6? Sure.
I don't care. If there's no relevant on hit, it's like, I'll take it.
All right, here's a Blood Rush.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going.
Ooh,
2 cards
this can brick. It probably won't.
6, all right. That's
a wild ride.
A wild ride, that's a 6 attack.
This hasn't been a wild ride of a game.
It's been very interesting.
Yeah. It's very interesting to find out what the Vi's playing.
Yeah.
But I do feel like this will be one of the last turns in the game.
Yeah. So we... I see a sink below in his hand. So he should hope that does not get intimidated away.
That would suck.
Yeah. So I was kind of thinking about his move now.
I wouldn't be happy. Like the one time you have the defense reaction into the Blood Rush Bellows and he gets intimidated away. Yeah.
Oh, he sinks.
You always sink.
Yep.
Find the flick.
Another sink.
Another sink.
Oh, that's a crazy pool right now.
Yeah. So he takes 1. You
going down to 8.
Go with the other claw. Ooh.
A barrage.
That's another intimidate.
So he got the sink. He got the sink. Another one. All right.
That's annoying.
This
is done.
Yeah.
That's a humble, right?
No, that's
yeah, it's humble. Yeah, it's done.
Is that 8 attack?
I did like the idea of Fi.
That's game. He shows him the 2 sinks, or he uses the 2 sinks.
He had three.
He's going down to
had
0.
three. He had banished. He had banished. He had intimidated one. He had one in hand. He cycled one card for the sink.
Yeah.
And then you had the third. This was a very interesting game to see. I think the Fi deck, it can be a very interesting Fi deck. If you're not prepared for this deck, this kind of Fi, where you're just ready to block a lot, and he's doing the tempo game.
Yep.
It can be quite annoying, but I feel like into rhynar, it's very hard to play the value game into rhynar, because rhynar will intimidate. He set up the triple intimidate turn. He finished off with an intimidate. I do feel like the scowling flashback could have been used at a better time. It took some value, but it didn't disrupt the turn as much.
Could have been more. Yeah.
I feel like it's an interesting fight deck, but it needs a little bit more oomph. So probably I play a pummel.
Always the pummel.
Always a pummel.
All right. Well, that was a fun game. We're gonna sign off here, and we'll be back for round 3 with you shortly.
Yes. So stick around and let's watch some ads.
All right. All right.
Welcome back to the Swedish Nationals.
Welcome back. Yeah, we've just had 2 rounds.
Yeah.
We got the meta breakdown for you.
Yeah.
So we're just going to talk through the heroes that showed up.
Let's swap in, because we started counting. I think we got pretty close.
Yeah.
We missed a few.
It's
a fun, it's a fun meta.
Let's have a look.
So, what we did see was 6 Icelanders.
6 Icelanders, correct, yes.
So
and
we
then
can count to 6.
yeah. A lot of heroes on 4.
Yeah.
So very even spread here. I think most of them were to be expected. Expect maybe for the Uzuri.
Yeah, that's the tricky one, because I feel like Uzuri doesn't have a very good matchup into Iyslander, dromai, and Bravo. So if we're counting up, I don't want to add up everything. We're about 50 players, and if it's around 15 of them are your bad matchups,
yeah, that's
that
a rough,
does feel rough.
Rough tournament. Yeah.
I'm still down with my prediction for 2 Icelanders in top 8.
All right.
Even if you look into this field as an Icelander, you have a great matchup into Briar. You have a fine matchup into Bravo. I feel it's a little bit skilled. Lexi, if you get the channels, if you get the blizzards, you can win.
Yeah.
If you get the warmongers, warmongers isn't as good as people say into Lexi anymore if they run trench. So let's see if they have the secret tech.
Yeah.
Uzuri is, I don't want to call it a free win, but that's tricky to say on stream.
Anything can happen. Yeah.
It is very hard. Let's say that it's a very hard game for Uzuri.
Yeah, definitely.
Viscerai is a free win.
All right. Yeah.
Viscerai is a very lean deck, so you want to you generally do everything off a blue.
Yep.
And getting a frostbite before you can Rosetta Thorn with, let's say you do Revel in Rune Blood, making 4 rune chance.
Yep.
And you play the Mordred Tide, and then I blizzard you. You just lose D8, or technically it's 10 because you get the 2 of the Viscerai ability. You lose the 10 rune
chance.
Rune chance. Thank you. You lose the 10 rune chance. You lose the 2 physical. You lose the 2 arcane from Rosetta Thorn, and it's 1 card, and you gain 14 value. That's backbreaking.
You should not play the 2 non-attacks there. Keep them guessing. Attack before making 10. Just go for 5 every turn, but you're not gonna win like that. So
no. Because Iyslander will block 6, attack for 8.
Yep.
Or attack for 7 and gain 1 life.
Yeah.
So it's a really hard matchup. And
really
actually, you play Alluvian Constellas. I don't know if you knew. So every time you do an arcane damage, arcane barrier 1.
Okay.
And if I have 2 counters, energy counters on it, I can use a free Waning Moon. So I never pay for Waning Moon into Viscerai. So
that sounds pretty broken.
Over the game, you get like 4 or 5 free Waning Moons. That's 10 resources off your chest.
So much
and
value.
you've prevented 4 or 5 damage.
Yeah.
And that's why it's also a bad backbreaking matchup, because it allows you to cheat out like 2 cost ice spell, like Ice Bolt. You don't want to. You generally only play Ice Bolt when you have a Tunic counter up, because you can go Ice Bolt into Tunic into Waning Moon for 7 and it's 6. Sorry, 6 and a Frostbite. And with Alluvian Constellas, you can just do something like you only have the blue. You don't need the a Tunic counter.
Right.
You can also play something with a cost of 3. So if you're going Insidious Chill from the Arsenal, you can still Waning Moon.
Yeah.
It normally costs 2 cards, and now it just costs 1 because you've pitched into the Alluvian, getting the free Waning Moon.
Yeah.
Too much Icelander talk. I'm sorry.
In case you haven't noticed, Giovanni plays Icelander himself. He'll be taking her to Nationals, so a lot of practice in there. And
no, I won't. I won't.
You won't?
Probably
you're
not.
taking Lexi, right?
I'm not spoiling the tea on the Swedish Nationals stream just yet.
All right. We'll force the Dutch people to watch his stream back.
No. I'm on Iyslander.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. We've been practicing Iyslander all week.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Only Iyslander. I don't play any other heroes. Yeah. Leave me alone. And if you're looking at katsu, katsu can blow you out. If the katsu knows to run Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, which does sound weird, but it's much better than Mask of Momentum into Iyslander.
Yeah, you're not going to go as wide, right?
No, you're not going to go as wide, and the one turn you're going to pop off, you want to push them for 30 damage. And Mask of the Pouncing Lynx allows you to do so.
Yeah.
So it depends on if the katsu knows the tech. If you're on Mask, it becomes harder.
Yeah.
Because you just get blown out by Frostbite, basically.
Right. Yeah.
But they do run more blues. And we have the other heroes, which are 3-offs, 2-offs.
Yeah.
Prism can be really annoying as Iyslander.
Yeah, could be some surprises in here.
Yeah, definitely.
2 Boltyns with a lot of new Death Till Dawn support.
Yeah, you're a warrior player.
I'm a warrior player. I would love to see a Boltyn go top 8 here, but...
Oh man, imagine if Boltyn gets shut down hard by Iyslander as well.
Yeah.
She's such a bully. That's why I like playing her.
Are you a bully?
No, but I do like to play both turn cycles. Why I like Iyslander is because you play twice as much Flesh and Blood in the same amount of time.
That's true. It's very
That's
efficient.
fun. Yeah. But at the cost of your opponent not playing Flesh and Blood. That's
all right. Yeah.
Ooh.
So we're getting ready for round 3.
Jimmy chose a match.
Oh, Jimmy chose a very nice match for us.
I wanted to see Iyslander, Jimmy.
We'll see enough Icelanders in top 8 if you are correct.
Probably.
Let's go back.
This is one of your games.
This is more towards my game. Yeah, we had a briar before.
Yeah.
So spoilers. The next game it will be a briar.
Yeah.
Versus a
levia.
Levia.
It's levia.
We should pick one. Let's go
levia.
Levia.
It's levia.
Levia.
James White said levia, so we're going for levia.
James White is correct.
Yeah. Papa is right.
All right. Yeah.
I'm not sure if the players are setting up. Let's see. No, there's not anyone in there just yet. So the players are still getting ready. Let's look at some cards.
Let's look at some cards, yeah. So Levia, another one of the heroes that got a lot of support in Death Till Dawn. I think the most important one, Levia Redeemed.
Yeah.
It changes the whole game.
That's such a cool card, man.
It's 2-sided.
Yeah.
Oh, the cold foil.
I wonder if they're ever going to do another demi hero because it fits so well into Levia, but like upgrading your hero is a concept you see in other card games.
I can imagine maybe a light hero ascending.
Ooh.
Like an opposite of this demonic demi hero.
Maybe in the third Death Till Dawn set, but that's
maybe
not.
That will make Prism playable.
That's how they make Prism playable. Yeah.
Just turn her into a god or something. Yeah.
You turn into Luminaris.
Yeah. Pay 1 resource, become Luminaris.
Results from the second round, we did have them on the ad roll just now. So we're not entirely sure. We won't be showing them right now, but we will do a deep dive after round 3.
Yeah.
But let's talk about Levia Redeemed. So it has 2 sides. One, you need to banish 13. You need to have 13 Blood Debt cards
at one time in your graveyard. So that's a lot.
That's a lot.
It can happen in CC.
Yeah.
You have to turn it off every round, or you're killing yourself very quickly.
Yeah, and that's the redeemed side, and then you have the Blasphemous side, which is, in my opinion, the much more fun side, where basically just, for me, it feels like you're going on a rampage.
Yeah, it's over. You're giving in to the demons.
Yeah.
I like it thematically too. Like if you take too much blood, that you become a demon.
Yeah.
The demon saves you, but you lose yourself.
Yeah, you're pretty corrupted by all the stuff they bring. Hey, we have another Eye of Ophelia met, which you'll see soon. So another Pro Tour player.
Pro Tour guys, yeah.
A second one, I added a very spicy combo that Levia can play. And
Levia?
that's the... Nice. Nice. You caught me there, Levia. It's the Slithering Shadowpede. I don't know if people can read it, but it says if you banish it, you can play it. And then you banish it with Art of War to draw a card.
Right. And then you play it.
You just get 2 more cards.
That's good.
And spoiler for draft, it's basically like an Ebonfold on crack. So with Ebonfold, it's a
Banish
equipment,
and draw a card.
banish, draw a card, and you generally banish a Blood Death card, so you can play out the Blood Death card as Chane into drawing the card, which you can also play. And with levia, you get the slithering Shadowpede.
All right. So for the rest of the levia cards, I think the Bloodrush Bellow we saw just now, the Scalding Flashback we saw played.
It's the same as the rhynar.
Yeah. So we can look at the other hero, which will be a Briar, which we have already seen before.
Yeah, so talk us through the Briar cards.
So the Briar cards, the channel mount, we've seen it in round 1. It can buff everything by 3 attack power, which is huge for Briar, which loves to have the small attacks with Go Again, which then suddenly double in power. And also the newer cards, so we have the Mischievous Meeps, which cares about hitting because it draws you a card or steals an item, but we haven't seen a lot of items yet. Can happen into a dash or I guess a gold token is an item.
Gold token is an item, and the amulets are items.
The amulets are items, yeah. Well, so you turn your 2 attack Meep into a 5 attack Meep, and now it's a lot more threatening.
It's basically a Gloria on a stick.
Yeah, and it's cute too.
Yeah.
So, and the other Dusk Till Dawn big release that pretty much every Briar plays right now is the Anthem of Spring. It's a non-attack action that buffs your next attack by 1. It has Go Again, so it creates half an embodiment of lightning, which we really like. It's a blue earth card, which we love to pitch for the channel mount, so we can channel for longer. It buffs by 1, so the Force of Nature triggers on the next attack. So Briar has a lot of potential, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And we see a rise of Briar again. I don't think, because when the ProQuest season was happening, Briars were conceding the last round, so he didn't go to Living Legend. But I wouldn't concede becoming the national champion, so we might actually see Briar leaving.
Yeah. So actually, I think the Briar we have on our table right here is the 2021 national champion.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. So that's going to be not the defending champion, but a defending
champion indeed. Yes, and if we're going back to the meta 2021, I didn't play as much, but I think that was Briar as well. I think it was the...
I wasn't playing back then.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I started just after, but it was when this style of Briar deck first started off. So Matthew Fox, very controversial player, but he is a very great Flesh and Blood player. And he first started off with the Briar deck, and I'm still thinking about what the name was. It was like
with the lightning Briar.
Yeah, they had a certain name, but it doesn't come to mind. But he was the innovator of the deck. I think he won the UK Nationals with the deck, and then Tarek Patel took it to the US Nationals. Yeah. And it was just very strong, but it was before Briar was Eritad, so you get the embodiments, you get multiple embodiments every time you hit, so you went like 3, 4, 5 hits into
a lot of blocks.
So you basically have a 6 block if you hit twice.
We have the player setting up, so we'll switch to the table view now.
Yeah.
So you can enjoy the game.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about how they called the Briar deck.
Just think about that.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe we should speak to our resident Swedish knower if he did it on Briar as well. If he just stuck to Briar for the last 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
Or if he... Oh wait, he's the levia actually. It's a levia. So... did you know what he played in 2021 when he became the champion?
So Christopher...
The Briar was the champion.
The Briar was the champion. Did he play Briar then?
Yes.
Oh, so
he's done it before.
Before it got banned.
Right. So he was on the Briar.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Was that Ball Lightning times?
Yeah. It's only been Briar that's won this week.
Only Briar.
Only
Last year
Briar 2021, Briar 2020.
All right.
Ooh.
We're on a Briar streak.
So Briar is the true Swedish Viking.
So will Swedish Briar be the one to Living Legend?
That would be fitting
for the whole world.
Yeah, that would be very pretty.
I guess Briar is kind of like a druid, very in touch with nature. Like the Swedish people.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
All right.
I don't know. Oh, they ride the lightning with Mjolnir, and then you have the earth from the fjords, etc.
Yep.
So it will be an interesting matchup, I feel like, because levia will probably set up the first few turns going block twice, attack for 6, setting up the graveyard.
We see a pretty typical briar setup here with the Crown of Providence and the Grasp, the Snapdragon Scalers for the go again to go wide, and the Tunic. And then for the levia, we actually have the Carrion Husk, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's an interesting card. It blocks for 6, but once you block with it, it goes into your banished zone and has Blood Debt. So if you can turn off the Blood Debt, you will take the damage.
Yeah, and that's why I find it a hard card, because when it's in there, it's not going out. But especially on levia, you can turn it off. So that makes it a pretty okay card. But if you block turn 1 with the Carrion Husk, you will take damage for the rest of the game. Yeah. And a notable interaction with Carrion Husk, I believe if you're under 13 life, it gets destroyed. So you need to use it before you're down to 13. Yeah, use it, lose it.
All right,
and then you have to pay the debt.
Yeah. Well, it can also help you reach the 13 blood debt required. It can help you get the final point of blood debt to redeem yourself. All right, we see Rune Chant being made with the Grasp of the Arknight.
I feel like a very typical briar start.
Yep.
I see a Snatch.
And an Arsenal. So this is just a setup for next turn.
It's probably the Snatch and Arsenal.
I think so, yeah.
Let's see.
All right.
So do you think you want to go first as briar in this matchup? Get the Arsenal, get the Rune Chant?
I think so, yeah. If you go second, you can keep your hand for the next turn, but you know, the levia gets to do whatever she wants to.
Is that a Savage Feast?
No. A Wrecker Romp?
Wrecker Romp? Yeah, I should have done my homework on the art.
For a discard.
It's a Wrecker Romp.
Wrecker Romp, yep. So we can show you the Wrecker Romp.
So to play discard?
Yep. He discarded the Dread Screamer, I think. It's a pretty key card, but I think he's fine with that. He doesn't have go again on the Wrecker Romp, so.
Yeah, it's just a 1 card 8 basically.
Yeah.
Do you say 2 for 8 or 8 for 2?
I'd say 8 for 2. 8 attack power for 2 cost, but or 2 for 8 damage. Yeah, you can do it both ways.
I don't want to piss off any people watching, so I'll do both ways.
Both ways, yeah.
You do 8 for 2, I'll do 2 for 8. Okay.
Just to keep it.
So he took some damage. I feel that's pretty normal as a briar.
All right, so the Sonata. Flipping 3 cards, so if there's 1 attack and 1 non-attack action, at least you can take the attack action into your hand, deal 1 arcane damage. You can pay more for it, but you usually play them for 0. You tune your deck to have about even distribution of attacks and non-attacks. And he did hit on the Ravenous Rabble here, so that's a free card in hand. Banishes the Sonata and then deals 1 arcane damage.
I do feel like it sucks that you see the Channel Mount in the Sonata, because you're shuffling it away. It's not gone. You're not putting it on the bottom.
You would have had it next turn, so it kind of sucks, but yeah.
And what do we see in his hand? I see a Bramble Spark.
Now, if he can play 1 more non-attack action, he creates the embodiment of lightning and maybe does do something with the Snatch in his arsenal.
Probably.
I think he will. Oh no, he pitches 3 for the channel. He had another one in his hand. So he's just setting up.
And he does have the embodiment. Ooh, this is a very good setup. Oh, he's attacking. Makes sense. You could also just pass.
Yeah.
Keep the embodiment. But now the Snatch has go again.
It's a 7 with go again. 1 Rune Chant. Yeah. If he hits, he draws a card. He can put it in Arsenal or also attack with it.
Yeah, you probably Arsenal.
I think you Arsenal. Yeah. He did pitch an Earth card, so the channel is sticking around for at least 1 more turn.
And you probably want a 5-card hand into your channel.
You want to go as wide as possible.
Oh man, I want to be this briar. Just having 2
this looks like a good turn. Yeah.
Just shuffling away the channel.
Yeah.
Because you had a channel.
You had a channel. Yeah. All right.
And this must be backbreaking for levia, because you do want to block, but you generally want to block twice, not twice. And now you either have to choose to give away one of your crucial blocks. Ooh.
He is blocking with the equipment.
I can understand why you grab for the equipment this early, but
it's an early commitment to the Blood Debt game. You will have to start banishing, or you will take a lot of damage over the turns.
It's basically like the Briar just gained 1 rune chant every single turn.
Yeah.
And I do get you don't want to give the Briar a 6-card hand, but sometimes it's just better to donate the hand, pass.
Yeah.
You get to Arsenal, he has an Arsenal, maybe play out the Arsenal or play
just
out
wait
the
until
claw.
the channel is gone.
Ooh.
Try to survive.
Okay.
Oh, the Blood Rush. It's a nice answer.
Yeah. I do I do understand why you block with the Carrion Husk if you have a Blood Rush Bellows. So well played, Jesper. Well played.
So that's, I think, 3 cards in his graveyard, so he can maybe swing something big soon. But he's probably going for the claws.
Swing something big or big swing?
Maybe both.
Swing big.
Swing big is a big swing.
Yeah.
It's a 2 for 8 and an 8 for 2.
Yeah. Oh, now it's a 2 for 10.
2 for 10.
Or 10 for 2.
10 for 2. All right.
So claw for 5. It's pretty standard. Stock standard.
And has go again. It's good.
Yeah.
Just, no on hits, but taking 5 damage. That's still a big swing.
It's such a good answer, because as Briar, you really don't want to block.
You really
don't have the embodiment. You have
especially with the channel.
Yeah.
You want to keep your hand, and often as the Briar, you think, with a full hand, I can deal maybe 20, 25 damage back. So I'll take whatever's coming at me. But then if the damage keeps coming, you maybe start regretting not blocking earlier.
Well, to be fair, like Levia has 3 of these turns. She has 1 now, and you have the channel. So it's gas from the start.
Yeah.
Oh, he's rolling.
A 1. All right. Using the Gambler's Gloves to roll again. Rolling a 3. All right.
Just 1 attack action. That sucks. But wait.
But Christopher, our Briar, is already down to 29 life.
But I missed why he... Because you can just claw. Maybe he wanted to do 2 attacks from hand.
Yeah, this is Christopher. Christopher Lindholm. So, previous champion from 2021. On Briar.
On Briar, which he won the championship with.
Yeah.
Oh, he discards the Dread Screamer.
All right, so a Savage Feast for 8. He is discarding some pretty powerful cards there.
Yeah.
But maybe he doesn't want to activate all the banish effects just yet.
But I'm looking at his line. I do understand why he blocked with the Carrion Husk, but I'm looking at his hand because he had I think it's a red Dread Screamer. I don't know which. I'm not sure which he pitched. I can't see, but I do feel like this isn't the optimal line to play in this situation.
Yeah,
because if you go claw attack, it's almost always 18.
Yeah.
Now the Briar gets to cop out a little bit with just taking what was it like 5 and 8. He blocked 2. So it's 11.
Taking 11.
Taking 11 feels like a cop out.
Yeah, he does keep his hand now. He used the crown. The tunic is on 3 counters, so that's a free resource. Might be 4 damage in a Rosetta now.
Yeah.
So
maybe. Let's see what he has in his hand. There wasn't a reason to block. And that's why I feel like blocking 11, giving up the Carrion Husk. I feel like you could have probably donated the hand. I feel.
Another.
I do understand why you want the Blood Rush Balance. If you see it, you play it.
Yeah.
But
especially it's one of your win conditions in this kind of matchup.
But I do feel like, especially in these kinds of games, you need to make those count. And of course, 11 is a lot of damage, but is it enough to force Briar out of the game? Because Briar has more of a swingy...
He's paying extra for the Sonata this time, so he's really looking for attack actions.
He needs to hit 2.
That's 2 non-attacks, 3 non-attacks. That's 1 attack. 4. That's 2 hits. So he gets a CNC and an Exude Confidence in his hand. Deal 2 arcane damage.
Does he have another non-attack?
He did have to pay, I think, 4 for that.
Yeah.
No? 6?
6.
6, so
2
that's...
blues. 2 blues to keep around the channel.
He pitched 2 earth cards, so that's actually...
that's your Swedish champion 2021. Wow. That's big brain.
That's good value, yeah. So the channel will stick around for 1 more turn, and now he has a CNC coming in for 9 maybe. Get rid of that arsenal.
Yeah, maybe.
The Exude, also very nice. It comes in for 7, prevents any D-reacts or instants.
I'm looking at his hand. Like, I don't have the sniper eyes. It looked like a give and take, but it was so quick.
Something with go again would be nice here.
Yeah, I think you maybe played Exude.
Or force of nature. This is big.
That's so nice.
So the exude comes in for 7, and if it hits, wait, did he fuse it? He didn't. No. Okay, so it's coming in for 7, but it's still higher than base. So if it hits, he draws a card now, which is massive.
That's sick.
And the same will happen for every attack action card this turn because of the channel mount. This is really the combo you're looking for.
Yeah, he can just end the game if the
He has go again from the lightning surge. He still has the snapdragons up.
if Levia doesn't respect the draw.
Yeah.
It can get pretty messy. It does suck that he got the CNC because
that's
you'd
too
rather have a
expensive.
snatch or something.
Yeah.
So if it was a snatch, you just go for
A snatch would be perfect. It would draw 2 cards right now. Yeah. All right, there goes the hand.
Oh, he's blocking 6.
He's blocking 6, so he still
Just give him
gives
the
up
draw.
the draw.
Yeah. And I feel like if you had the carrying husk at this point, you'd be further ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe even Scowling Flashback in this situation.
So this gave him another card. Let's see what it is.
It looks like an Earth card. Maybe a Bramble Spark, a blue. Oh, it's
It's
Anthem
coming
of
with the
Spring.
CNC.
We see all of the cards, except for mischievous Meeps. We saw all the
Yeah.
cards we put up on cards
Yeah.
to look out for.
You predicted them.
Yeah.
All right, so the CNC for 9. And he already gave up 2 of his cards. He doesn't have the carrion husk. So
Yeah.
this might be a goodbye to the
And he
arsenal.
will draw off this CNC unless he donates the Scowling Flashback.
Yeah.
At least, yeah, there's the draw. So he took the 9. Makes sense. He gets the embodiment, which is nice. Keeps the channel round. That's your Swedish champion right there.
Wow. I mean,
That's
he
such
got
a-
lucky with some draws, but this is nice play too.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't see the life total. Oh, there's going.
Yeah, there we
It's
go.
going to 25. Yeah.
25.
So they're pretty much his life parity.
Yeah.
And that's why I said 11 wasn't enough.
Yeah.
I feel like you want to push them down to like 18 or 16, where even if they hit back, that's a mark of the beast. That's just 6.
Pitching the Art of War.
Yeah. So it's just 6, and I feel like there's another channel.
Another channel. Oh, in his hand, he has it. He has the embodiment too. He can block 4 with a channel, or he can place the new channel.
I think you bottom it with the E-Strike. You just go E-Strike 10.
E-Strike 10.
Or E-Strike 7
I think
and
that's,
draw.
that's better, yeah. Spread them out. Because you're not going to keep 2 channels around.
No. And if he has the Earth Blue, you can set up again. But I feel like he set up this turn.
You have the momentum now. Just
Like if he does another 18 or 20, he's winning.
Yeah.
Oh,
he plays it.
What's
And
his hand?
he pitches an Earth card so he can keep the second one around for 1 more turn.
Oh, it stacks, right?
A Lightning Surge coming in for 10 now.
Damn.
And he has the snaps up. The Lightning Surge, did it come from Arsenal?
Yeah.
So then it has go again.
Damn. Okay.
So this is a very
I didn't
nice start.
expect him to play 2, but it makes a lot of sense if you have the Earth Blue.
Yeah.
You cycle them around.
And maybe he still has the Tunic up. 2 cards in hand. This could be a massive turn. 2 channels.
I feel like this is he played every turn perfectly.
Yeah.
Up to this point, which
Right.
is
So he's gonna Scowling. So
this is a point where Scowling makes sense.
one of these cards will be intimidated. So this could really mess up the turn for Christopher.
2.
Can we see what he?
Damn.
All right.
He does have a tunic for Rosetta if he wants.
Yeah. The Rosetta is a little underwhelming when you have 2 channels up. You want to have an attack. Oh no, but he can't play it now.
No.
Oh.
That sucks.
I think
this is Scowling.
this is very good value. This saved him 10
very
damage.
very well played by Jasper.
Probably more damage. He would have picked maybe draw a card, used snappies.
Yeah,
something.
definitely.
Yeah. All right. He's going for the Rosetta with a Tunic counter, so that's coming in for 4, 2 arcane, 2 physical.
That's
So
Scowling flashback.
spreading the
though.
damage. Oh, the Scowling was crucial here.
If I'm watching from home, I'm like, oh, that's so good.
We're like that over here too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. We're just enjoying a nice game of Flesh and Blood.
That's such a good card.
All right, so 1 channel going away,
Yeah.
1 sticking around for a little bit. Let's see what the Levia player has in response.
He does have 3 cards. I see a beast within. I see a. Is that another Bloodthirst Meadows?
He has to start popping off now.
Yeah, but it's really hard as a Levia because you can go like pretty consistently.
There's a Blood Rush.
There's a Blood Rush.
Okay.
and he pitches a blue, and he discards the beast within.
Yep.
So he will be taking damage probably.
A Dredge Screamer. Okay.
So he takes one, only the one.
Yep.
I played against a rhino once who took like 6 damage off the beast within. He was throwing all the barraging beat downs.
All right. Well, Christopher, the briar is at 17 life, so he's not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, I feel like with levia, it's probably just like we had with the last game. If she puts something down that doesn't have relevant text, it's like, sure, I'll take it. Especially if you have a channel 5-card hand.
Yeah.
So I can't see the cards. Yeah. It's a claw for 5. Yeah, you always take the claw.
Yeah.
At least the first one.
Like maybe there's the second one. Then you go down to 7 health.
That's then it becomes scary. But does he have like the? Does he have the? He pitched the Dread Screamer. He only has 1 card, so.
Yeah.
Right? Is it just a 1 card?
I think he has 1 card. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you always take the second one, and if
no, he has 2 cards actually.
You just wait for when you have to block, and he still has the grasp. So that's a Dread Screamer.
He's gonna banish for that. Turn off the blood that maybe.
Yeah, no, he discarded already. He discarded the beast within.
No, but it's banish.
Oh, you need to banish the
banish is turning it off. Yeah. Rhynar is the discard. All right, so that's is that a hit? I think it is.
Yeah, the beast within.
Oh, and the Savage Feast and
Dread
I
Screamer.
think it's 3 hits. Yeah.
Yeah. No, 2, because the Dread Screamer is probably blue.
Oh, right. So he's up to 3 blood debt, but it's turned off right now. That's an 8 with Go Again or Dominate.
It's Go Again. Dread Screamer has Go Again.
Right.
So this is the point where you could just go Grasp and go to 1.
He has no cards in hand. You can go to 1. You have the channel up, but he's at 15 life. If he takes a bunch...
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes Grasp.
We know he has... Christopher has some cards. He has the E-Strike that can draw him a card. He has the Snappies. He can do a lot of stuff, but going down to 1 is scary.
Would you go down to 1 as Briar in this situation? Just put the Grasp in
I think I would. With the channel up?
Yeah.
I think it's this turn. You have to go.
You can even go E-Strike 10 on the last attack.
You can throw your Tunic in front of it. Well, it's not going to take 3 more turns, I think, so you can go down to 2.
He has no Tunic counter, so you can probably... Well, you can keep the Tunic for the odd 7, but I don't think Levia has many 7 breakpoints. If it's coming in for more than 6, it's probably 8. So... But if you go Grasp now, you can still do Grasp Tunic to block an 8.
That's better.
So you probably put the Grasp in front of this one.
Yep.
And yeah, we don't know what's in the hand. It's just not at the correct angle. I do see a Earth card, which will probably be blue. We do know the E-Strike.
The Earthlore Surge.
The E-Strike is in the arsenal, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, you see an Earthlore Surge?
The E-Strike can be an 8 with Go Again and a card draw, or a 10 with Go Again. It can put on a lot of pressure.
He needs to... I think he's calculating if he can force him into lethal range where he needs to block. Because if he's only attacking twice, and it's for 15, he can just block with 1 attack for 6. And if you're on 1, that will be a pretty tough fight.
Yeah.
And if he can go like 3 attacks with the channel, it's like 7, 7, 7 is 21. You're forcing him to at least block with 2 cards and maybe even the Scab Skins.
Yeah.
And then you can only expect the 6, and then you can win off the arcane damage actually.
Oh, arcane, yeah.
Oh, he's going to do... He's to feel safe as well, because it makes sense, because you, instead of just going to 1 and dying off something random. Oh, okay.
All right, so that's
playing it safe.
Yeah,
can't blame him. He's our ex-Swedish champion.
Tome. The tome blocks for 3, I think. So he takes
4
2
with the embodiment.
No, I think it's a 2 block by default.
Oh, it's a 2 block.
But we can look it up.
If I would have played Fable, I would have known.
Yeah, you should play it more. I hear it's fun.
Tome of Harvest, it's a 2 block. Yeah. So it's a really good card if you're going into the channel turn.
Yep.
But blocking 3.
Let's see what he has.
Yeah.
3
Maybe he still has the 3 attacks actually.
Yeah, it could be. We can not really see what's in his hand. And it's a Ravenous Rabble. That's good.
That's a good card.
It's coming in for 7 with Go Again.
And you can draw the Sonata off the E-Strike.
Yeah.
And then play the Sonata.
All right.
That's nice.
This is gonna be a turn.
Yeah. So that's 14, and if the Sonata hits, it's 15, and you can just draw the 0-cost attack, and then you're up to 22 damage.
But then
which
if the Sonata hits,
if
that's the gamble. But I would go for it.
I would go for it for 0 though.
Yeah, definitely 0. Yeah.
Well, it depends on his hand. Like we can't see his hand. Which
if he has a blue that he can't play, you could pay 2 more, draw 4, maybe hit twice.
Hit twice.
Or maybe have a better chance at least 1 hit.
Yeah.
But you need at least 1 more card draw to use the E-Strike.
Yeah, you will probably snap the E-Strike,
Yeah.
draw the Sonata, play out the Sonata.
Yeah, but then he has to... the E-Strike is an arsenal, right?
Yeah.
All right, so...
He's
thinking
taking
hard about
7
this
makes
move.
sense.
Oh, yeah, taking 7 now.
This is why you want to do 3 attacks, because now you're not taking a card.
Yeah, here's the E-Strike.
He'll probably do the draw. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. You always do the draw.
Yeah. So that's coming in for 8.
I do feel like Sonata doesn't have a lot of good hits, because he played like 1 or 2 Rebels already. If he takes damage off the E-Strike,
Could be
Scar
a
for Scar
Snatch
turns off.
Yeah.
Snatch would be nice, but you don't have the Snapdragons for Snatch.
No.
He donates 2 cards.
And
Scabs.
the Scabs.
So that's 7.
And he's
Snaps, of course.
snaps.
And now he needs to attack for 7.
Yeah.
If he attacks for 7, then Levia won't attack.
Yeah. Will he hit on the Sonata is the question now, I think.
Ooh,
Here's
this is
the big
spicy
draw.
Sonata.
All right. We're going to see 3 cards being flipped.
That's
1, 2 attacks, and a non-attack. He hits it.
He hits it.
So now he can
That's
pick
so
the
nice.
Exude or the Lightning. It doesn't matter. It's both 7.
Yeah, but if he has a Lightning Surge in hand, the Entwine Lightning gets go
It
again
gets
off
go
the
again.
fuse.
Yeah. But
then it's
there's not that many Lightning cards in Briar decks.
No. Of course not.
But it could have happened, yeah.
There's why would you not pick the Exude?
I think I would pick the Exude as well.
We don't know what the mystery card is.
Yeah, he still has 1 card in hand.
Is that another Sonata? No, it's a Lightning Surge. I said it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you called.
Yeah. So you go.
Oh, he played the wrong one. And
Damn.
he fuses it. So that's coming in for 7 with go again. And then he has another 7 attack coming in after this, or the Rosetta with arcane damage, depending on how much damage he takes now.
Yeah, he will take 1 probably. So this is always lethal.
He has no equipment anymore.
Yeah.
He'll block 3, take 4.
I would have loved the Carrion Huskar right about this turn.
Yeah. And another 7.
Yeah, that's a no block.
That's the fist
GG.
bump. Wow.
Yeah. What a game.
Impressive.
That's our ex-Swedish champion.
Ex-Swedish champion. Maybe. So this means, I think, a 3-0 for Christopher on Briar here.
It's looking like it. So the Swedish champions are on Briar. They're doing pretty good.
Yeah. So there were 4 Briars. I'm curious to see if the other Briars also have seen success.
Yeah.
I think we'll have some meta breakdown information for you.
Yeah, we can
after
actually
this.
switch to the meta breakdown because we have them ready.
Do we have
So-
live results?
Not live results. We can switch back to the meta breakdown and talk a bit more about what we saw as the players just wrap up the game.
Yep.
So we do see that the Swedish hero Briar is second on the list.
Yep.
And we talked about the Icelanders in this pool, but you're a Briar, so let's talk about... We saw a Briar win, Christopher. He
Yeah.
played it perfectly.
Yep.
He did have some luck, but that's what you need in a card game.
You do need the luck. I think if Christopher meets an Iyslander in one of the next rounds, it's going to be tough. Like
Yeah,
a lot of the turns he played now would have been a lot more difficult with
Yeah.
a single Frostbite.
Yeah, well, as a Briar, you can go for tall instead of wide, and tall into Iyslander can be pretty annoying. Because I played a game recently against a Briar, and he did the Earthlore Surge into CNC, for example.
Yeah. But that's a
Turn 0.
couple tall turns you can do. But a lot of the deck is the small go against.
Yeah.
You can make it work, but you really have to play it differently.
Yeah. And like, how are the other matchups? We saw the Briar dromai matchup.
Yeah.
I think it can be very polarizing because when you have the channel, everything's a popper.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the channel is crucial in that matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the briar into Bravo can also be tough.
Yeah, you played it a lot.
I played a lot of this game. Shout out to Michiel. The Bravo can really disrupt your game, like forcing you to either discard or you can only play one action, losing the go again. It's rough getting disrupted like that.
Yeah.
But same thing goes if the briar blocks a lot and you just get to play your hands, you can usually go wide enough to go around their defenses.
Yeah.
They have the big fridge of equipment, so not a lot of card draw in the early game, but
yeah, and it can be. I think you need to set up like the big channel turns, like channel, and maybe even a Tome of Harvest, a Sonata, so you can go like 3 or 4 attacks, forcing them to give their whole hand, to not value trade you with just going pitch Anatos. Or
well, the problem is if you go into the fatigue matchup trying to set up a big turn, you can't really pitch stack because the Sonata shuffles the deck.
That can be annoying, yeah. Well, you can always just play the Sonatas and then pitch stack if you're on the very, very long game, but then you'll probably play 2 channels, so it can be pretty hard.
Yeah.
The annoying part about Bravo is like the damage. You don't really care about the damage from Anatos or something, but when they come with a Spinal Crush, it's like, I don't want to block 9, but I do want to take more than 1 action.
It's choosing the best of the worst option.
Yeah.
Or what do you call it? Yeah.
I think that's why Guardians have been a very strong representation of the meta, because Flesh and Blood can be a very tempo-oriented game, and if we look at the top decks, you see Briar, you see Lexi, you see Viscerai. They're all very lean decks. They want to play off 1 blue. They want
in
to
a vacuum. They are crazy. They can do tons of damage.
But you need to have relevant on hits, and there are no on hits like the Guardian slams.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So I think the Warriors are a little underrepresented here.
No Dory.
We have 2 Boltyns and no Dories.
And in the US, we saw Dory on the 6th place. 19 Dories in the US.
A lot of Dories there. That's interesting.
So that sucks. But Briar into Lexi, by the way. That's
Briar into Lexi, yeah.
I like that matchup.
I like it for Briar too.
Yeah?
But maybe not new Lexi. I played a lot of Briar into Lexi and...
old Lexi?
Old Lexi.
That was easier for Lexi.
That was... was it?
Yeah.
That was my only win at ProQuest, actually.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That wasn't a very good Lexi. No, I'm joking. But, like, if you're talking about old Lexi, you're talking about Channel of Chilling Ice Vein, Blizzard Bolt Lexi. Yeah. I only lost 1 game on that against Briar because I forgot to Snapdragon. Wow. But then the game after I took his channel because he forgot to channel. And then we were on even ground because I was like, of course I snapped this. It's the first arrow. But it was my mistake, and I take it to the chin. But then he forgot to channel for his channel mount, and I tend to be a good guy. It was a pro quest. I tend to be a good guy. I'm like, oh yeah, I know, it's fine. But then I was ruthless. I was like, no, Judge,
you're gone. You're out of
your
here.
channel's gone. If I couldn't snap, you don't get to keep the channel.
All right.
And that was a very close game. But anyways, I still like it for Lexi because you run the Ice Quakes now. Most of them do. You run. You can run hamstring shots, which hamper them. Yeah. You want to play off the arsenal, so if you do Codex, you generally get 2 value because Rosetta Storm is only coming in for 1.
For 1, yeah.
The arsenal gets -1, so a breakpoint from the 7 from the channel is a 6.
4 becomes a 6 or a 3. Yeah.
Which are pretty nice, but I do feel like who draws the power cards wins. And when I was on the calling Antwerp, I played against a Briar who I played 6 arrows into. He was just a porcupine, basically. 6 arrows in 1 turn, because it was like boltyn shot, endless arrow, endless arrow, endless arrow, endless arrow. The fun thing about playing Lexi is...
Should we ban 3 of a kind, by the way?
No. Okay. Honestly, 3 of a kind isn't a problem, I feel. It is a pseudo-carrion husk, where you can block 6 and pitch a blue into the 3 of a kind. Yeah. But you're limited to 2 attacks, which makes it fair, in my opinion. I did like the Bullseye Bracers ban, because I could have never done the 6 arrow turn into the Briar if I didn't have the Bullseye Bracers. Yeah. Rip Bullseye Bracers.
Forever.
And how's Briar into Uzuri? Did you play much against Uzuri?
I don't think I have, actually. I think only once.
Uzuri is pretty strong against decks that use their arsenal to carry over cards, which briar does want to do, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So like a Leave No Witness can be pretty annoying.
Yeah. No, especially the channel turns. You lose 2 cards out your hand to play the channel, pitch 3. Yeah. You want to set up the turn so you have at least some attack actions during that turn already. So yeah, getting that arsenal destroyed is bad. Yeah.
And briar for Viscerai, most people say if you want to play Runeblade in this meta, just play briar.
Play briar. I would say the same. Yeah.
Well, it can be annoying as a briar because I think I'm not sure if Christopher ran any arcane barrier. He didn't.
No, he didn't.
And most briars don't. I feel like.
You would prefer not to. Yeah.
Well, maybe. Well, they run dyadic into Iyslander.
Into Iyslander, you would run the dyadic carapace that has AB2.
But that doesn't help against
the Vexing Cool Hand has AB1 as well.
Oh,
so you can change the glove so you have AB3.
Yeah, but maybe you want to grasp into Viscerai.
Yeah.
Block off the annoying 7 attacks.
Yeah.
So it can be pretty hard to staunch the arcane damage from Viscerai.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you just do a channel into them, it's just block with your whole hand. You still take 20.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're done with round 3 and we're going into a lunch break now.
Yeah, the players will be drafting after this. So we will be offline for a while. We do have some segments coming up as well. Yep. So just
stay tuned. Yeah, we'll put a message on screen or in the chat about what times we'll be back.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back with some drafting games.
We'll probably set up a timer. We need to check with our technician, but maybe we can do a timer because we do have to eat lunch as well.
Yep.
And I want to try some Swedish snacks actually.
Oh, that sounds
for
good.
Swedish viewers. I haven't tried any. Well, a fika.
We have a really
twice. I ate them twice.
Yeah,
2 fikas.
Right.
1 vanilla, 1 cinnamon.
The Swedish people love their sweet foods.
Yeah.
Very nice pastries.
So we probably want to do some, eat some sweets.
Yeah.
On stream. We will get a countdown so you won't miss it. And I wanted to say sleep safe because that was the joke from last night. But they don't know. I said instead of sleep tight, I said sleep safe. Stay away from knives. So
it's the best
sleep safe.
advice
Stay away from knives.
All right. See you after the
break,
break,
boys and girls. We're back.
We're back, and we're unmuted.
We have some very fun stuff in front of us.
Some very fun stuff. We'll save that for later. Keep the people
3 drafts, 3 CC rounds.
I thought you were thinking about the candy.
Yeah, and we have Swedish candy. But I also have this. Something most people wanted. You cannot see it, probably. It's full of notes, but it's the standings for the tournament right now. So we have 6 players that are 3-0, which seems about right.
And a good spread on the heroes, I think.
Yeah, especially on the top.
Yeah.
It's very surprising, actually, because when we looked at the meta breakdown, you would expect the lexis to go up higher, but there's no lexi at this moment.
Not in the top 8.
Undefeated.
Yeah.
So if we're looking at like the heroes, it's Iyslander. You're hearing this for the first time.
Yeah.
Iyslander, briar, uzuri.
Let's go.
Iyslander, dash.
Dash. The only dash.
The only dash. Bravo.
All right.
Levia. And an Iyslander.
All right. So 3 of the 6 Icelanders going undefeated. That was sort of
2.
expected.
There's one 2-1.
Oh, that's 2-1. All right.
And I think he's a favorite for the tournament as well. It's Tobias Lind.
Right.
He's 2-1 at this moment. So if we start off on the top, it's I'll butcher all these names, by the way.
Go for it.
Joachim. He's first in line with the Iyslander. We have Christopher, who we saw on stream.
Yeah, the Briar from
Briar,
round 3.
who's playing a very good game.
Yeah.
I actually talked to him, and he said he only he felt he didn't play as clean. I was like, what? Anyways, we have Linus. I saw he won the Danish Road to Nationals.
Really?
And that's how he got his invite. So I'm not sure if Linus
if you play the Road to
Rothammer.
Nationals, you win an invite for your own national.
Yeah, I went to Belgium, but I conceded because I didn't want to take their invite.
Such a good guy.
I went 6-0, but I had the Swiss curse. Anyways, it's not about me. We have Italo, who's a Stockholm native. Well, not native, but he ran the Super Armory last night.
Yeah.
Very chill dude. He's an Iyslander. He's 3-0. We have Dennis, and now I'm going to butcher his last name. Fröberg.
We'll look to the Swedish guy.
Fröberg. Fröberg. Dennis.
Fröberg.
Yeah.
Fröberg.
That's worse.
He's the resident Dash player. Oh, I talked to that guy yesterday. Yeah,
he was here. Yeah.
He was very excited about Dash, so it's cool he brings Dash. He was talking about if he banishes like a combustible, the chamber. If he banishes it off the top, he loses.
The induction chamber.
Induction chamber, yeah. We have Jacob Trossing.
Yeah.
He's on Bravo. He's one of the 3 Bravos. 4. We had 4. We saw Jasper on stream.
Yeah.
With Levia. He was playing really well.
Yeah.
Showing us the power of the scowling flashback.
Definitely.
And the last one is Tobias Lind on Iyslander.
Yeah.
And I did note some other players. Also some players from the pod we're going to watch. So last night I was playing in the Super Armory. And Andreas Björnsson, one of the Karlstad guys, I believe, he beat me twice. Twice, yeah. Boltyn is pretty strong if you draft the thief of the Vanguard and like 4 red take flights. That's a strong deck.
That does it. Yeah.
And he has a Gallantry Gold, and I was on Prism. He just beat me twice in 30 minutes. So definitely one of the players to look out for. I feel like if I'm looking at the players from Karlstad are really, really stacked. Like most of them are really good. We have we also have Albert. We have one of the Niklases also coming from Karlstad. So it's a stacked city. Watch out for the Karlstad crew. But they're not in top 8 right now. So
yeah, they have to prove themselves.
They do seem intimidating. And the pod we're following, I believe Andreas is in it and Albert is as well. So I'm not sure about the other players, but both Andreas and Albert won the Super Armory last night on their respective pods.
Very good players.
Very good players indeed. And Albert is on Lexi, by the way. He's 2-1, so no love lost. But he's at spot 15, but he's very much in the clear if he's going to go do a good draft.
Anything can happen in a draft.
Anything can happen in a draft.
We've seen that in the first pod.
We were watching the first pod, and it was just a very strange draft. It was very fun to see what people pick, and I think Monarch is a very polarizing draft. If you have 8 players that know what they're doing, it can be a very strong draft. But if you have like everyone has other cards they pick, which makes it a very hard to
even for the same heroes.
Draft if people are less experienced, because if you're not going to first pick a seeds, I'm gonna think Chane is open. But you might be on seeds because you prioritized another card, for example, and that's the hard thing about Monarch. I feel like the knowledge just isn't there for most players, because outsiders, you start sealed in outsiders
and drafting a lot.
You draft at the local armories, and at our armory we're doing a few Monarch drafts, but we did like 4 or 5 outsiders drafts in like the first 4 weeks, and you play the sealed and you play a skirmish, and
and I think outsiders is easier to draft.
Yeah, definitely. So I feel the draft will be very interesting to watch, and well, we have the list right here. I think everything can change.
It can shake things up.
It's no one's game, because the people in the first pot can go 0-3, and then you're 3-3, and people in the second pot, which we're going to watch, the runner-ups, the Karlstad boys can
really surprise us.
Suddenly surprise us and be 5-1 out of the draft. And when I was looking at them yesterday, they had pretty good decks, so they know what they're doing. And we also have another Stockholm favorite, Erica. She's currently 19th, also 2-1. There's a lot of 2-1. So although there's a top 8, and it for some players it might feel like, oh, I've lost the first one. I think a lot of people can submarine, like just take the first loss or take the second loss and ace the draft. And after the draft, you're on the good side, and you know what you can expect. Because it can be hard if you start 0-1, you'll get into the danger zone of finding decks.
Lose another one.
Now you get into the danger zone of not knowing which decks you're going to face, because the people going 0-1-0, you'll probably expect lexi, iyslander, etc. But if you're going 0-1 and someone just flips Fi and you're dromai, you're like, Fi isn't the current hero. And suddenly you're 0-1 and the Fi that thought, let's bring Fi, for example, you're faced up against him, you're 0-2, and that's pretty much your tournament
life. It's a Fi that doesn't run draconic attacks, so it's unexpected.
It can be a tough one. So I feel like going 0-1 is very dangerous because you don't know the meta, but if you come out of a 2-1, you're on the you're not playing against the top players. So you can submarine pretty easily, especially if you have a strong draft. So drafts will definitely make or break this tournament, I feel like.
And there's 2 drafts.
2 drafts?
Right?
No, just one. I think 9 rounds. 3 CC, 3 draft, and then 3 CC. And tomorrow we have top 8.
Top 8 already, All right.
So, anything you want to add about the draft?
No, I think that's a good summary. It's a difficult set to draft. So there's no guarantees that the good players will have a good draft. We'll see. We'll have some interesting games, I think.
Definitely, and we will be following one pod. So we'll try and get the information about the pod if we can, about what everyone is playing, without, of course, alerting the players. So we should probably get someone to find out what everyone is playing in that pod. I saw a Chane and a Boltyn, that's for sure. It looked like he was the only Boltyn, and the Chane looked pretty stacked as well. So that will be very interesting, seeing if a Chane, the only Chane or the only Boltyn, can carry the pod. But we'll have to see.
Right.
So
we'll just wait for the players to set up. So they are not here yet.
No, I think they're still deck building.
They had 15 minutes for deck building after registration. So we have some time to kill. We are in Stockholm, and we have some special Swedish candies and treats here with us.
It does feel like we're cheating though, because we've heard this is for the Swedes, or for the non-Swedes, this is licorice, and it's something you give to the foreigners that don't know Sweden or don't know licorice. But we're Dutch. We've been hardened by the weather.
The weather.
And I've been eating licorice.
Don't talk to the Swedes about the weather.
No, that's fair. But when you're Dutch, you also get licorice. So
but these things there are called jungle screams. So I'm very curious to taste them. See if we'll scream.
So this is not advertising. We're not sponsored by these brands, so we should probably cover them up.
Yeah, just like candy.
So okay.
Yeah, the highlight will be eating a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. Or a hockey puck.
Or a hockey puck. Both.
They do have very functional snacks.
Yeah.
So, okay. So it looks like this. It's a very small black cube.
All right.
Let's go. I'm not as scared as maybe Americans should be.
Yeah. It's tiny.
It's tiny.
Skål.
Skål.
Oh.
That's hard.
Oh. Okay, I get why they call it jungle screams.
It will break my teeth.
It's pretty intense.
Well, it's covered by salt, which just gets you.
Yeah.
But like, it's not the most extreme licorice taste I've ever tasted.
Once the salt is off, it's just a sweet piece of candy.
It's like a punch in your mouth. Bam,
bam,
bam, and then you get the licorice.
Well,
we actually didn't do it the correct order because licorice fills your whole mouth, so that will influence all the other snacks.
Yeah, and now we can't eat anything else for a couple minutes, probably. Yeah, this is good content.
We have a jungle scream, which is like pretty normal, but we have cars, a vacuum cleaner, and a hockey puck. So,
yeah,
we have some goodies still coming up. I still have to digest. Yeah. We also have chocolate milk, like the Swedish chocolate milk. We had to get it, so we'll have to try.
Yeah.
But we do need to get glasses, actually, if they have them.
We have people for that, I think. Somewhere.
Okay, it's gone.
I'm still working on it. It's such a tiny piece of candy.
It's like a brick.
I'll just mute myself and I'll chew real hard.
Oh man, I hope the mic doesn't pick it up right now. He's working. He's working hard. If you think it's fun to cast, we have to eat small stones.
It's hard work, but it's a living.
Okay, so if anyone's watching and is in Stockholm, if you want some licorice, head over to Dragonslair.
Get some jungle.
We'll hook you up with some jungle scream.
Yeah. I'll say it in Swedish.
Jungle vröl. Vröl. The sounds are pretty easy because it's about the same as to Dutch. So
yeah,
hey is also.
Yeah, I think it helps. Like if you fake speaking Swedish, it helps.
Vröl.
Because it actually sounds like that.
Yeah.
I think.
Nice. So yeah, what's up next?
I think the vacuum cleaner might be a nice palate cleanser.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So,
or is this like dessert too? So the vacuum cleaner is a green piece of what is it? Marzipan covered with chocolate, filled with sponge and punch.
Oh, he said something like chocolate or something. So in Sweden they call this vacuum cleaners because they look like old vacuum cleaners, but I don't think we had those vacuum cleaners in the Netherlands.
No.
It might have been a Swedish brand.
It's very sticky.
Oh.
Maybe it's gotten too hot.
All right. Well, it's quite hot in the basement. Yeah. For our Dutch viewers, it does look like a mergpijpje, which is, I think, that's what I'm expecting. Like I'm expecting pretty much the same, but this is green, and then Dutch, it's called marrow bone, which makes it sound a lot worse than it is.
But I'm curious about the punch.
Is there punch?
It's a punchrulle.
Oh, okay.
So let's go mute ourselves again. So
the
people don't have to listen to us chew. And we'll be right back with a taste verdict.
So I'm done. It's good.
It does pack a punch.
Yeah, that's why they call it punschrule.
But it's filled with some kind of chocolate. Like a Dutch merkpijpje is soft cake.
Yeah.
This
And
is,
jam.
Very dense chocolate. And it tastes like there's alcohol in it.
Yeah, exactly. It might probably be something like alcohol, or might just be the way it's processed. It makes it a bit of a machine-like taste as well.
That's the vacuum part.
That's the vacuum part.
machine
That's why they
taste.
call them vacuum
Yep.
cleaners. I'm a bit loud, so this is a lot better.
All right, we're getting some sound from the other room, but it's not the players.
Yeah, they're probably setting up or just hanging out. So, how many out games out of 5 do you give the punschrule?
Punschrule. I'm not sure if I would eat this again. It's pretty nice, but I think I prefer merkpijpjes.
I don't like either.
I will
very
give
much.
it two outs out of 5.
Nice. That's same. Probably the same. It's not bad, but
It's
it's
not
not.
bad.
It's not a snack I would eat daily. Like if I'm
Yeah.
in a train station going home after a long day, I don't think I'll go for the punschrule.
No. I would prefer the normal chocolate balls. Did you have that yesterday?
No.
I think the filling is almost the same, but then the outside is just covered in coconut. It's
I should take one for my girlfriend. Actually,
Yeah,
she
she loves the coconut.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we have 2 dangerous.
I think the cars are just. I've had the cars before.
Yeah.
They're
So
nice.
this is very Swedish,
Very Swedish.
and there's a pun on here for the people that don't know Swedish, like me. It got this explained to me. They say it's the most sold car in Sweden.
Yeah. It's probably true. It's like the other. Do you know which company in the world sells the most rubber tires?
No.
Lego. Yeah.
God damn it!
Yeah, no, it's true.
makes sense.
Yeah. They're tiny.
Oh man! Okay, you were telling me a story about these yesterday.
So actually, last year I was in Sweden and I went on a hike with a Swedish friend of mine. And there's this tradition. I know. It's just something that the kids do, I guess. You put these cars in a bottle of schnapps. And the cars, they just suck up the schnapps and they become huge and they taste like diluted schnapps with sugar. And it's pretty disgusting. So the schnapps taste like car and the cars taste like schnapps.
So it's
And
the
but
worst.
you can
both.
drink it and then eat it. It's an experience.
It sounds like an experience. Are you with candy? Do you have a preference for color? So I'm like, I like pink and red.
Pink and red. I think I'm more a green yellow guy.
So do you also more like the sour, like the lemon and the apple?
Lemon
flavor?
and apple, lime. I really like lime, mint.
They
The
do have
fresh
green
flavors.
ones. Do they have? Would they have different tastes for color,
I don't think so.
or is it just like to make it more fun? So I have a.
Just grab 5 and.
Oh, you take them by.
I think so.
Yeah, just just
One
chuck
of
them.
each. One of each.
One of
All
each.
right.
Yeah,
Here we go.
that's mute. So let's go.
I could eat a lot of these.
Yeah. Me too.
These are good.
Yeah, I'm also known for liking a bit of a chew. So also like very crunchy chips or crisps. I like those as well.
Yeah.
And this is a bit chewy, and I like the chewy structure as well.
I can imagine having these in the car. Like in the Netherlands, we have autodrop.
Yeah.
You have
Car licorice.
Yeah, car licorice. You have a box of autodrop
Yeah.
in the car. You eat them while you drive. Way too many.
Yeah.
These would work for that.
So I recently bought a car.
Yeah. Can you tell me more about your car?
It's called Berry. It's a Toyota Yaris uit 2001, but it wasn't about the car. I talk too much about my car. Anyways, I have a lot of autodrop in my car. The car
Nice.
licorice. I've had like 3 boxes already, and we were driving back from an armory with our good friend Michiel, and we do like a CC armory in Utrecht, it's like an hour's drive, and it starts at 7, so you're driving home at like 11. Okay. So we're at home at like 1:30, half past 12. And I just devoured those candies because I needed something to eat, and I needed some sugar to stay alert.
That's dangerous. You're in the car driving home from work or wherever, going to the supermarket, and you're hungry, and on the way there you just eat a bag of sugar.
Yeah, you don't notice. And I'm not sure if the Swedes keep this in their car as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
And then they're like lukewarm because you have
Okay. Check.
So we have some players setting up here.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're gonna switch over to the table real soon. We have actually it's Ashkan. We've had him on stream before.
Oh yeah. He was playing the rhynar.
Yeah.
And he was playing a very good game. And that's the guy that beat me, Andreas.
Andreas Björnsson.
Very nice guy, by the way.
And he's on boltyn. Let's switch to the table view.
So the brute player is playing the brute. And I know Andreas is on Uzuri this tournament.
Yeah.
And he's on boltyn. But he beat me on boltyn last time. And he was telling me when they draft in Karlstad, he's always the boltyn at the table that gets the V for the Vanguard. We, of course, don't know if he has a V now.
Actually, I do. Funny story, but I registered his deck just now.
Oh, really now?
Yeah.
So you know all the cards, and you know the secret spice.
I will tell you, but he has a Lumina Ascension. Just one. So
V.
Yeah, he has a pretty decent deck, I'd say.
Nice. I was watching his table just before they started deck registration. It was like pick 40 or pick 39. There was a yellow take flight, and he just slammed it like bam, take flight. That was just a gift. Yeah,
I take it.
Yeah, it was just a gift. So he slammed it on the table, and he was like, "Thank you very much."
We're getting a visit from our favorite judge
and producer,
Tournament
organizer, and legend of Stockholm.
Oh, general legend.
Wait.
Let's go back to the
legend of Stockholm.
You gotta see this.
Henrik.
Hello everyone. I don't know if you hear me, but things are going great and players are happy. At least that's what I think. What they really are, I don't know.
And we're trying to get people to Dragonslair, because if they do, they'll get a jungle brawl. So if you do come, say hi to Henrik. He's a good guy, and you'll get a jungle scroll from us.
Yeah. It tastes like shit, but yes.
You were very hard. We should probably get back to the game.
All right, they're just setting up. Alright, so the game is on the way.
Let's see, I didn't see who started.
They haven't started yet, actually, so I don't know either. They just had the fist bump, and one of them will throw down a card soon.
Yeah, we'll see. I think you want to start as boltyn.
I think Andreas is starting with an engulfing light. So that's a charge card. He can put one in his soul.
That's nice.
On hit, it also goes into his soul. So it's a chance for a double charge. But turn 0, it's going to be blocked.
Probably. But he got the first charge, which is nice.
Starting with a card in soul is very nice.
And let's just pull up boltyn, because it's very relevant for...
he actually has a courageous steel hand. So the attack reaction, because he charged, he can give it plus 3, 2, or 1, depending on the color.
Nice.
So it actually hit and goes into his soul. So 2 souls, turn 0, that's very nice.
That's a good card. And you need soul to give attacks go again, because boltyn has 2 layers of text on his hero. And we do see that the life totals aren't changing.
The life totals are still at 40, but we're playing Blitz, so they start at 20, both of them.
And he probably took 3, so I think the levia is at 17. But let me just quickly go and get someone from the technical staff and see if we can fix the life totals.
All right. I'll try to see what's happening here. There's a pulping smash being played. So the life totals are being looked at. That's a big swing coming from the levia. only one piece of equipment on his side, but it's the hooves of the Shadow Beast, which is very crucial to the levia game plan. Having the banish. Okay. Andreas blocking for 3 with an Express Lightning. And then the Ravenous Meat Axe. He will draw a card, discard a random card, and this could turn it into a 5 if this is a 6 attack. Which I think it is. Oh, we're just fixing the life totals. Okay, so we're just gonna put a screen in the video again. The connection to our live tracking program has terminated.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's visible for us now, so we can see.
They are having some difficulty with the app. All right, so it's 18 to 14 already.
Ooh.
The Pulping Smash having hit for 6.
And I have a breakdown for this pod, actually. So we have, let's see, 2 Boltyns, 2 Prisms, 2 Chanes, 2 Levias.
Wow, that's a very nice even spread.
Yeah. Oh.
So that could mean some very even games too.
Yeah, probably. But I do feel like you want to be the only Chane. You want to be the only Levia. So those Levia, both the Levia and the Chane will probably have quite a hard game. Ooh, he's going for the Gallantry.
So the Gallantry Gold buffs all weapon attacks by 1, and this is very handy for Boltyn, because any attack that is above its base value can give he can give it go again by banishing a card from his soul.
Yeah, and with the True Soul he got off turn 0, he can attack twice.
Yeah, he can give both his weapons go again, and then still have some cards in his hand to attack with maybe.
Yeah. Probably.
And then having the 2 different axes, so the second axe will come in for 4.
He's putting it up for 3, which
it should come in for 4.
Right?
See if anyone notices.
There should be a judge. I just saw a judge over at the table.
Yeah. It's easy to forget if you don't play Boltyn that often, but
yeah.
The Hatchet of Body and the Hatchet of Mind, they buff each other. So
if you attacked with the first one, the second one gets
yeah.
So he's going to
he will give it go again.
But I'm not sure if he saw the damage.
Yeah, he missed the 1 damage there. And now he has an Express Lightning. Will charge his soul and will come in for 4.
This is a pretty good turn.
Yep.
He didn't charge, so he didn't get the +1 on the attack for the X. So it should be 4, but the life totals didn't change.
Yeah, there should be 1 damage that leaked.
Yeah.
But he charged now from the Express Lightning.
Oh yeah, so
Express Light, not Lightning. We're not looking at Lexi. So that's the second part of Boltyn, which we haven't talked about. But if you have charged something into your soul, defending with an attack action card, like this Dread Screamer, will buff the attack by 1. So this will turn it into a 5.
Yeah.
So now there's 2 damage going through.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll just go get a judge to sort everything out.
Yeah. Do we? Can we?
I'll check. I'll check.
Well, let's just check. Stuff like this is, we want to be sure the games go correctly. All right, so the Ravenous Meat Axe coming in for 3. Coming in for 5 because of the discard. He drew 1 card, but had to discard 1 random card, which was a 6 attack. So that 3 turns into a 5. So Andreas is thinking about the block here. It's 5 plain vanilla damage.
Yeah, I just notified someone, so we're just getting a judge to check if it's a correct ruling to change the life total or if it's just a missed trigger. If it's a missed trigger, we just want to make sure that the game state is viable.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we're checking in with the judge, so I just asked the players to take a small break so we can check the judge.
All right.
Because it's outside interference, of course, but it is a we missed 1 damage, so it's up to the judges to decide what they do with it. But I think this is just the most fair way to just let a judge take care of it because they are running the tournament.
Yeah.
I'll probably head out and talk to the judge what I saw, and they can decide on what they want to do.
Give them our statement.
Yeah.
You know, talk to the police.
Definitely. So I'll be back in a sec.
And now you can look at Giovanni on screen probably if he stands in the right spot. Let's see if I can pull up. All right. So we hope there's a judge coming soon. There's I think 4 or 5 judges walking around here, so it should be pretty swift. And especially in Blitz, like 1 damage, that's 5% of your life. It can be very relevant, and especially in the end game as Levia, when you are dealing with the blood tap, like 1 damage more or less can mean victory or defeat. And I see Giovanni returning to our dark room, and they are continuing play. And I think that means it's considered a missed trigger.
Yeah.
All right.
So we checked with the judge, and they're saying stream table is pretty much like every other table, and if both of them missed it, we will act like it's a missed trigger.
Okay.
And they both missed it, so there's no problem for us. We did note it to the judge, and if it works, in his favor or it doesn't work in his favor, it's up to the cards to decide.
Exactly. All right, we'll see what happens.
Read your cards, kids.
Read your cards. Yeah.
I do hope as well that the 1 life won't be relevant.
Yeah.
But probably I won't tell him. If it's 1 life, I won't tell him that he missed 1 life.
You don't want to know that.
No. It's like the same. I wouldn't want to know either.
All right. So there's a cross the line coming in for 4.
So I think he blocked with 2 cards on the X. I saw him attacking with the X.
So he blocked with 2 cards. I think he charged 1. Yeah. No, he didn't charge actually. He just attacks for 4. He has 2 floating, but he can't give it go again, I think. Yeah. No, the card was in soul already, so the cross the line can't really be buffed now.
Unless there's a courageous steel hand in the arsenal.
In the arsenal, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
That would be perfect.
I feel like this is fine for Boltyn. You generally block 2, attack with 1 card, and set up for the big turn. And he used one of his big turns early with the Gallantry Gold and the Axis, which is, when counted correctly, it's 7 damage.
Yeah. It's the most you can hope for with the Gallantry.
Yeah, and it's all for blue, so that's usually a game finisher. He used it early, so he might have a very good card that he's waiting for to finish up the game. And here he just takes 4 damage, but it will be interesting to see what the Levia does. That looks like an Endless Maw. Yeah. Is it? No, it's a... I'm trying to see what it is. Because it's an Ungodly Bellow.
Yeah.
So Unworldly?
Unworldly Bellow.
Unworldly Bellow.
So he will have to banish 3 cards now.
So now, I feel like when you're drafting Levia, your game plan is to stack the graveyard with 3 attacks.
And then just go ham. All right. There's a Dread Screamer, the Pulping Smash that came in for 7, I think, or 8.
Pulping is 6 on red.
6, all right. All right. Yeah. Well, it's still a hit. Yeah. The Blood Debt is turned off. And I think his next attack gets a nice buff now.
Yeah. Let's look it up. I'm not entirely certain what the buff of Unworldly Bellows is. I think it's +3.
I think so too.
Unworldly.
There we go.
Oh.
Oh. Card right?
Card left.
Card left. Hey.
So we can see you need to banish 3 additional cards. It's +4.
+4.
That's nice.
That's good. So
So
this coming in for 9.
That's a blue. It looks like
It's a Graveling Growl.
Graveling Growl for. So he banished again because of the Graveling Growl you need to, or is it just a discard?
I think the Graveling is only 1. Oh, it's Gravely? There's only 1 L.
Graveling. Yeah.
Graveling Growl. 6 or more has been putting your banish on.
You can play it. And of course he
He
banished off the Unworldly Bellows.
So a 7 for 1, or a 1 for 7, as one might say, is actually really good value.
But it got +4 of the Worldly, so it's probably a blue.
Yeah.
So it's a 9 attack, and as a Boltyn you probably want to block 2 and attack with 1 card.
Boltyn is really good at just blocking 6, swinging back, charging soul, just waiting for that perfect turn. We know he has the Lumina. You need some setup for that because it only works at its best if you've charged.
Yeah.
But then charging and having the go again, you need to take flight or some other kind of card that gets buffed, so you can use Boltyn to give it go again.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to set up, especially in draft. So.
Is he taking the damage? Because I feel like in a world like,
hang on,
yeah, he's taking the 9.
He's taking 9 from the wrong life total. Yeah, there we go. Oh, nope. Oh. All right. Yeah, he's at 5 health.
It's fine. They got it.
I think that's Jimmy's finger with the ring on it. There's someone
it's
helping
fixed.
them out. Yeah,
perfect. It will be very interesting what he has on the swing back, because for me this felt like a very pivotal turn because Levia started banishing cards, and if she starts banishing cards, she starts
the Lumina.
She starts to include Blood Tap.
Yeah.
And she's on the clock, so you could technically block out.
Yeah.
And she will just.
I think he's gonna try to force him to block right now. The Lumina is like the core of a Boltyn deck. You really like it. So it says if you hit with a weapon this turn, you reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a light card, it goes into your soul and you gain a life.
Okay.
Then if you've charged, you can attack with all of your weapons an extra time. Now that's pretty hard to do. It would cost you 4 resources, but it could heal you for 2. It would give you 2 cards in soul maybe.
Yeah.
And it gives your weapon +1 as well.
Ooh, that's very nice.
So that also makes it possible to get the go again.
So it's the first weapon swing. So
he's coming in for 3, and he can use Boltyn to give it go again. If it hits, he might get 1 card in soul and can do the same thing with the next axe.
So he's gambling,
he's gambling,
just like Levia with the banishes.
Yeah,
interesting.
So if the Levia now blocks for 3, he doesn't hit. He would have to spend the soul, but then he wouldn't be able to give the next axe go again, because he wouldn't have a soul.
But it needs to hit for it to go to soul.
Yes.
But this is a hard one, because if you don't block, it hits, and if you block it, oh no, he didn't charge.
He didn't charge. So it will stay at 3. So that's I would block this.
Yeah.
Especially he has 2 cards in hand and 1 in soul, so you will have to you will put him on the spot.
Let's see.
He's gonna look at his discard. Can he finish the game next turn? Is he willing to take this damage?
Yeah, because I think you can take damage, but he needs something to extend his turn. So either another unworldly bellows, or dread scream, or
I think I saw a dread screamer in his hand actually.
Then you probably take the damage.
Yeah, he's at 14. He has some life to play with. Yeah.
So he goes down to 11.
He takes the 3. We'll see the reveal of the top. Oh, it's not a light card, so it will not go into his soul.
Damn, that sucks.
That if you're that screws up his plans. Yeah.
So he has a second swing.
All right, the second swing is very nice. So this will buff your next weapon attack by 4 on a red one, I think, as long as you've attacked before.
And we see it take flight. He's
pitching to take flight. So this should be coming in for 8 now. If it's a red second swing, I think.
It's a red. It looks like a red.
And he's doing the numbers.
He's counting it up.
7.
He's missing the
I think he
again.
forgot the 1 from the headshot.
It can be tricky if you're...
Can we pull up the second swing, just to be sure it's a +4?
can't swing.
Oh, that's another boltyn. All right, yeah. So,
So it's plus
the
4.
red second swing gives it +4.
So it should be 3 of Lumina, so 2 plus 1, and because he attacked with the other axe, it should have been...
It should be an 8.
Should be an 8. Well, to be fair, like, of course he's missing a damage, but 7 against 8.
Yeah.
7 is the break point.
It's not
which
a
is nice.
very big difference.
But I do feel like he's behind quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because if you're Levia, you might block 2, swing back.
Yeah. And Ashkan on Levia still has a 5-card hand for next turn.
Yeah.
He has a stacked graveyard, I think.
And he's a rhino, so he's used to...
he's taking
ooh, okay, this is going to be very interesting.
This is going to be interesting, yeah.
If he has the Dread Screamer, it's probably game, to be honest. Ooh, it hit. Oh, it extends the turn. Oh no, he cannot banish for go again.
Yeah, actually, that's a good thing. The second swing does break the chain, but that doesn't matter for the Lumina. It is not during the same chain. It's this turn, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and he started off with the Lumina. The second swing should put the X away. So this time it wasn't a missed trigger because the X wouldn't be.
The X only says if the last attack this turn was Hatchet of Body.
Not this chain.
Let's pull up the
Hatchet.
We're teaching people the ways of boltyn.
Well, we're learning the ways of boltyn. So we get a Hatchet, just any of them, because they both have the same text. And he attacked with the body second.
So here you can see whenever you attack with Hatchet of Body, if Hatchet of Mind was the last attack this turn. So not this chain.
So it's not a chain.
Yep.
So it should work, like we said, although the chain broke, the last attack this turn was the other Hatchet, so it doesn't matter. That way you can also play Lumina in between.
He's coming in with the Zealous Belting now, by the way, with Go Again. Deep-Rooted Evil in the pitch zone.
Yeah, this is a cool play because he's transforming that blue, maybe it's a no block or 2 block, into a 4 block because he has the Iron Rod Gauntlet and Chest.
Yeah.
So I feel if you're drafting, you want to actually get 2. So you can turn a yellow into a
you don't want to
4
pitch
block,
one card into a 2 block.
And you can do it as Prism because you pitch 1 blue into the Iron Rod and then you can make a Spectral Shield if you have Soul. But in most other decks, you actually want 2 or even 3 because you can turn 1 blue into 6 block, which is very strong. But most of the heroes actually want 2 equipment. So for Chain, you want Ebb and Fold and Aether Weave. So you just have the 2 slots left.
If you're able to draft 3 Iron Hides, you are lucky.
No, you're unlucky because you probably want another equipment. So for Boltyn, you want Halo and you want Gallantry Gold. As a Chain, you want Stubby Hammers. You want Aether Weave. You want
there's better equipment.
They're better equipment. But if you're like if you're going to pick them, probably if you can pick 3,
you can turn 1 blue into a Carrion Husk.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Or you could just draft a Carrion Husk.
That's easier. Yeah.
That's much easier.
That's just 1 card. He's using the hooves
to banish.
To banish for an action point. So maybe he missed on the banish before, but
it looks like it.
Don't think. Yeah.
And he's playing the Boneyard Marauder, which is a no block card because he couldn't have blocked very well last turn because Zealous Belting is better on the attack, and the Boneyard Marauder.
All right.
So he just puts down the cards.
1 damage going through. And that's pretty much Andreas' whole hand there.
Yeah, I saw an Unworldly Bellows in his hand.
And he's just counting the blood debt, I think.
It's, by the way, the guy asking a question is one of our locals.
Yeah. Good question, Summit.
Yeah. Awesome to see you around.
Yeah.
Ooh, let's see. It's Unworldly Bellows.
Unworldly.
Oh, he uses the axe.
So the axe comes in for 5. No, for 3 because the Unworldly Bellow is not a 6 attack. Yeah.
That was great play by Andreas to keep the equipment and the 1 floating because he started off the chain with the Iron Rod body.
Yeah.
And still had the 1 floating. But it was also a really good turn by Ashkan. I probably wouldn't have set up such a turn in the Levia deck, but the Levia deck. But I'm not the best Levia drafter, so.
All right, so it's 4/4 again. I think Andreas just drew back up to 4 and passed back.
So Ashkan has the tempo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like with levia you can brick pretty hard.
Yeah, he has to keep it up.
Yeah.
If Andreas can keep part of his hand and applies pressure back, even just a 0 cost attack would be lethal right now. So.
And even if and this is the point where if he cannot banish a 6 cost, blood that might kill him because he's not keeping track of his blood debt. He's turned it off every single turn.
Yeah.
But I'm not aware how much blood debt he has.
Maybe it's underneath the life counter, but we can't see it.
Yeah. I do see a zealous belting.
He's
pitching everything for. Is that soul reaping?
No. Soul reaping is a Runeblade card.
The soul butcher. It's the levia specialization where you can banish. Is that it? Let's see.
Or is it
Soul Harvest? Is it Soul Harvest?
I think that's the one.
I think it's Soul Harvest.
All right, so that's the legendary levia specialization.
Yeah, we need to read. Oh, we need to read up on it actually.
Yeah, we haven't seen this before.
I know the art.
Yeah.
Because I play Fable. But let's see, because I know you can banish blood debt cards.
Wait, so as an additional cost to play Soul Harvest, banish 6 cards from your graveyard. It gains +1 for each card with blood debt banished this way. If Soul Harvest hits a hero, banish all cards from their soul. They lose life equal to the number of cards banished this way. So that's a very good play against boltyn as well. Banishing 6, it probably guarantees turning off the blood debt again. And it would be...
Probably.
It could be a 12.
It could be a 12. I don't think it's going to be a 12. It could even be a 13 because he has 1 card in soul.
Yeah, that's true.
It will probably be a donate the hand for Andreas and just hope that one turn he cannot turn off the blood debt. And that's why, like, one turn he took 11.
Yep.
He took the he took 9 for the unworldly bellows into the graveling howl. And I feel like at that point
he chosen 4, so it'll be a 10.
You can choose how much you can banish. You need to banish 6, right?
Yeah, but it's not random.
You
can choose.
So it's 10.
But it's a gamble. If you banish all your 6 attacks, on the random banishes next time, you might whiff and then die.
Yeah. So I feel like in this spot, you probably donate the hand and say, okay,
just try to
go
survive
to the next hand
and wait for the blood debt.
Yeah, and just say, do you have it for the banish? So can you banish or not?
Yeah.
And if the
there goes
answer
the
is
hand.
no,
yeah,
there's the hand. Makes sense. I would do the same, honestly.
Yeah. All right. It's getting down to the wire.
He didn't take any damage.
No.
I wonder. I cannot see how big the decks are. It should be getting to the wire about now.
They're getting pretty small. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
We've seen a lot of banishing going on. I'm not sure how many hits Ashkan has left in his graveyard.
He probably left. The soul the soul harvest gets in there.
Yeah,
so
that's in there now. He
that's
probably has a few good hits.
Oh, now he's counting the soul, the blood debt. Looks like he has quite a few blood debt.
Yeah,
his deck is pretty good for being 2 Levia pods.
Yeah. So it's a Dread Screamer. Banishing the only 3.
Yeah,
it's a guaranteed hit.
I still feel like as a boltyn, you're still feeling okay.
Yeah.
If that's not a second Dread Screamer, because now you can just block. If it's a red Dread Screamer, you probably put 2 cards in front of it and just try to block it out. But I'm not sure how thin the boltyn deck is.
Yeah. He does need the cards to. Well, if he blocks everything now, the graveyard is empty.
Yeah.
This is kind of the decision point for him. Does he want to kill him with attacks or have him kill himself with the blood debt?
Yeah, you can probably save 1 card, but that means you go to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, he donates 2 cards.
2 cards, 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal.
And he will, maybe he has a 6 attack, but it's draft. It's going to be pretty tough for him to come with 6. And even if it's 6, he can just block with 1 3 cost and swing with the X or play the arsenal.
Yeah.
If it's Take Flight, for example, that would be a very, very good attack because that gets go again, right? take flight.
Take flight gets go again if you charge.
Oh, you charge. Yeah, you need to have 2 cards, so you need to.
Take flight is good, but you need to pitch for it. You need to charge for it. So.
Yeah, this is a rough one. I can see that Ashkan is really in the think tank.
Yeah.
How do I win this game?
He's trying to figure out what's left in his deck, counting the banish zone.
By the way, I feel like how he's playing Levia is actually a masterclass in how you play Levia in draft. He's playing it very well.
Very well, yeah.
Setting up the big turns.
It's a pound for pound.
That has dominate.
That's dominate.
Oh no, it's not dominated. That would have been the finished card because it's if your life total is less than your opponent, it gains dominate, and they're on life parity. So he probably wanted to have the Dread Screamer hit for 1.
Yeah.
And then it would have been game. Very nice play from Akshan, but sadly Andreas saw it.
Yeah.
And he donates the hand again.
1 more card, so he still has 1 card in his hand now.
Yeah.
He does take 2 damage. Let's see if it's enough.
Yeah, he's going to force cards.
Yeah.
Let's see what the arsenal card is. He has 1 card in soul actually.
Yeah.
That's an express lightning. That's 4, right?
That's 4.
So he needs to give a card.
Optionally, it's a 3. It's a yellow one then. He can charge for it, so it won't get buffed by attack actions. So this is just a 3.
No way to give it go again.
Nope.
Well,
no, he didn't charge, so he can't even courageous steel hand it.
Ooh, that's.
Yeah.
I think technically you don't attack. You block because now he could choose a 6 attack to banish.
That's true. Yeah.
So
you gave him another hit in the graveyard for free.
If that's a 6, I probably wouldn't have. Yeah, you don't know, of course, but maybe it's better to block out because indeed someone said it in chat. He has only 2 cards in graveyard, so you cannot banish over 3. Now he has the 3rd card. So if that's
3,
that's a Boneyard Marauder.
So there go the 3 cards again.
If he didn't attack, he didn't have the 3rd card.
No, the Dread Screamer was in there, right?
No, he like if.
Oh no, then he would have only had 2 cards in graveyard. Yeah.
But now he still has the 1 card, so he isn't getting punished by it. But if he would have not attacked, he couldn't have blocked with the 3rd card.
I think Ashkan is making the same mistake I did at my draft, but he has a destroyed piece of equipment lying on the table. But I think officially those go into the graveyard as well.
Oh yeah, that sucks. But this is a 5 attack.
That's a 5. This is very relevant. So that's a Rising Solar Tide.
This is why Monarch is such a hard draft. Like normally you always attack as the Boltyn, but well technically if we upheld the game state, the equipment would have been in the graveyard. You would have had the 3rd card to banish.
Yeah.
But we're not interfering with the game because that's what we decided on in this Nationals. You have to give a card. And now he's looking at a way to get cards into the graveyard. He probably blocks 2.
He can block 2.
Yeah.
Play the Dread Screamer.
Oh yeah, he has a Dread Screamer. But does he have 6s? The Boneyard Marauder.
So actually, the 2 damage that that Andreas missed because of the hatchets is very relevant now.
Yeah.
So.
But it's a very technical draft. Like both players are missing very technical things.
Yeah.
I can't blame them.
It's easy for us to say. We're just sitting here watching this, but
and we just had Swedish snacks, so
we're high on
sugar
and high on sugar. Yeah.
It'll be very interesting because that looks like he has the Dread Screamer.
Oh, the Deadwood Rumbler.
That's a red one.
I think it's a red one.
I'm really wondering how the other Levia deck looks because Akshan's deck.
It looks like he got all the bombs. Yeah.
5.
Banish. Discard the Dread Screamer. All right. Well, it's 1 more into his graveyard. He banishes it.
Yeah.
That's a hit, so he will survive another turn.
That's a Blood Tribute, right?
He has a Blood Tribute, I think. Yeah.
So that's not a card I normally draft.
No. I think it's a no block too, right?
Let's see. Yeah. That's just a dead card.
So you can opt and banish, which is nice. It can get you out of a tough spot, but right now it puts him into a tough spot, I think. It's an instant. He can play it.
Yeah.
But it would force you to banish. I don't know how many cards are left in the deck. Yeah, we're looking forward to some Golem juice after this game.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shout out to Theo. Yeah, you go down to 1. I feel like you always go down to 1.
You go down to 1, yeah.
And you just hope he doesn't have to banish, but
he
that's
managed to fill up his graveyard again. So a brandish. Okay.
Ooh, and he can go for an X.
So that's a 1 go again? It's a blue brandish,
and it pumps the weapon.
It pumps the weapon. If it hits, it gives the next weapon +1.
And I'm really wondering what that arsenal card is, actually.
Yeah,
That's been there for most of the game.
Yeah. Maybe it's a Courageous Steel Hand, because you can only use it when you charge, and Andreas hasn't charged in a long while.
So we have the blue brandish, which if it hits, it gets +1. And you don't want to block a 1. But if he blocks the 1, the X's get going.
If he doesn't block it, he can give the second X, or the first X go again, and then swing the other X, because he has 2 floating, so that's 7, 6 damage.
6 damage, or 7 if he
Block
doesn't
the
miss
1.
the...
Maybe blocking the 1 is the move.
It is the move, but does he know? And he only has, I think he only has 6 cards left. I saw 2 in his deck. It looked like 2 cards in his deck.
Yeah.
They're decking each other out.
Yeah. All right. So the 1 is being blocked with I think a lunar tide.
Makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So we still see the X, but it's 2. Yeah. So he won't be able to give it go again.
And you probably take the 2.
So this could have been lethal. We'll stop talking about it. But it's Flesh and Blood is a numbers game, and every point.
It can be really, really hard. Yeah, like I said, you take the 2. No reason to give a card, because you know there's nothing. This is the point where I'm like, what can he do? What's in the arsenal? Am I missing something? Will I die?
So Andreas is out of cards. So 4 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Is it enough? And Ashkan has, I think, 5 cards in.
He should have 1 more
Dread
Screamer, I believe. He pitched the Dread Screamer.
I think it's in his hand right now. Yeah. He's thinking about playing it. He's going for it.
But does he have a follow-up?
All right, so out of 5 cards, banish 3.
Let's see if there's a 6.
Yep, there's the 6.
The Boneyard Marauder.
And a Dread Screamer as well.
Yeah.
So that's a hit. Dread Screamer coming in for 8 then? Or is it a 7?
Dread Screamer, it's a blue one, so it's coming in for 4.
Oh, it's a blue one for 4. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
It's a 4, 5, 6. And it gets go again. Yeah. And the X.
And
I think it's X for 3.
No, I think it's it looks like a hit, so it's a 5. It looks like there's some conversation going on with the judge.
They're talking about the equipment now.
Yeah.
Oh no. What are they talking about? There's a judge. They're talking to the judge. So one of the cards is a Take Flight. I think it blocks for 3, right?
Take Flight blocks for 3, yeah.
So that should be a 5 block.
Yeah.
And he can banish 1 more card. He can swing with the axe. So it should be Levia's game, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have any more cards in his hand. Well, if the arsenal card is the magical 0 for 4, that would be insane.
There's a fist bump, but
that's a fist bump. I think the Levia one. Or he didn't banish. Did he die to Blood Deck? No, the Dread Screamer. The Dread Screamer hit,
he
right?
hit on a Dread Screamer, yeah.
I'm just gonna investigate who won.
Yeah, this is interesting. Interesting end to this game. It really went down to the wire. And like we said, read your card. The card does what it says. Read the card, play the card, win the game. And you will see Giovanni in the back there figuring out who won this game. The Levia won the game. So I think the Boltyn conceded because he was out of cards. Or did he? Because he blocked for 5, right?
Yeah, he blocked for 5, but I feel like he still had 3 cards in hand, so he could just X.
Yeah.
basically. Well, you need to discard, but if you just pitch the blue into the X, he doesn't have any more block. You always win.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they probably looked ahead into the future where you just lose.
Yeah.
Where it's very clear that you lose the game.
All right.
So that was a very interesting game. Very cool to see on stream. All the technicalities that Monarch bring with it. I do feel like it was a masterclass about how to play Levia. He played Levia. He played it perfectly.
Very well. Yeah.
He played it very well.
And we learned a lot about boltyn too.
Yeah, and about some judge calls.
And some judge calls.
As well.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, if I was playing on the stream table, or not on the stream table, I would think it was fair.
Yeah.
That's why we checked. It would be really awkward if they get any special privilege because we're the two guys watching the game. So shout out to the judges in Sweden.
Yeah.
I think it's the correct
Being
call.
fair. Yeah.
Although it's not the correct game state, I do feel like it's more fair because not every game has two idiots watching.
two numbers guys just
two numbers guys
on the details.
that read the cards, having just watching over their back. So
having played a lot of Fable, so
and
we know all the cards.
Just between you and me, if they watch it back on, that sucks. But we won't be telling them, right?
No. Don't feel bad about it. It happens.
No, it happens. It's a tough draft.
Yeah.
It's a really tough draft, and you can see, you can also see people shine. He played it very well. It's just sad that he missed 2 of the damage, but the Levia missed some as well, and it's a very technical draft.
There's so much stuff to keep track of as well, and with the boltyn, all the text on the card, it's easy to forget.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Akshan keeps playing like this. He
might take it.
2-1. It's definitely 2-1, but it's looking like a 3. It looks really strong.
It depends on who he meets.
Yeah. Like Prism, he has a lot of 6 attacks, so Prism will be okay. Boltyn can be tough, but yeah. I feel like if I'm looking back on the game, if I would have played it, I would have blocked out the 9. Just go into the fatigue plan earlier, save the 9 life, and set up a bigger turn, because he took the 9 for the Lumina, which wasn't a very impactful turn. And
it was a gamble. Gambling on the first one to hit, it didn't turn this turn into kind of a whiff.
Yeah, and if you're taking 9 in draft or in a blitz kind of way, it's basically half your life.
Yeah.
You better make sure you're going to push back more than 9.
Yeah.
And his turn fizzled because he took a gamble, and I respect it. I play Ranger. I play 3 of a kind. At the calling in Antwerp, I took a gamble on the 3 of a kind and draw 3 non-attacks, so I started 0-1.
It happens.
That's life. That's flesh and blood. That's why we love it. And
we do love it. So we'll be back with more soon.
Yeah.
Round 2 starts in I think about 5 to 10 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh,
so we'll have a very short break, and we will be back with
you back soon.
Almost. There we go. Now we're back.
Now we're back.
And I'm back.
You're back.
Yeah.
You wanted to do this one.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to do one.
Oh, you wanted to do one?
Yeah.
But these are your buddies, right?
They are indeed.
Because I saw you hugging one during the draft.
Yeah.
Just some mental support.
Yep.
Outside assistance.
No. They will not get any kind of bonus from being friends with me.
Okay, fair enough. So talk me through it. I saw Albert, I saw Niklas. We saw Niklas on stream. We know Albert is favorite. He's the golden boy. If I look into we did the survey.
Yeah.
Albert is everyone's pick for at least top 8.
Yeah. I mean, both of them are really strong players. Yeah. We're good. And once again, like as I said in the first game, Niklas and Niklas, they play against each other all the time.
Yeah.
But that's true for Albert too. Because he's friends with the other Niklas, and I know they do a lot of playtesting online. So,
awesome.
Yeah, let's jump over to...
Let's swap into the game.
Yeah, because they've already started.
So we see a chane. We see
Boltyn.
a boltyn.
Yeah.
So it's a seek alignment, buffing the next attack, forcing... if it hits, it goes into soul.
Yep.
It's a great start for boltyn. We saw it the last game as well. If you start off with 1 or 2 soul, it's really nice.
Yep. I mean, you kind of need to get there, otherwise boltyn will do pretty much nothing, right?
But generally, you block 2, and you make sure 1 hits, it goes to soul, and you build up soul over a long period of time, and you spend it on a big turn.
Yep.
And starting off like this, it's really nice. He donates an arcane and crackle. I wonder how much arcane damage he has. He does have the perfect equipment suite for chane.
Yeah.
You want the Ebonfold, you want the Ada Vein, and you want stubby hammers.
But I feel Chane is one of those tricky heroes when it comes to this draft, because you can also get a deck that does absolutely nothing. It's going to just drain itself out of cards, and then...
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to Soul Shackle. He's counting. So there's some interesting math when you're playing Chane. So you can play 34 if you're going first. And correct me if I'm wrong, but if you start banishing off the turn and you play your entire hand, the first card you banished will be in the Soul Shackle, in the 5th Soul Shackle.
Yeah.
So, okay, I get the question to raise the volumes a little bit.
Yeah. We can lower the volumes on our headphones a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
So we don't have to... The stream can hear us more loud.
Okay, so
better for us.
Just give us a call if it's better or if it should be even louder.
Yep.
Ooh, let's see. So he started the chane. Well, he started with chane.
The chain.
He started
chain with so much chain.
So he does Soul Shackle. I feel like the first one decides if you're going to go ham or not. So I played a chain against chain and I didn't Soul Shackle and he did. So I just fatigued him.
Yep.
And he's starting on the first chain with the Soul Shackle. So he will probably be shackling every single turn.
Most probably, yeah. I mean, there might be a brick hand or something where he needs to block out, but then again, like if you commit to it, you kind of have to go with. And it's the interesting thing with both the, what did they say about the still a tiny bit loud?
Quiet. Okay.
Quiet. I don't understand from the chat. Is it quiet or should we make it less?
I think it's loud, quiet, so we should be a little bit louder.
Can do this.
So it depends on the person. So someone's had full volume on and now they're reducing the volume for us.
But that's a classic when it comes to live streaming, right?
Yeah, definitely. We shouldn't miss the damage. So Arcane Crackle. It's 1 arcane.
Yep.
I don't see any form of prevention on the boltyn side. So as a chain, you're pretty happy because you can go deep into the arcane.
Yeah, and then the sword actually does something. Otherwise,
sword is relevant.
Yeah,
indeed. So I'm not sure if the life totals are correct.
No, they seem to be locked.
It's a take flight.
Yeah, we seem to have a little bit of an issue. So we have an iPad that's on Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And it seems that it loses its Wi-Fi connection quite often.
Okay. Yeah, then it loses the connection.
Yeah, because I think this is the locked life totals from when we reconnected it.
Yeah. That's true.
So we can see if we can get a phone there when we get Håkan or someone else coming in here, or if you want to run with your phone.
Yeah, of course. Ooh, So nice catch from the chat. Spell Void 2 on the Halo. I forget about the Spell Void because Halo is such a nice card.
Yeah.
When you use it to get something into Soul, so you can make a Spectral Shield, for example.
Let's see. I get a little bit confused when the attacks are turned around.
Well, it looks like a Celestial Cataclysm.
Oh, wow.
So, but that would mean he had 3 Soul. No, it's a Valiant Trust.
Ah, yes.
So it gets buffed if you've charged.
Yep. Block for 1.
Block for 1. Take 6.
Yeah.
He's giving it go again.
Yes, yes.
That's a strong turn and probably an X.
Yeah.
It's an X.
Of course.
Yeah, as Chane, you really don't want to block.
No, especially not if you commit to the Soul Shackle plan.
Definitely. So, yeah, he took 6 at least. And they are changing the life total, so I'll just try and get my phone up there.
I'll try to keep everyone updated. All right. It's even more damage on top of that. Here we go. It's one of those decisions if you play it now or keep it for later, but I mean if you can push on damage right now when you're in the lead. We can't see the phone on stream. It needs to be on the sorry, talking to the other ones. We still don't really. There we go, and now we can see it. So Niklas is on. So Albert is on 11 live. Niklas goes down to 6. Yeah, exactly, chat. 2 out of 3 casters are Dutch, and then we have me. Welcome back.
Yes.
Thank you for fixing.
Thank you very much. Yeah, when all the great Swedish players are playing, you have to import some bad Dutch players.
Exactly. Bad Dutch players. You're better players than I am.
So we can see the life totals now. Niklas is on 5, which can be pretty scary, but it does seem like he has the setup turn. Does he have to go again? That's the big question.
Yeah,
it's a frontline scout, so if it comes from the arsenal, it has to go again, I believe.
And it looks like a howl that he got from the Soul Shackle.
Ooh, yeah, nice.
Scout is go again if it comes from the arsenal, I think we can find it too.
Yeah, you can look at the defending hand as well. So he can look at what his opponent has. So this is the frontline scout.
Yeah, you always get to see the hand, but if it comes from arsenal, then
you get to go again.
Yep.
And with the stubby hammers, he'll probably be coming in 3 times.
Yep. Block for 3.
Block for 3, take 1.
See what Niklas can follow this up with. He really needs to pressure back now.
I see a brandish, which is another form of go again.
Yep.
So he does have that. He does have the hand. Because you can also soul shackle the Galaxy Black.
Yep.
So he can go brandish, or he can do the very, very cute play of banishing a Blood Depth card with the Ebb and Fold and being able to play it.
Yep.
That's 1 arcane. That's Rifted Torment. I'm not sure which color. It looks like a red one, so it will come in for 4, 1 arcane.
Is it red? It might be a red, yeah.
Looks like a red. This is a very good card. And it looks like a good turn.
Yeah, the brandish is still there. It's gonna... Now we have our tournament organizer here, looking worried and doing a thumbs up.
So yeah, this will be a hard turn. Like, do you go for the chain of... and then he is going for the chain.
Yep.
Of course, you shackle. It's not a question if he would chain, it's when he would chain. And he is going for the Rifted Torment.
But I find chain quite tricky when it comes to the draft format too, because like you're gonna get hands that you would have never seen if you played in Classic Constructed or in Blitz, and it's like, okay, how do I chain this hand together and make something of it?
Yeah, and that's why you want to draft to go against like the frontline scout, like the brandish. They extend your turn. Belittle would be a perfect card. And now probably blue Minnowism. So you go belittle, get exactly. The blue Minnowism. Yeah.
But that's strong in pretty much everything.
Well, maybe even in Prism. But you don't have the text to show for it. And even in Levia, so it's probably a boltyn chain card.
Yep.
And if Albert would have seen a belittle, he would have picked it. So
yeah. See another 3-block.
Looks like it, yeah. And I feel like at this point, Niklas took the damage to do as much damage back. So if you don't block, it can get tricky because your hand needs to be. It's like a progressive skill. Yeah. So if you're going to do a big turn and I take the damage and I am certain I do more, you have to do more than I did.
Yep.
To keep the tempo. And I feel like Albert really analyzed the situation. It's like, okay, you're going for a big turn.
Yep.
I'll just go for I'll stem the bleeding.
Yep,
and
exactly.
then I'll find the hand that I can take the tempo back on. And you see it right here. He takes the force, so the brandish doesn't boost the Galaxy Black.
Yep. No, it's smart.
Yeah, I feel like this is the correct play because in the last game you were watching from the side. Someone took 9 and then he couldn't give back 9.
Yep.
Ooh, the tremor. Damn, that's a really
Is it a red tremor even?
Looks like a blue one.
Blue, okay. That's still good.
Is it blue? Because the blue one comes in for 2, gets 2, so it's 4, yeah. And then plus 1 for the stubby hammers.
We can. Oh yeah, stubby hammers, of course, yeah.
So it's blue.
Yep. And I think a trickier example when it comes to do I just fully commit to the board and swing in was in our earlier game when we had Briar and you have Mount Heroic out and then your opponent sits with Blood Rush in hand and it's like it's a little bit random but I'm gonna Blood Rush back and then it's massive damage turns.
Yeah. And now like I feel like in this position you're happy you're chain.
Yeah.
I think Niklas identified that he could take the damage.
Yep.
Because now, although Albert did block everything out, block most of it out. He's cycling the card to find a 3-block, I guess, with the Halo.
Yeah, there's
losing the Spell Void.
Yeah, that can be relevant later.
Definitely. But I feel like if he donates the last cards, which he probably will to stem the bleeding, he does have little space to take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And with chain, he probably should switch to a more fatigue style, just try and block the chain out.
Yeah.
It will be pretty hard if Niklas still has some seeds stuck up in that deck.
Yeah, we don't really know exactly what he's drafted. I didn't have time to
He's one of 2 chains.
Yep.
That should mean the arcane damage is spread. But if he was the first chain, so if he's next to the other chain, he got all the arcane damage, and the second chain didn't get all the damage.
Yeah.
Or less arcane damage. But I do feel like because last game we had the Levia, who's also 2 Levias, and it doesn't feel like a 2 Levia deck. And looking at what I've seen from Niklas right now, it also doesn't look like a 2 chain deck.
Yeah.
Like a lot of reds, the Howl, the Tremor, the Brandish. The Frontline Scout, those are good cards. And the Dimensional Gateway, I believe it's called. Yeah, which is also a good card because you get to banish 1 card, you deal the 1 arcane.
But it depends a little bit how, the card pool was looking in the pod too. Because you can get a very red card pool. Yeah. And a lot of players can go into and getting the really good red attacks too. Yeah. The same for Levia, like you can have a really shitty pod. Even if you're 8 people and like all of the attacks are yellow and all of a sudden you won't be able to turn off Blood Depth and you can't really go.
And now we see the very strong, I didn't see the 1 card left over, but now we have the very strong boltyn return of Gallantry Gold.
Yep.
And the Axis. And he did take the 1 Blood Depth, which is nice.
But does Albert have Soul right now?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah. So
how is he going to give it a go again?
Exactly.
I'm not sure if he knew he didn't have soul.
Yeah.
No, he has one soul. It's next to.
Oh,
he used it with the halo. That's
okay. So
that's a smart play.
Yeah.
Well played, Albert.
Yeah.
I can see why he's favorite.
Yep.
One of the favorites.
And I know that like Albert have had way more time to prep for this than Niklas. So I think that he is the one, you know, when it comes to being favored in just having the amount of drafts you want to do in Monarch, I think Albert might be a little bit on top there.
Yeah, and this is a tough one because it will be 7, and if you block, you still take the damage.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you, like if you block with 3 twice, you take 3, so he goes down to 1.
Yep.
And you need to spend 2 cards, and Nicholas needs to play out the Howl, or he will die to Blood Debt.
Niklas also has a little bit of a bad history with Boltyn. When we went to the first Pro Tour in New Jersey, he was playing Dash. And there was one Boltyn player in the entire Pro Tour.
Oh no.
First round against Boltyn.
Oh no. That sucks. Yeah. Honestly, looking at this game set, I feel like it's in Albert's bag.
Yeah.
With the Howl. Or he needs to donate the entire hand, but then you give back the tempo to Boltyn. Well, he doesn't have, like if he blocks 2 here and he goes for the X again.
Yeah.
He needs to spend the soul and he needs to build up soul. So his next turn might be a little bit less, but yeah, the Howl is just in there.
Yep.
I think the Howl is just indicated as being in the Blood Debt, and it's not in the way of the playing area. So I do think he knows it's still in there.
Yep.
It's just a way some people put their chain cards. Some people put it on the top, but my phone is there for the life counter, so they know what to play.
Yep.
And some people put it on the bottom to track the Blood Debt.
Yep.
And it is allowed through LSS ruling that you can make different piles that are relevant. So the Blood Debt cards, you can make a separate pile of Blood Debt. They changed it recently.
And it's both for you and the opponent, right? Because it might be very, especially with Levia redeemed and everything, you kind of need to track it at all times now.
Definitely. You need to tell the...
Yes, we blocked with a Crackle, and then next axe comes in for 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
tough.
We'll see what Niklas gets on the banish from the Soul Shackles next turn. So
yeah, I think... Like, if he can keep a blue, and he gets a bounding, he can go Howl bounding.
Yep.
Which probably would be the best play. But he needs to keep a blue. He needs to find the bounding.
Yeah, and it can also be cards that are not optimal for... I don't see exactly what he has in hand at the moment, but like if he gets something that he can't really...
Oh, he has a Soul Reaping.
Oh, really? Oh, that is nice, though.
Yeah, but he got...
But what do you...
But then you still take the Blood Debt from the house, so you're dead.
Yep. Yeah, he kind of needs to get those out. And it might also be more cards banished with Blood Debt, so...
Yeah.
There's a lot of decisions right now.
Yeah, it's a very, very tight game. You can see that both of these players are very comfortable with the decks they drafted.
Yep.
And they're calculating out all the possibilities.
Yeah.
So I think Niklas is really struggling with the Howl, which is a very good banish. But in this situation, I think you just want to block 2 and just Arsenal and pass, basically.
Yeah.
And hope the Boltyn doesn't have anything. But when you do that, you just have the ticking time bomb of the Howl, and that's...
Yep. He's on 4 life. He can survive for like 1 or 2 turns.
That's true, but if he only blocks with 1,
yeah.
Oh, it's the Warmonger's recital. So he takes 2, goes down to 2. So he actually can keep around the Howl 1 turn.
Yep.
This will be very interesting.
Let's see. So we have 2 cards banished from Soul Shackles.
Needs something like a bounding or a seeds.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yep.
So he can go seeds, Soul Reaping, and then if he has another attack, he can use the Aether Vein to pay for the Howl.
Yep.
And attack 1 more time. But he does need to have the second attack.
Yeah.
It needs to be a 0 cost.
All right, we shall see.
Or you can go seeds, Howl, and attack, and then chain, and then go for the weapon.
Yep. And now Niklas, nicely enough, put both of his Spanish cards in the same pile.
Thank God.
Yeah. But okay, so with 2 cards in Banish that can be played.
This is
2
a cool
card
game.
hand.
This is Monarch. I think it's a very polarizing draft, but it's so cool.
Yep.
Oh, he's chaining. I think it's the Soul Reaping. It's probably the Soul Reaping.
Probably the Soul Reaping. Looks like it, but now he's rereading the card, just making sure. Which I think is good, because if this is not your main hero and you
It's a
haven't
piercing
played-
Shadow Veil. That's a good banish.
Yes.
Because if you do Arcane,
Yeah. Albert is on 3.
he gets the resource.
Yep.
He can he can crack the chest.
Yeah. That's good.
Oh man. Does he get the win? This is why I like Monarch draft, because I hate the drafting part, because we were watching the first table and it was very hard. Like even the experienced players going 3-0 in CC were struggling with the draft because everyone prioritizes different cards.
Yep.
And now we have a pot. We chose this spot because we had the feeling that that everyone knew what they were doing, and we're seeing it in these decks they built.
Yeah. And I mean, when we say everyone knew what they were doing, it's more like they read the table better.
Yeah,
because it was
exactly.
like
Because everyone at the Swedish Nationals knows what they're doing,
Yeah.
but they read the signals, they picked the right cards.
Yep.
At least the cards I would pick. So a seed shouldn't go around. And I believe Niklas first picked the Soul Reaping. Yeah. So
I think so. I actually checked when he was picking 2. Yeah.
So I think he got it like the first pick, which is always scary.
Yep.
But he pretty much forced Chane, and you can see he has the good cards. He has the Seeds, he has the Soul Reaping, the Howl, Piercing Shadow Veil, which will get buffed. So he's probably going 6 into 4 with the Seeds, 1 Arcane.
Yep.
And then he only has 1 Blood Debt.
Yep. And what's going on in Albert's head right now? He's trying to calculate.
I would be that's the only card I could technically lose to.
Yep.
That's what would be going around in my head. Like, of course he has the Soul Reaping.
Yep. I'm trying to see when he flicks his cards in front of the camera how many 3 and 2 blocks he has. There was at least 1 brandish in there. So.
Oh, that's a 2 block, right?
Yep. The nice thing with going with Warrior is that you get a lot of 3 blocks at least, but that's
It's turned upside down and it looks like a foil. Oh, it's the
it's the one you can discard to increase the defense.
Yeah,
because he discarded a brandish. So he will be blocking
for 4.
Yeah. For 5. Is it +3?
Maybe it's +2, so it should be. Well, he took 2 damage, so
yeah.
it will probably be 4. So +1 for the discard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, it blocks for 2 and then +2 for the discard. Yeah. So block 4. Yeah. Okay.
There's the Shadow Veil.
Yep.
That's probably coming in for 5, right? Or 4. I think it gets +2 if you deal Arcane, and he will deal Arcane because of the Seeds.
Yep.
So it does see the Arcane damage because it resolves first, and then it gets the buff.
Yep. Counts for 4.
Yeah. But he did not take the Arcane yet. Or maybe there isn't a...
We can hear Albert laughing all the way in here, even through our headphones. So.
Yeah, they're having fun.
Yeah, going on to 1.
But did they miss the Arcane, or did he already calculate the Arcane for the Soul Reap before the Soul Reaping? I think he did.
It's a good question.
It's a +3. Play more Fable. If you have a link, Guido, drop it in chat. We should play more Fable.
We should definitely. I think on my end I focused a little bit too much setting this up.
That's not a...
okay.
Yeah, you just block 3.
Yeah.
But now it gets scary, because if he... Ooh, that's a wristbind. What's in the hand?
But now it's 3 cards being
3
banished.
shackles.
So 1 more blood up.
2.
Yeah.
Riftbind.
Yeah.
Oh, if you can go how Riftbind.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a card. Yep. It does need 5 resources though. if he has 2 blues, he can go chane, how, or how, chane, riftbind, Galaxy Black.
And at the moment too, like Niklas kind of needs to win now or empty that. Else it's bye.
Yeah, and he's counting. He's counting.
Yeah.
It's how. Will it be the how riftbind? That's a blue.
Yeah.
That's another how. You might think I'm psychic.
Yeah.
It is the how riftbind.
Yeah.
Chane? Come on, do it.
They can't hear you.
Yes!
Yeah, alright. Here we go. It's gonna be huge. Albert looks a little bit worried.
Yeah. I'm not sure the colors of the howls. But it gets +2. So that's an 8.
Yeah.
That's a big card. And then he goes for Galaxy Black, right? Does he have Arcane?
I mean,
always Galaxy Black.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Yeah.
Albert just nods. Look.
Oh my god, he did it! That's an insane finish.
Not even close.
Damn.
All right.
That's a game and a half.
Yeah. They're both laughing.
Yeah, they're
a good
having
time,
fun.
yeah.
And that's what I feel about walking around here. Everyone's just having so much fun playing cards. Like even the people at the lower tables, they're having so much fun. They don't even care.
No, but I think we're very fortunate in Sweden that we have a lot of players that turn up, and even if they know that like this is not going to be the tournament where I'm going to be top seeded and play, they just come, they have fun, they sit there and they meet new people, they get to play their decks. So
that's so much fun, and you can see it with these guys, Niklas and Albert. Of course, they're friends, but they were having fun, and this is Nationals, and that's how it should be. I was with a friend of mine in the road to Nationals in Belgium as well, and we were playing like we were at the kitchen table, but we were both 4-0, and it was deciding factor for if I would go top 8 or not. Yeah. And we were actually like, should I play this? No, probably not, right? That's how we... But we're friends. We came there together. It was like a 2.5 hour drive, and we're just having fun. And I feel like that's what Flesh and Blood should always be like. And especially these guys, if you look at them, they're fighting for their lives to get to top 8, and they're just having so much fun. Like I'm almost certain, because Albert will be like, damn, I lost, but he's not down in the ditch.
No. And like Albert, I don't think I've ever seen him sulking. Even like when he's been like full tilt, he's just going around and laughing.
But I think that's the quality that sets most top players from the best players apart. Because I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about how you should act like, even if you're on the big stage, you're playing on the World Championship and you're in the finals, everyone is watching.
Yeah.
You should probably still play like you're at the kitchen table, because you make mistakes because you're on edge. You don't make the mistakes because you're you're on the spot. It's because you feel like you're on the spot, and then you start taking shortcuts.
Yep.
And we saw it with Albert and Niklas. They played perfectly because they were just having fun with friends.
Nope. I like the fact that we have these games. It's super tense up until the absolute last second, and then both of them just burst out in laughter. Because then it's like, okay, tension is over. Now we're friends again. We tried to kill each other, but now it's like, oh.
Good one. GG next.
Yep.
So I think we take a short break.
Yep. And then I
set
think
up the next game.
Yeah, we have another game from the same pod, because now we're following them. So.
And it will probably be one of these two. Maybe we see Ashkan again.
Yeah.
I wonder how he did. One of these two guys, well, Niklas is going 2-0 probably.
Yep. Let's see, I'm just gonna do this so we don't send out. We can do that, and we can do this.
Oh.
All right. Well, we'll be back in a little bit and see what happens.
Back in a jiffy.
Yeah. We are back, and now something is fixed.
I fixed it.
We'll
so
do it after, because we're live.
Yes.
We'll fix it after.
But it is fixed, so
It
they
is
are
fixed.
using it now.
That's good news.
Okay, we'll see if it works.
I think it's changed. We changed the live counter around
Yeah,
a
we're
bit.
trying. We have a problem with the Wi-Fi connection. Our
Yeah.
iPad starts idling and then stops working.
We are deep inside the Dragonslair. So.
Yeah, quite underground too.
Yeah.
And old
yeah.
building. So.
So we're going into the final of this 8-man pod.
Yep.
So we will switch over to the table view, so you
Yeah.
can join us in this game. So it's a chane versus a levia.
Yep.
Still setting up.
Yeah. We have Niklas back.
Niklas, yeah, we saw
Yeah.
him last game.
Yep.
Very exciting finish.
Yeah, being down on one life, needing to win or clear out blood debt.
and,
Did both.
Did both?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a fun game.
Yep.
Let's see if he can do it again.
Yeah.
All right. So the fist bump and the start of the game.
Here we go. Yeah, we'll go with the phone. We'll see if the life app is going to update, and because now we're using a web app, and it might be a little bit disturbing for the players too, and we don't want them to make unnecessary mistakes because they have to do a live app.
The live app is on our end. On our end.
Yeah.
We want you to be able to follow along.
So on the right side, we mostly see Henrik because I think
Yeah.
that our webcam has slipped a little bit.
We now
here.
have a judge cam.
Yeah.
So aspiring judges, look at Henrik.
Yep.
Perfect judge form.
Stern face.
Stern, but just,
yes.
I would say. Yeah.
Okay, we start again
A
with.
turn 0 shackle. That's
Yeah.
a quick start.
We were discussing that last game too, what kind of deck Niklas is on, but he
Mhm.
seems to want to shackle all day long.
Yeah. So the Galaxy coming in for 1, threatening 1 arcane, but it's just gonna get blocked.
Yep.
Uh,
But then Niklas is just building soul shackles right now.
building
He-
soul shackles, yeah.
Which means that he is quite confident with the content of his deck then.
Yeah,
because-
I think so too. Yeah, I heard Giovanni talk about the banish rule, like start turn 0, and then after
Yeah.
6 turns you get 6 cards in your banish
Yeah,
round that you
something like
pitched.
that.
And I don't know. All right, a brandish. So already going pretty wide.
Yeah.
Turn 0. Both attacks will be blocked. That's 2 cards into the graveyard
Yeah.
for Armin. Henrik just took a seat, still in perfect judge form.
Yep.
And let's see what Armin has in response.
Yeah, and this is round 6 now, so I think that our players are starting to get a little bit tired.
Yeah, we've been going for about 7 hours now.
Yeah,
so,
it's insane.
Yeah,
We had a big healthy lunch break, so the players could actually go and
Yeah.
rest a little bit, which I think is crucial when you have one of these days.
yeah. And you got to stay focused during the games, but also during the draft.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So this is the last round in the draft, and then we'll be back on Classic Constructed after this, right?
3 more rounds today.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So this is, I think, a pound for
Out-muscle.
pound? Or, oh no, out muscle.
Out muscle.
You are correct. Could you tell me what it does?
It is something if blocked by something.
We can pull it up.
We'll see.
So that's the fun of the draft as well. The cards you don't see that often in constructed play, they might show up in a draft.
Is it?
I think it's 2 words. Yeah, there we go.
Did we have it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the one.
Oh yeah, it's one of these.
So we'll show you right here. So it's a 6 attack, and it has go again unless it's defended by something with 6 attack or more.
Yeah.
So that's not something that Chane has a lot of in his deck.
No. Unless you have the signature card, it's legendary.
The Soul Reaping,
Yeah,
we saw
then
it last game. He
yep.
has at least one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully not more.
No.
'Cause then Henrik has some work to do.
And Niklas is counting. So
Yeah, he's played this deck 2 rounds now. I think he
Yeah.
starts to know what's in it, know what he can do.
so blocking with the 8 Iron Reef tells me that he's probably gonna
Yep.
use it soon.
Yep.
This is not a crucial point of damage to block, so still taking 5 from this.
Yeah.
But the chess piece is so good. It's 1 free block, and then you can still use it to get 2 free resources.
No, it's definitely one of the stronger ones. But I mean,
Yeah.
the hooves on Levia's end is also amazing.
Very strong.
So we'll see what
life totals are updating.
Excellent.
So you have the life twice on your screen now, but I think this means we're going to take the phone away.
I would guess so.
To make
if
it a
I know
little
Henrik
more
right.
yes.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh. Hands off the phone. Will they remember? Yeah, there we go. All right, 12.
Okay.
So Niklas taking quite a bit of damage already. He's really going to go hard.
Yeah. But this is like both of their decks. If this is a swingy Levia deck that just want to go all out, then they both want to finish this as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And if Niklas took that much damage, then I think he has a pretty good swing back.
Yes, I think so too.
So we're going to see one banish from the Soul Shackle.
And
it's a Tremors.
So that's useless.
Yep. That's what you want to follow up, something being banished.
Yeah.
All right, we see another Chane activation. You miss Chane in Classic Constructed?
No, I don't actually.
No, I don't think anyone but the Chane players do.
That's a Lunar Tide Plunderer, I think.
Yes, it is. But I can't see what color.
No.
So we'll see if we get some damage die on top of here.
All right, so he banishes Rip Through Reality.
Yep.
Which he can then also play from the banish zone.
Yeah. Go again.
All the counters. So that's coming in for 6.
Yep.
And there will be some blocks.
Okay, so now I have a block with the hoop switch.
Yeah, this is also a nice indication.
Yep.
Something is about to happen. All right, some damage went through.
But I also think both of these players know that this is going to be a quick game, so they will commit. All right.
I think they both wrote down the life totals, but they didn't touch the tablet.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Ebb and Fold, banish another card, which was a Seeds of Agony, which you can now play. So that's a free card draw and play the Seeds anyway.
Yep.
Into the Rip Through Reality, which will now also deal arcane damage.
Yeah, I think we have lost our life totals on the screen. Now here we go.
Yeah. That's 1.
Yeah.
2, 3. Yes. All right, but more scores, life totals are being adjusted, I think.
Yeah.
Looks like Armin is setting up for a big turn as well.
Yeah.
Willing to take some damage here.
See if we can see what he has on his hand.
I think that's a Deadwood Rumbler.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
Using the Ironhide.
Okay. Try to block out.
Still taking 2 damage.
Yeah, he's just trying to conserve as much life as possible right now and keep those cards. So the Galaxy Black comes in.
4/3 because he played something from his banish zone.
Yep. Yeah, and Armin confirms 3 damage.
He's gonna take it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big turn from Niklas.
All right, both at 12 again.
Yep.
Let's see the response.
Yeah, exactly. We can just see the eyebrows of Armin right now, furrowing a little bit and be like, okay, so how do I do this? How do I play this hand? I think he has a pretty good idea after those blocks.
He's been thinking about it. Thinking about the order of things now.
But you need to output quite a lot of damage right now to do this race, because when the Soul Shackles start racking up, and you're going to get a lot of free cards, and if those cards are good hits, then it's a lot of damage.
Yeah. And he's going to get more cards to play with every turn.
Until there's no more cards.
Until there's no more cards, yeah.
Sadness resolves. All right.
So he pitches the Deadwood Rumbler.
Yeah. I mean, he might also have calculated the hand he wants to play, and then the Deadwood Rumbler is not going to block anything anyway, so why not just use it for pitch?
That's true.
There's a lot of 0 block in Levia in this draft format, so you have all the Rumblers, and then you have her majestic cards.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you also have swing with big tree.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not fun.
Well, she has to have a downside somewhere.
Yeah. Not having a hero power.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. So we have a 3 block.
A 3 block, still some damage going through. Niklas going down to 10.
Yeah.
9.
I think this was Armin just feeling that, with the cards in hand, 1-0 block, this is what I can do. I need to push some damage through, but it's a harsh hand to to do as a swing back.
Exactly.
Okay, so we have
and he was able to put 1 card in arsenal.
Yeah.
Which will give him a bigger next turn.
And Niklas goes for a swing and a miss in the banish. So 1 card available.
Okay, the Soul Shackle, number 3. There's a Rift Bind in the banish zone.
Yeah.
No, that's not a Rift Bind. Which one is that?
So for
1 arcane and 4 physical.
Yeah. So Rilu in chat here asks if we can't see Christian, Albin or David. Karlskrona-gänget.
It's all the Karlstad gang?
Karlskrona, yeah.
Oh, that's somewhere else.
So basically what we're doing right now is we picked one of the pods, draft pods, and we wanted to follow that. So we're just looking at the people that are ahead in that pod specifically. We felt it's a little bit more interesting to see rather than just taking like the top games from each of the pods because it don't really speak to what was going on in that draft itself.
Yes. And this also means that we've seen Niklas on stream 3 times today.
Yeah. Yep.
So 50% of our games have been Niklas.
Yeah. I mean, he's going strong now.
Yeah.
Taking it back up. He was on 2-1 when they went into the draft, so.
Yeah.
Right, Armin is considering, oh my god, the intense there. And then we have a...
Very intense there.
A Jewel in the background. Another one of our judges.
Yeah. It's nice to see judges from around the country.
Yeah.
All coming here to judge this very nice tournament.
I feel a little bit sorry for the judges because we're sitting like 2 rooms away from the main tournament, so they need to run in between.
We just have a video feed. It's so easy.
Yeah. All right.
So that's a 3 block.
Yeah.
But there's a 6 attack coming in now.
Yeah, it's an onslaught right now, and he just keeps on building up.
Yeah.
I didn't see what Armin was putting into his arsenal and how this could swing it around, but he needs a big damage turn.
Yeah.
Because right now, like if Niklas get a hand with some blues, he's gonna keep those and just hope for hits from the Soul Shackles, and then it's just gonna be gas.
And he has some arcane damage in there as well.
Yep.
I see an arcane, what's that thing? Crackle.
Yeah. And I mean, we have the seeds. And
seeds, yeah.
So if Armin takes too much life, then he might just be arcaned into oblivion.
I see. I think that's a captain's call in Armin's hand.
Yes, it is.
And an endless maw.
Yeah,
maybe?
I think it is.
And I think that's a rally the rear guard, so that's not a very offensive hand.
No.
And I think he's just figuring out how to still apply some pressure. He can't survive this much longer.
Yeah, a little bit of the problem with this matchup for Levia is that Chane can just decide from turn 1 that I'm gonna start building Soul Shackles, I'm gonna start playing cards and just go offensive. Whereby Levia kinda also needs to block to get that graveyard going and then go from there. But we'll see. It seems like
give him 2 cards.
5 block on that.
Yeah.
And that's is probably what Armin is thinking too, right? He needs to build up his graveyard a little bit, he can't leak too much damage, and then get the right hand where, you have a Dread Screamer or something, and you can just go from there.
So maybe this will just be an axe turn, or something from Arsenal, we still don't know what it is.
Yeah.
No, it's an axe turn.
It's an axe. Gonna draw a card. Discard a card.
It's a Dread Screamer.
Yeah, off.
So not ideal, but it will turn the axe into a 5.
Yep.
Now, will Niklas just take it and race home?
I think it depends a little bit on his hand, right?
Yeah.
Does he have any natural go again in the hand already? Will he be able to build a long combat chain from that? Otherwise, it might be...
He did take it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see then.
Okay.
We're going to have 3 cards from the shackle too, so...
So I think also Armin took 1 blood tap, or... No, he didn't. His life went down to 8. I'm not sure if that was on purpose. But they're writing on paper next to the tablet, so I think they'll figure it out.
Yeah, both of these are seasoned players. I'm pretty sure that they have the life totals right on the paper.
Banishing
okay.
1 piercing shadow of ice.
Yeah. Could have been better.
Yeah.
But if you also take all of that damage, you probably... Either you have a really bad hand or you have a good hand.
Yeah.
It can also be like, I'm going to keep this and hope that I can build this into something.
He still has the stubby hammers up. Oh, well, there we go.
He had?
He had, yeah.
All right. So let's see. I would guess that we were going to see some natural go again then.
Yeah. Just thinking about the right order.
Yeah, we talked about that last game too. Like when Chane was in CC, or if you play him in Blitz and stuff like that, you kind of know how you want to sequence your cards.
Yeah.
When you have a random piece like card pool that you've gotten. Oh, hello,
Shadow of Ursa. That's a nice pool in the draft.
Yeah, definitely. But Niklas was on Chane super early in the draft, so then you can pick those.
So was that his pick one?
No, I think he picked the Reaping in the first one.
Okay.
Both me and Giovanni we were kind of sure that was happened. We were looking, but we were primarily looking at the first pod, but we saw the second pod as it went on too. And I think that was Niklas picked. It's a Warmongers.
Warmongers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Chane.
I don't think Chane triggers the Warmongers.
No, Warmongers gives +3.
Oh, right. No, I was gonna say
yeah.
Warmongers is not a Shadow or Runeblade card, but it's not an attack either.
Yeah.
All right, the Bounding Demigon.
Yeah.
With the go again from Chane.
Yep. And if it hits, it's gonna go to the bottom.
Yep.
Oh my God, it's for 8.
For 8.
Yeah, damn stubby hammers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough.
So Armin has to give him at least 1 card here.
For sure. Question is it just 1? Okay.
Okay. Yeah. He's willing to take some risk, but it looks like there's the Piercing Shadow of Ice will probably come in for 6/2.
Yeah.
Has he? No, he hasn't dealt any arcane damage. Or the Piercing Shadow of Ice is played from the Banish Zone.
Yeah, let's see.
We'll just pull up the card for everyone to read.
Can we do this? Yes.
I think so.
Isn't it piercing?
Yeah. Oh, well, piercing is also a keyword, so there we go.
Let's take the red one.
And we'll show you. Yeah, so if you have dealt arcane damage,
it gets +2.
So meanwhile, we see another 4 attack coming in. Armin down to 3 life.
Yeah.
Blocking with the Yinti Anti. He doesn't have an aura, I think, so it only blocks for 2.
Yep.
So that means he will go down to...
No, it's not the Inti-Anti, it's Frontline Scout, right?
Oh, Frontline Scout.
Yeah.
My bad.
But still blocks for 2.
Still blocks for 2, yeah.
So it's down to 1.
Okay. So, I mean, 1 arcane damage would end him here.
Yep.
And I think Niklas, with 4 Soul Shackles, he can get lucky on the banishes. He just has to survive this turn.
Yep. Armin is just passing it back.
He just passed it back.
Yeah, he didn't have anything to do.
So here's the 4 banishes of the Soul Reaping.
Yeah, that sucks, but...
And, okay, so 1 source of arcane damage into the banish zone.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can finish it off here.
Niklas is calculating, counting. this is also like when you are in this position and you really want to win.
Yeah.
Like, do you just count, oh, I just need to do 1 arcane damage, or do you go like, how do I maximize this hand and just try to grab this?
Yeah, you don't want to get greedy at this.
Yeah.
All right, there's the
There
Seeds of Agony.
Armin knew.
Yeah, he knew. 1 arcane was enough.
Yep.
And that was the game.
Very cool game.
Very cool. A little less explosive than last game.
Yeah.
But still very very well played by Niklas.
Yep, absolutely. And like,
he takes the draft.
Yeah.
3-0.
That's really good. Then he is 5-1
5-1
into.
now.
Yeah.
And I think after this round we'll do a little bit of standings update. So we've had 6 rounds. We'll give you an update soon, and then we'll have a short break, I think, and then after that we'll be back with more Classic Constructed for you guys.
Yeah, and our judge stands here, nodding, looking happy. But I think we're going to a quick break, and then we'll be back.
Yeah,
we might be back a little bit earlier than when the Classic Constructed starts for some antics. We'll see. All right. See you soon.
See you. But this is the CC results, right?
Yeah, this is live results. This is why we are updating it all the time. So
Oh boy.
We're back.
Oh boy.
And we're back with a good one.
We have 6-0.
A 6-0
and a 5-1.
And a 5-1.
So these are the money games.
We're getting into the real competitive games now.
Yeah, these are gonna be fun. And it's Iyslander.
It's Iyslander. Your favorite deck, maybe.
Definitely. I've been telling to everyone, Icelander's the most fun I've had with a deck in a card game.
Yeah.
But I probably won't bring her to Nationals. But this will be fun. And the other side is a Bravo.
A Bravo, yeah. And the Bravo, actually, Jakob is 6-0.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what kind of Bravo he plays. The Fatigue Bravo or something else?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, the Fatigue Bravo did change the matchup a little bit because when you have more of a stompy Bravo, you have more of a chance to kill them off the Ice Eternal, for example.
Yep.
Well, actually against the Fatigue Bravo, it's easier to kill them off the Ice Eternal. I know a very good Bravo player, our current Dutch champion, who goes full aggro, which is a very hard way to play the game as an Iyslander, because he just comes in with Zealous Beltings and Rouse the Ancients, and if he draws them and you don't draw the Disruption, you're just gonna die.
Yeah.
And that's we'll have to see what Jacob brings it to this game. I feel like if you have an aggro matchup, like an aggro Bravo matchup, it will be easier for the Bravo. If it's a Fatigue matchup, it will really depend on how Erica plays the game.
Yep.
You'll be setting up the Frost Hexes, most probably, because if he's Fatigue game plan, he'll be running Arcane Barrier 3.
Yep.
It also depends on if Erica's going to play for a Wounded Bull list or an Arcane list. The Arcane list has a harder time finishing without the Ice Eternals into like a full Fatigue Bravo, because they can just pitch all the blues into the Arcane Barrier and then you don't have any damage left if you don't have the Ice Eternal.
Yeah.
And with the Wounded Bulls, you don't want to block with them.
They present 7 damage, right?
8
if you have less life.
If you have less life.
Yeah.
So she needs to be cognizant of how many attacks she has left, how much damage she can push. Yeah. Especially if she's not going to set up the Frost Hexes, but she probably will be. And if I'm an Iyslander, I'll be hoping to see them in like the first 5 hands. I'd like to see Insidious Chills. I like to see Frost Hexes. I will be setting them up. As an Iyslander, this is the only matchup. Well, that's still to be argued, but I feel like it's one of the only matchups you want to start the turn off with.
Right.
Because you want to, if you draw into the Insidious Chill, the Frost Hex turn 0, you have a decent setup. And in most other matches, you don't have a very good turn 0, because a Wounded Bull for 8, they just block it, so you don't take the tempo. And the Arsenal is nice, but you don't generally need it, because you can block out everything on turn 0, and they generally don't want to have you attack. And so turn 0 for Iyslander generally doesn't have a good play, except into Bravo.
Yeah.
So the dice roll will be interesting.
Very important. Yep.
And if she gets like the first Frost Hex, that's very, very good.
So the players are setting up. We'll switch over to the table view.
Yeah. And it will be interesting what Bravo it is. I do see he has a pile of equipment, it looks like, in Starvo sleeves.
It feels very thematic. The blue Eye of Ophidiomet, the blue sleeves, the Iyslander sleeves.
Yeah.
It's all...
it fits very well.
Yeah.
Like this is... I feel most people say it's a little bit favored for Iyslander. It does feel like a skill matchup, because if you know what attacks to play when against the Iyslander, or you get a feeling of what kind of hand they have, and you pressure them at those positions, it can become very annoying if you just pommel an Anatos, and it becomes 10, and you just take 10 because it's like, oh, it's an Anatos, I'll just take the 6, and it becomes 10, and then you're going to 26, and the Bravo's at 40.
Yep.
That's very annoying.
Well, they're still laughing. They're having a good time.
They're having fun.
Trying to find the hidden cameras.
Yeah.
No, they're not hidden.
No, they're very up into your face.
Yeah. So also take into account that these players have been playing for over 7 hours now.
Yeah.
This is round 7. Doing a draft in between, being out of your CC rhythm maybe. Especially for a technical deck like Iyslander, I think that's going to be an issue in the later rounds.
I'm not entirely sure because, like, if you're bringing Iyslander to this to your nationals, you probably have the reps you need to play the deck, even when you're fried. And I feel like at this level, like the 5-1s, the 6-0s, those are people that have played the deck a very long time, and they were probably most scared of draft because draft, you need to draft your seat. And if your seat is bad or you don't get the right calls, it can be very scary. So I would be very happy if I was Erica and I 3-0'd the draft.
Yeah.
And then I would actually feel much safer going into the second CC part, although I'm a bit more tired. I would be very, I would feel great.
Back into the comfort zone.
Yeah. So we do see an Anatos, and we see a Crater, so it's AB2.
AB2, yeah.
Oh.
Interesting.
I see a Sigil. Is he going to... This is why you don't want to start against Bravo, because he can just dominate as well. That's annoying.
That's the Bravo way. Yeah.
He's holding the Bravo. He'll probably dominate.
I see a Sigil. Yeah.
Sigil.
That's some free life.
That's a scary card, by the way, because when you calculate in the lethal, you don't calculate for 3 more life. You calculate how many cards they have in hand. So seeing the first Sigil gone is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
So he doesn't give her a reason to block.
So he just Arsenal the card.
Yeah, makes sense. Play the Sigil, Arsenal. You're up 7 life.
Up 7 life, yeah. There's the Wounded Bull. Oh no, it's a Fiendal.
Yeah, it's a Fiendal.
Fighting Spirit.
So she goes up to 37.
Pitching a Frost Hex.
Pitching a Frost Hex. So she'll probably... There's like... You can go for the setup. But you can also... And especially if you see an Anatos, you can probably go for like a beatdown plan if you can. And you just stuck the Frost Hexes for later turns. But you do need to have the health to play out the Frost Hexes.
Yeah.
So I understand why she's going to pitch away the Frost Hex. But you'll probably see it when you're at 12 or 13. Maybe. That will make it a lot harder to play it out. But you can win off 2 and not 3 Frost Hexes. So it does make sense to pitch away the first. And getting the Starstruck.
Blocking with the Starstruck, yeah. I also saw a Crippling Crush in his hand.
Ooh. And if...
Right, so he's still taking 4.
What the most annoying part is Iyslander against Bravo. You can't really disrupt Bravo because he's just going to do this.
One big attack.
Yeah.
No priority window for you to disrupt him.
Nope. And that's a Spinal. It doesn't do as much, to be honest. Because one action, you're probably going to do one action.
Yeah.
Like the plays you will be making are like Winter's Bite and then into attack or what's he's going to play? Cold Snap. She's cycling a card, so he gets a Frostbite, which does nothing.
Yeah.
The entire card does nothing, but she just gets to draw a card and fire off the Waning Moon.
Yeah.
And she'll probably wait for the right window to fire off the Waning Moon. There's no reason to hold the Waning Moon, but maybe she wants to use the resource for something else, if there's reason to.
She's thinking about it.
She's probably planning ahead. You need to plan your next turn, what you're going to Arsenal, what you're going to fire. I do see Aether Ice Vein in hand. Will be very interesting what she's going to do. It's actually a very interesting thing about Waning Moon, because you can activate it as an instant.
Mm-hmm.
So there are different windows where you want to do it. Ooh, nice, a Fate. This probably means she's on on 6 defense reactions.
Yep. And the sync.
That's the sync.
Yep.
That's the other 3.
Yep.
All
right. So blocking 8.
Blocking 8. Just taking 1, very nice, and then she'll probably moon. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So if there's no reason to moon at that instance, because he has the 1 floating, you just wait.
Yep.
If he does something, you can moon for the full 3 damage because he has the 1 floating, and you can always do it after the pass prio after damage.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's relevant to do it earlier because then they have to pay into the Arcane Barrier or they don't want to. So it gives you more information. So when you use the Waning Moon, actually makes sense. So you don't always just go like Cold Snap Waning Moon.
Yeah.
And she just Coronet Peaks, taking a card, which is pretty nice against Bravo. But he can always just Anatos with a blue. He doesn't have the seismic surge, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, the seismic surge creates a window for the Iyslander, right?
No, I mean if you're going to go for Anatos, it can be a lot harder to get the 2 cards in pitch.
Oh right, yeah.
Ooh, that's a dominated crippling.
That's a big swing. I should just play 2 of her defense reactions.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. You cannot prevent if there's probably not a defense reaction in their arsenal, probably, so you cannot prevent a crush. So now you might actually just hold the arsenal, block with a card, discard 2, and have 1 card left over to do something with.
Yeah, something.
Or if it's like something like an insidious chill or something, you can prevent the
Alright, here's the random discard.
Oh, she took
She's
it all.
taking it all, yeah. Okay, 2 cards gone.
So she's going for the tempo play, probably.
Going down to 25. That's a big chunk of health gone.
Yeah. Oh, she might have calculated that it's either a Aether Ice Vein that's going to be fired off for 5 arcane, or she has a big attack that she wants to fire back.
Yeah.
Maybe a Wounded Bull. And that way you're still trading life, and you're getting close to life parity. Ooh, that's an Ice Vein from Arsenal.
Right.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
That will take at least 1 card.
Yep.
What you do against the Aether Ice Vein, you generally just pitch 1 to prevent 1 arcane damage, and then you have the 2 floating for the discard, so it only costs 1. Depending on the hand of Jacob, you can of course just staunch a little bit of the damage, a little bit more of the damage. And the AB2, but he doesn't have the AB3, so...
No. He runs plenty of blues, so...
Yeah, blues won't be the problem.
Yeah.
I see, is it an immovable in hand? I see a Showtime. I'm not sure what the color of the Ice Vein is. It looks like a yellow, so it will be 4. The AB1? And then base 2. Yeah, that's generally what you do. So it's not a big tempo swing, but it does deal 3 damage. You get a card. But I think as a Bravo, you're still pretty comfortable. But this is probably one of the better plays to have in return, because he didn't take as much tempo. Another Spinal. Damn.
Big swings from Jacob.
Yeah. I see another Ice Vein. I see Ice Eternal, Polar Blast. So it's a hand that doesn't block very well. He doesn't have a card in hand. So she can honestly just go for 2 blocks. Play 1 card out. Wait for a better turn cycle. I'm not sure what she has in the arsenal.
Looks like she's going for the 2 block.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, the Ice Eternal and the promo Ice Eternal.
Yeah.
And the Aether Ice Vein. They block for 6. You take 3. It's okay. But as a Bravo, you're feeling pretty confident. She fires off the Frosting. And the Waning Moon.
And the Waning Moon, yep.
So that's just 4. He did have 1 floating, so it's 3 arcane.
3 arcane, yep.
And she cycles the Arsenal. It's a very common play to just cycle the Arsenal, where you're waiting for the best timing to play out the spell. And if there's no best timing, you can still play it out.
Yeah.
And just do the damage and not the disruption, just to attack on both turn cycles. And I see a Zealous Belting and a Sigil, so it will probably be and a Macho Granda and a Rouse. So if that's a...
It's not enough to rouse.
Nah, it could be with the Zealous Belting and the Macho Granda if that's a red, but it's a blue. 6 into Anatos probably. And this is what I was talking about. He has the more of the tempo gameplay, because in the long run, if you're Bravo, you're gonna lose, basically. If it's a good Iyslander, you will lose. So you need to just slam. slam.
Big bonk.
Big bonk. She does have the Polar Blast, which does nothing but give a frostbite, which can be relevant.
For the next attack,
But he probably has a blue to pay for the Anatos. And she gets to draw a card, which helps. She gets the Waiting Moon.
We know he has the Sigil.
Yeah.
And the other one, the Rouse. Rouse is blue.
Oh, yeah, but he can pitch the Rouse and bank the Sigil.
Yeah. It's a nice one to have in arsenal.
Yeah, definitely. So this doesn't stop anything, basically.
Just pitches 3.
Yeah. And she can go for double block and Waning Moon, depending on what's in her hand. Oh, she Waning Moons first. Doesn't matter if you do it now or later.
Yeah.
Well, it matters because no, it doesn't really matter in this instance, I feel.
The single block.
Single block. Maybe she'll go for the corner peak. Arsenal card.
Yep.
Bravo is gaining ground.
An E-strike.
That's a good card.
That's good value. Yeah.
The Bravo is gaining ground, but you can close the gap pretty quickly if they just have an Anatos turn, you block twice, you attack for 7, and you just keep the arsenal, and then you do that twice, and it's 17-17 basically. He draws into a sink, and an immovable, crippling.
So this is coming in for 5 because you drew a card of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You always, when you do it with 2 cards, you always want to keep the arsenal. So this is just finding a better arsenal card.
Yeah.
Or just being able to present some damage, because you want to keep life parity. And he sinks. He can sink to maybe he sinks to crippling. Or the immovable.
Immovable. Yeah.
I feel like Bravo's still on the winning side of this match.
Yeah. It can swing if Erica draws into a great hand. But she took a lot of damage at the start of the game.
Yeah, especially the dominated crippling crush. That one was backbreaking.
She accidentally flipped the card there, so this is going to be a judge call.
Yeah.
This is hidden information that she should not have.
This is very annoying, because it looks like she pulled a small stack from the top, and the card just fell out.
Yeah.
But then you know what's.
It's unlucky.
It's very unlucky.
So we'll just wait for the judge to come in and tell them what to do.
So in this game state, I feel like Bravo is ahead. Because the life totals aren't on parity, and she doesn't have any of the Insidious chills. Because the way you get back into this game is if she would have set up an Insidious chill early, she could have, the Aether Ice Flame would have taken 2 cards. And now if she's going to set it up, she'll probably take anywhere between 6 and 9 damage to set up the Insidious chill.
Yeah.
And that will hurt. That will hurt quite a bit. Or she needs to set it up from the arsenal, but then you can only block with 1 card basically. Or 2 if you don't want to do anything on your own turn.
Yep.
So she has little space to set up tempo. So either she needs to find all the red attacks, block 6, and then attack for 8, and do it like 2 or 3 turn cycles in a row with the card like the Wounded Bull.
Yep.
But it is looking like a tough situation for Iyslander, and Jacob just identifying that, playing out the big red attacks constantly, finding the right pitches, applying the pressure. He's playing it like he should, and like I said, because as a Bravo, you generally want to go into a very tempo-oriented game. I do feel like the Fatigue Bravo has a worse matchup than this kind of Bravo, because what you're seeing right now, you're just putting so much pressure on the life total. And he only played one Zealous Belting. If he finds another, it's another Zealous Belting into the Anatos or a Rouse into a Choke Slam. It's I have traumas.
The pain is
it will be getting close because he runs a lot more reds. You run a big you run the Zealous Beltings, which are red. You might even run the E-Strikes, which are red as well. I'm not entirely sure about his list, but that will make it that you can chip a lot of damage in his turn, which Erica's doing quite well. So you want to Waning Moon as much as possible because they don't want to pitch away into the Arcane Barrier.
Yep.
And he's running 2, and I feel like the Crater Fist is a smart choice because you get 3 block off the 2 big attacks.
Yeah.
And the only way you are going to win this as Iyslander is if you kind of slam back. It's just like like the Looney Tunes movie, like come on and slam. And this is definitely more of an old school Bravo. Just go bonk.
Just go bonk. Yeah.
Bonk.
We're getting requests for a bonk sound effect. We actually have a sound panel, but we have no idea which sounds.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
Should we risk it?
I see a big red button.
Don't press the big red button.
Don't press it.
Should I?
It does absolutely nothing.
It does absolutely nothing. What a disappointment.
Thank God.
or I killed the stream. I don't know.
Probably not.
So we're still. I think we fixed the situation. Looks like they were.
Looks like they did fix it.
We'll go back to the table.
Back to the game. I'm not entirely sure what the ruling was. Maybe it got put on the bottom.
So I think officially the opposing player can decide if it goes on the bottom or on top. But that's if you are drawing a card too many.
Yeah.
Then you present your hand and then the opposing player picks one to put on the top or the bottom. But this card came from the middle of the deck, so this is a weird situation.
Ooh,
I think I saw 2 judges as well. So
this is scary.
Just a hammer. Just
no.
A small bonk.
No, it's not a small bonk.
Tiny bonk.
Does he have the pommel from Arsenal? That's the big question. Because he's acting like he has the pommel. Does he have the pommel? Then it's 7 life.
I think it's not the pommel. I think it's the sigil.
Yeah, that's true.
We know.
So he's faking it, and Erica's like, show it to me.
Yeah. She's calling his bluff.
Yeah. And they're going to the notepad. So it's just 1. Oh, this helps.
And there's the sigil.
There's the sigil, yeah.
Yeah. The bluff was called, so the Arsenal's useless now.
Yeah, but I feel like sigil is such a... It feels like cheating, because...
Yeah.
I mean, blocking for 3 is different than gaining 3 life. Gaining 3 life feels like so much. Yeah. He's gained 6, so it would have been 16-25 if there were no sigils.
It doesn't matter if it's like dominated or AB, whatever, just gain 3 life. Yeah.
That's nice, Vane. That's nice.
That's nice.
Does he have the blue? Is the question. So I see a Thunderquake.
Yeah, a Thunderquake.
And that's a
Showtime as well.
Cranial Crush. Cranial Crush is pretty good into Iyslander because you put the Arsenal card on the bottom. So you force them to play it out.
Yep.
So again, the 1 IB pay 2. And she is on 3 with the Tunic. So it's okay to Arsenal the Ice Bolt.
Yep.
She's pitching away the Ice Bolt. Like, when you're on Tunic, like, I feel one of the decks that uses Tunic most effectively is Iyslander, because you can go Ice Bolt and then use the Tunic resource for Waning Moon, or you go...
He's dominating.
Dominate.
But what is he dominating?
Another crippling.
This is gonna hurt Erica.
Yeah, but she has an Iron Will.
Yeah.
It didn't phase her.
No.
At all. This is a... I feel like this is a masterclass in how you play Bravo into Iyslander. Yeah, and all the equipment goes in the front.
Throw it all in front of it, yeah.
Oh, the defense reaction. So no crush.
No crush.
She will take 3. She loses so much, but Cornet Peak, it's nice against Bravo, but it's better against decks where you want to keep channel around. So it's a 2 block against Bravo. You can play Channel into Bravo because it makes things harder. But yeah, if Big Bonk costs 5 or Big Bonk costs 6, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Scar.
Alright, Scar, good.
If it's Scar into Wounded Bull, that's one of the better tempo plays she can make. I didn't see a red attack with my sniper eyes. I was trying to snipe the cards in her hand. But generally just Scar for Scar. It's for 4 free damage.
4 free damage.
Most of the time. And he's protecting his life total. Jacob knows what he's doing. He's
going
prepared
into
for the
danger
Iyslander.
zone. Yeah.
And Erica's prepared for the Bravo.
Yeah.
Because at the speech, he dropped all the equipment in front. She was like, I'm not discarding 2 cards.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
It cost her the tunic, but I guess that's worth it. 1 resource or 2 cards.
I see a
At this
Warmonger's
point in the game.
Diplomacy and a Pommel in Jacob's hand.
Oh, the Warmongers.
It doesn't do as much
No.
against Iyslander because if you
don't have any.
you choose War,
attacks. She runs a lot of attacks.
you probably mostly choose War and you just play the non-attack in their turn.
Right.
Because it's only in your turn. This is such a good play. This is what you want to see. The 4
Is
into
it
7.
during their turn, by the way?
Yeah.
All right.
So what you do is you play the attack and then you arsenal the non-attack and you play the non-attack in their turn.
So it doesn't do as much.
But now this is how you crawl back. Scar for Scar.
14 to 21, yeah.
Final Spring Tunic. But does he have... And now he will have the 1 floating and the Final Spring Tunic. And we do know what the last card in hand is.
Yeah.
Jacob is playing such a good game. But Erica has too. This is
Yeah.
very... This is the top of Flesh and Blood in Sweden. And it's very awesome to be here and be able to watch these awesome players go at it.
It really is. And to see them having a good time. Even during the judge calls, they were laughing and having a good time. And
now they're all back serious. Yeah.
Very serious. High stakes game.
I see Ice Eternal. I see a Channel.
Yeah.
Cold Snap. Cycling a card. Go up to... And now you do Waning Moon. Oh. She actually...
With the Frostbite, he can't...
yeah. But now you also probably... Well, she'll draw first. And you're probably Waning Moon first. I feel like. I would probably Waning Moon first, because then you're forcing them to... They'll just pay the resource and arsenal, but that's what you want.
Yep.
And if you do it after, he can pitch the pommel away as well. Well, it doesn't technically matter, but it gives you more information. Because if it's just a blue... If it's just a blue in hand and he pitches it away, you have more information to decide how you want to block.
Yeah.
Maybe she's still thinking about if she wants to Waning Moon, because it's still declare attacks. I don't think it's a mistake per se. It's just when you want to moon is... I think it's a little bit of a preference. Like, I would do it here to get some information.
Personal signature move.
Yeah. Like, it could be a very theoretical thing. You could probably write a paper about when do you moon. When the moon is waning.
When the moon is waning. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
That's amore.
That's amore. And she sinks and moons.
Of course you moon. That was very, very nice disruption. She's really clawing back into this game.
Yep.
And she has another Aether Ice Vein. What's the last card? So she has a Channel. She has an Aether Ice Vein. What's the last card? It's an E-Strike. Do you go again? I actually find it hard. Is it 7? Is it go again? It's probably 7. I would go for 7.
Yeah. I think it's a 7 and Jakob blocks 7.
Yeah. And then you arsenal the last card.
Yep.
And that's probably the Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah. And there's the hammer again.
And we know what's in Arsenal. Oh, she does have the eye, which is nice. She can actually gain 2 life, because that's a fighting spirit, I believe. Yeah. Oh, it's a Wounded Bull.
Wounded Bull, yeah.
And here comes the pommel.
The pommel.
Yeah.
So that's an 8.
It goes up to 10 if he has the.
Did he pitch? Yeah, he did. Yeah, it goes up to 10.
Yeah, so it's not 19.
Yeah,
it's 10.
it's 1 plus 9. That's 10.
Yeah. That's sometimes you just have to take it.
Yeah.
And now it will be a sticky game.
So the life totals haven't updated.
I think the players haven't updated the life totals.
Yeah.
I think Erica should be at. She blocked 2, took 8, so she should be at 4.
Yeah. Playing the Scar now. Yeah, there's the damage coming through.
Yeah.
Both applying 4 damage.
Yeah.
Working together. All right, so the Scar for 4 with the go again.
That's a sync.
Being synced.
Always nice to cover it up with sync.
Yep.
Will she be playing the Aether Ice Vein she had in Arsenal? I think so. If she has the 2 blues, of course.
Yeah.
To fuse. Oh, she has
A
the Wonder
Wounded
Bull.
Bull.
Nice.
Pitching the heart.
And this is getting quite close because for Jacob now, if he's going to block, he'll protect the life total, but he'll only do an Anatos probably.
Yep.
Anatos does mean lethal, and she gains a life, so it's 5. So she shouldn't be at lethal anymore actually. And we know there's an Aether Ice Vein in Arsenal. And if it's a red one, well, you don't want the red one in the Arsenal for the finishing turn because you want the blue, like Aether Hail Waning Moon. That's 6, and then you can do that's 5, and then you can do the Aether Ice Vein, the red Aether Ice Vein for hand for 10. So that's a kill range of 10. And if you have them in Arsenal, you can just do Waning Moon and.
He has a CNC. I just noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
If he has read that the card isn't a blue card, that CNC would be really good.
Yeah.
Well, she needs to block anyways, but.
Do we know? I haven't counted the D-Reacts Erika played, but I think it's about 4 gone now.
Yeah, I think it's 4. Yeah, and this is how you crawl back. But I still think the life is very tight for Erica, so it needs to go the way of Erica with her own hands, as well as what Jacob is drawing.
Yep.
This is a very tight call. Because do you take the 5 going to 14 and then it's just like 2 Waning Moons and you're in kill range?
Yeah.
And that's why Iyslander is arguably the best deck right now. It's just so hard to finish off the Iyslander.
Yeah.
So he does take the 5, going down to 14. That's a scary number, but I think he will CNC.
I think
that's
so too,
a very good call. But if she draws 2 ice cards, she can play the Aether Ice Vein from Arsenal. That's a good call.
And he has nothing to pitch. He can AB1, but she can do whatever now, right?
Yeah, but you don't have kill on 14.
No.
And we do know it's the Aether Ice Vein in the Arsenal. I think it was a red, which kind of it's very annoying in this game state because she needs to find a way to play it out.
Yeah.
And in this instance, you much rather have a blue spell and Waning Moon so you can threaten 5.
Right.
And now she cannot play both turn cycles. And she probably has to block 6 and keep a blue and the ice card to play out the Ice Vein and then Arsenal the blue card. And you hopefully it's a damage spell.
Yeah.
So if she has a Aether Hill and a Meritus Scolding, for example, you block 6 if you can, which can be tough. And then you play out the Ice Vein, taking a card, and then you can do the Aether Hill in their turn, Waning Moon. And then you block with 3 cards, Arsenal 1 card, and you can be in kill range if it's a Meritus Scolding. But that's like Sorry to the viewers if it's getting very technical.
I was going to say, I'm learning a lot here. This, I was saying before this game, Geo plays so much Iyslander. This is going to be like a lecture.
Well,
but we have a very nice teacher at the table too.
Definitely. Erica is teaching me stuff, but like you need to think ahead a few turns. So, is she going to give up the Ice Vein? Yeah, she does.
Okay, yeah.
Ooh. What does she have? If it's an 8 attack, must be a big attack, right?
It has to be. Going down to 2 is scary.
It's a scar.
Okay, that's a good start.
Now he has to block the scar, by the way, because otherwise he goes down to 10.
Yeah.
And this is so cool, because Erica's playing to win. She's not playing to not lose, but she's playing to win. And that's something you need to identify as an Iyslander.
He went down to 10.
Yeah. And now it's 7. And now it's a very annoying game state.
Yeah.
Because she gets 1, and if she can block with 3 cards, it's pretty much what I said in a different way. But now he has to block, or he goes down to 3, and that's just 1 waning moon.
Yeah, you're dead.
And now she can block 9, arsenal a card, and then draw back up to 4 and have 5 cards. And then if he does a big attack, you just finish him off.
Yeah. I think I see a pummel in his hand.
That blocks for 2.
Yeah. And a zealous belt.
That blocks for 2 as well. And a crippling crush and a... I think I saw a starstruck, so that's a bad hand.
Yeah.
Erica might actually be in a very good position right now. And he's counting. I would start counting as well. Like, what have I seen? What can come from the hand? What can come from the arsenal? Because at any point you have to calculate for 8. 8 arcane in your turn. At this point, because that's the red Aether Ice Vein into a Waning Moon.
And we're getting very close to 8 health.
Yeah. So even just taking 1 damage here, it can be very annoying. And with the hand he has, he can probably not play out an attack.
Yeah.
And it's beautifully played by Erica. And this is why I love this deck so much, because she was down 15 life.
Yeah.
And she took all the value plays and didn't panic after the first crippling, and took it to the chin like a real woman.
Yep.
And then the second one, all the equipment in front of it. That's maybe it's like the Scandinavian resolve. They're just cool. There's like, I'll just donate my equipment and say I don't care about the 2 discards.
Yeah. Jakob is in trouble here.
Yeah,
having a tough time deciding.
But it's the combination of the hand with what Erica presented.
Yep.
Like you almost never want to get off the arsenal, except if you can do this if they're on 14, because you don't block the scar at this point.
Yeah.
Is he going to block 2? Go down to 5? Oh my god.
He's not sure about it.
Yeah. This is a tough call.
Yeah.
Like honestly, if I was the Bravo, I would probably fully block it out, arsenal a card, and just look for a window where she doesn't have the attack.
Yeah.
But that's what makes Iyslander so killer, because then she has the arcane, and then you need to pitch away the arcane, and it just gets so tricky. So he goes down to 5.
Yeah.
So if Erica draws 2 blues and they, well, maybe he'll just Anatos.
Anatos pummel? He has the tunic up.
Good call by Jacob. Yeah, she's looking for the pummels. How many has he played? Like, there's only 1 card you're looking at right now.
We're gonna speak a little quiet now. So. Is she gonna?
She has 9 block. I see. Oh, she can. Yeah, you put in front. You just block 9, and what you do, you put down the brain freeze, the enlightened strike, and I see a channel, I believe. I don't know what's the 5th or the 4th card in hand, but that's a 9 block. So even if he pummels, it's you just take,
You take
one, and you can arsenal a blue card.
Yeah.
And
that's
then
the play too.
and then you can look for, you can Waning Moon, you can, yeah,
Let's see what she does. Yeah.
Edge of our seat. We're having some good games today.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sweden,
Let's go Sweden.
bringing their best to Stockholm, to the Dragonslair.
The Dragonslair.
Yeah.
There we go.
What's the last card?
Now, is he still gonna use it, or is he gonna arsenal it? Is that 1 point of damage relevant right now?
I don't know if it picked up, but you asked me if he's going to play it or not, and you probably don't play it.
No.
And now you, as an Iyslander, you're always in the situation of, is it a pummel?
Yeah.
Is it a pummel? Yeah, you arsenal, and now it's like a.
He's just gonna do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he has a full grip. I see a Terrace Under, I see a Chokeslam, and now it's the question: does Erica have the kill?
Yep.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the card in the arsenal is.
The arsenal is very relevant right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
We'll
okay,
Yeah.
theoretically, if it's a Emeritus Scolding, it's 4, 3 of the Waning Moon.
Yeah.
He has AB 2,
Maybe 2.
so that's not enough, because you take off 4.
Yep.
So he takes 3, and then you need one more card with the Storm Striders that does 3 arcane. If he comes in with an attack.
Yep.
So. That looked like a frosting. That's 1 arcane.
Just double checking there.
And now it's this is the you're in the tank. You're in the tank.
Yeah.
When you're Jacob, it's like, how do I die? That's the question. You're not asking how do I win, because you know how you win. It's in your arsenal. It's how do you die?
How do you die?
How
There's
do
so
I
many
die?
ways to die.
There's so
against an
many ways to
Iyslander.
die.
Yeah.
Do I? Because I think the attack is 4, so he can pitch a double blue, have 2 floating,
Yeah.
and attack for 8. But if Erica has 7 arcane and you have 2 floating, you're dead.
Yep. I think Jimmy can't handle the pressure. He just walked away.
I would walk away as well.
This is
It's an
intense.
immovable.
Yeah.
Oh, if he pitches 2 blues into attack, he still has 1 card in hand. So that's probably the play. I think it's a Chokeslam. I'm not entirely sure if it's a red Chokeslam. You probably played it red Chokeslam.
Is he gonna?
Oh. If he bravos, he can respond.
Yeah. But then he will still have 3 cards in hand, so he probably won't be able to do the big attack, but still swing the hammer maybe.
I think you're cutting out a little.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. I do not hear you in my mic when you're talking softly, and we need to be soft because it's a very
They
very
are right
tight
around
game.
the corner. We don't
Yeah.
want to give away any information.
Yeah. He does dominate, and I think this is the correct play, because you're playing
Yeah.
to win, but it's also like you're asking the question of Erica: do you have it?
Do you have it? Yeah, prove
Do you
it.
have it? And she doesn't have any other information. Like, he can just fake out.
Yeah.
He can just pitch this and just pass.
Yeah.
It can be a sigil from the arsenal because he played 2. She doesn't know what's in the arsenal.
Yeah. So she's really thinking about this.
I would be struggling, especially if you're 5-1.
Yeah.
It got a lot closer than I thought, to be honest. He didn't get the enough of the zealous beltings and the rouses, because he did it like once.
Yeah.
And Erica clawed back very nicely. And okay, so the dominate resolves,
Yep.
which makes
Does he
sense.
follow it up with Anathos?
That's smart.
Putting her on the spot again.
she's confused.
Yeah.
And I will be too. But it's a pretty face-up play where, like I said, he could dominate and just ask her the question like, "Are you going to fire off now?"
Yeah.
And if she does, he has the full grip to AV. And now he's asking the other question of, "Do you think I have the pommel?"
Yeah.
And will you give me 3 cards again?
Yeah.
So I won't pommel, and we will do this exchange again. And although normally Iyslander does this to the opponent, Jacob is doing it to the Iyslander right now. So props to Jacob. I know why he's 6-0. Oh, she will go for it.
There we go. Yeah.
Pitching the Merit to Scolding.
Is he going to respond, or?
It depends. He can respond.
He can activate tuning for a resource.
Ooh. So she runs the red Merit to Scolding. Because she pitched the red for... No? Wait. Oh, no. Never mind. If I wanted to fire off one spell at this injunction, it would have been a fused Aether Ice Fang.
Yeah.
Because now you cannot pitch the 1 and discard nothing. But I'm not sure what's in her arsenal. We know she has the Ice Bolt. It's all in the arsenal card. Because now she can do... It's a red. So she does 5.
Yeah.
AB is 2, so it's 3. So she needs Waning Moon, and then she needs 2. She needs 3 arcane from the arsenal.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's 3 arcane.
We'll see.
But I'm not sure if he has enough pitch actually.
He has 1 card in hand, it seems.
He has 2. 1 to the left, 1 to the right.
Oh.
And he will. If he has a blue, he still has the Terra Sunder.
Yeah.
So he has 1 blue, he can pitch it to prevent 2 and then not discard and still have 1 card in hand, which he can prevent the Waning Moon.
Yeah.
And then if she has 2 arcane in the arsenal, she wins.
Whoa. What a game.
This is tight. This is very tight. And like as a Bravo, how do you deal with it? You always AB2, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how my mind works in these kinds of situations. Is like I find what I think is the best play. That's why I say it when casting as well. I think it's always right because that's how my brain works. So like I'm actively finding the best play, which is AB2. Oh, he AB'd 1. It's a yellow? No,
he
AB2
with Tunic.
Oh, with Tunic. Yeah, of course. And it's always the question, I always AB2, right? Why shouldn't I? And that's the way I think of these kinds of situations. Oh, it's the 2. It's the 2 arcane. No way. Oh my god. No way. It is the 2 arcane. Damn, I can hear them from here.
Yeah, what an explosive end.
Oh my god. No way. So Erica takes it, right? Did I miscalculate? No, Erica takes it. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
What a game.
Well played by Erica.
So, that's an insane game, both ways.
Right.
They're very deserving of their spots, and I think we'll see them in the top 8 again.
So both 6-1, that's probably like one more win should do it, at least.
They might actually...
6-1 might be enough.
Yeah. Well, probably Jacob is safe. Because he's the only 6-1. No, he only needed 1 because he couldn't AB 2 off the last card. If I'm correct. He only had one more resource floating, so she needed 2 arcane because you need to pay 6 for the. You pay into the waning moon for 2. You pay into the Aether Ice Vein for 2, and then you pay 2 for the discard. And he had 1 floating from the tunic. Right? Yeah.
You're the expert here. I trust you.
Well, it's been a long day for us too. So
yeah. And we still have 2 more rounds to go.
We have to, and if there are 2 more rounds like this, that would be perfect.
Well, actually, I think we have some good news for our Swedish fans because we are switching up the casting.
Oh.
I think the next round will be cast by 2 actual Swedish people.
Oh, that's very cool.
So you won't see our faces for at least 1 hour.
Did we get another caster?
Yeah.
Who's going to cast?
I think Tobias.
Ooh, nice.
Because he went 0-3 in the draft, but he would still like to participate.
Awesome.
And he's a very good player.
Yeah, that's
we
a
would
gift.
love to get his thoughts on some games here.
And maybe they can cast in Swedish.
Yeah. If the chat agrees that Swedish cast would be fun. Yeah. I'm not sure how international our audience is.
I'm not sure either. I'm just going to check real quick if Erica did win, because now I'm questioning myself because of chat. So I'll be back in a sec to confirm that Erica won, and then we'll go to a small break, right?
Yeah. And then I think also we will get you some scores. People in the chat have been asking for results of the matches. We are very curious too. We will get that printed somewhere and we'll talk you through it. You can hear the excitement on their end.
We have to correct something.
Okay, so big news. Big news from the table.
Yeah. It was a long day. I miscounted. Jacob won.
Jacob won.
Jacob won. Yeah. Chat was right.
Chat was right. He needed 3 AB. All right.
He had a 4 blue hand, and he actually got the 2 AB off the last one. I was just too hyped. I didn't see. So Jacob won. Jacob is 7-0.
I think Bully Ranger from the chat, if you come over here, you can replace Giovanni.
Yeah. Come over to Stockholm, and you're welcome.
We have some Jungle Scream, some cars. We have like half a vacuum cleaner left. We have some hockey pucks that we haven't even got to.
Oh, man. What a game. What a game.
What a game.
Damn. I'm a bad Iyslander because I missed it.
Oh, you're not. We all learned something.
Small break,
today.
and then we'll go over to a full Swedish cast.
All right. See you guys soon.
All right. I think we're back.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who are you? What are you doing here?
Yeah. So I'm Tobias. I played in the tournament, but my draft portion went really bad. I was 2-1 before, but 0-3 the draft, so
yeah,
I dropped so I could spend time with you instead.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
So we have an interesting matchup here.
Yeah.
We can jump right into it so everyone can see.
There we go. Yeah. So we have Iyslander versus Katsu.
Yes.
We have Joachim on Iyslander. He's a avid Kano player usually, but he switched to Iyslander for this event. He has played a lot of Iyslander also though, so he's like the wizard main here. And then we also have Marcus on Katsu.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Marcus did a huge jump up to, I think they're on table 5 or something like that right now, so
yeah,
it's good. It's going to be really fun.
So you were also an Iyslander in the tournament?
Yes, I was an Iyslander. I actually faced Marcus in round 2.
Yeah.
And managed to take it home. He had some bad draws and I had some really good ones. So I'm not sure if that's going to tell anything about this game, but yeah.
What do you think about the matchup in general?
I think it's pretty Iyslander favored.
Right.
It is pretty hard for Katsu because a lot of the combo lines are so tight on the resource curve.
Yep. And even if you get discounted, so things are free, basically. It's not going to be free if there's a frostbite out. So
like even a single frostbite can usually take away like an entire attack, which is a lot.
I mean, I dabble in Katsu. I would say that this is one of the most annoying matchups.
It is. Yeah, Marcus was like, when I faced him earlier this morning, he was like, oh no, not an Iyslander. And then he heard he was playing Joachim and was like, oh no, again, an Iyslander. So
yeah.
I think his only his only loss right now in constructive was against me, and other than that, he's been like flawless. So
nice.
He's on a big run right now, but also Joachim is also playing super well. He beat an uzuri last round.
I think you need to be in a certain mind space as a Katsu, because usually you are the one that makes your opponent guess what's going on, and all of a sudden you are put in a position where you need to be way more reactive than just trying to play the bluff game and like, where am I going with these combo lines? Because like, if people, obviously he has better cards now than he had back in the days.
Yes.
But still, like, you kind of want to make people guess and do the wrong decisions.
Yeah, and you also always have to have the backup plan. Like, you need to know, like, okay, this is my plan if I don't get a frostbite, but I also have this play if I get a frostbite. And you need to be comfortable with both plans going into every round.
Yep.
And if you're not comfortable with that, you either, like you said, you have to bluff and hope it works out, or you need to be like, okay, I need to block a bit more, get to next round, and hope that is enough.
See, I think the players are still preparing a little bit. Might also wait for the judge to start the time.
Yeah, we're a bit early. We caught them on the break and let them know so they were ready to get to the table as soon as possible. But it looks like they are getting ready now.
So for Iyslander, is there anything you need to watch out for besides not letting them do the crazy combo round?
Yeah, if you get a dishonored early, like you get hit with dishonor and lose your hero power, like the game is pretty over. So I know some Katsus have been playing pouncing links to do that. We see what Marcus flips up here. He's on the normal mask momentum.
Yep.
He looks like he is on AB2. Yep. So this was his plan against me also, AB2, to like be able to like slow down and prevent Arcane when he gets the frostbite, to not leak as much damage on the off turns.
For sure. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a standard equipment. Like the Iron Rot is also super key in this matchup. Like, being able to block the four breakpoints with just with one card, and the Iron Rot is so good.
And we just need to adjust some life totals because Iyslander does indeed start on 36.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, the Katsu, like, you get 1 or 3 points of damage, but then Iyslander gets to get tempo, so it's a hard choice on where you want to be.
Yep.
Can be good depending on what he gets here. So
I think we have the wrong, let's see, I think we have the wrong round number here, right? We are on round 8 now.
We should be, yeah.
Yeah, see if we can fix that.
I think he has 2 Ancestral in hand, so he could push some damage and still get an Arsenal here.
There we go.
I think he's fine with that. He will take that. Yeah, it looks good. I think he has one more Ancestral, so he still can push even more damage if he doesn't like the first Arsenal.
Might be good to keep it for later too.
It could be.
Especially in the scenario you were talking about where Iron Rot blocks for 1 and tries to stop something, and then you can still... Okay, here we go.
Yeah, so he also drew from Mask Momentum before passing turn, so could get a good Arsenal.
Okay, over to Joachim. Do something and then put a blue card in Arsenal, most probably.
Yeah. Oh, yes, almost the perfect start with the Scar, and then can come in with an attack after, and still Arsenal a good card.
Scar being a very good card when you start with less life than your opponent.
It is. It's really efficient. Like just forego again is the best rate offensively you can get.
Yep. Okay, we're pitching for... Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
That's a really good start for...
It is really good, and this is where Marcus needs to think about his 2 plans again. Like, okay, if he Arsenal a Frostbite, how is my turn going to look?
Yep.
If he does an Arsenal Frostbite, how is my turn going to look? So he doesn't waste value right now.
Yeah. He seems to hellbent on using most of
He
his
probably
hand.
likes his hand.
Yep.
He got to draw a lot of cards turn 0 and like set this turn up, so see if he can capitalize on it.
Alright then, here we go.
Yeah. Descendant coming for 3, we go again.
It's such a good card.
Yeah, it's so efficient, like
ridiculously good card.
Yeah, the way you got like more starters almost with that card, it's so efficient, so we can get into his combo lines a lot easier. But you're also like, if you're Joachim here, you're pretty happy because this doesn't start the Dishonor line.
Yeah.
So the Dishonor doesn't work right now, so even if there is a Dishonor in the end, Joachim is still pretty fine with it, and he has the 4 HP lead, so he can take a lot of damage this round and still feel good about himself.
But then again, as Marcus, like on Katsu, if you end with a Dishonored right now, that's a Dishonored that's going to be in your discard pile for later.
It is. And now you can see the scare Joachim has about +1.
Yeah. There we go.
Once it finds the... Yeah, so this is just a wide turn dealing a lot of damage.
Yep.
Under Winds is a super fine card to get, just to go wide.
So how important is it to like try to win quick in this for Katsu?
I think it is. It is pretty important, but you don't wanna trade life to go down to like the sub 10 HP.
Yeah.
So you need to find lines where you can burst and deal a lot of damage and put Iyslander low, so that afterwards you can trade and still have a life lead. Because if you close in on that 10 HP, it's always going to be hard to survive no matter what you do.
Yeah. And here we see the winds coming in. It's going to be 3 go again, I would guess.
Yes. Is that a Brothers in Arms is in his hand? So he only has 2 blocks unless he commit a card to it. I think he has an attack in Arsenal, so I think he's in like going to struggle on this because he wants to block here so that the mask isn't triggering on next turn, like the next attack.
Yep.
But also if he only blocks 3 or the gloves are there to push the point.
Yep. We will see what Joachim decides to do. He blocks 4.
Yeah, that's 4. What's the Brothers?
He does not want that mask trigger to go off.
No, the mask trigger is pretty, like, that's one way you can punish pretty hard. And now he's using that ancestral he kept from turn 0.
So it's a point of damage and a card.
Yes, and now he has hit twice with his mask. Oh, he's giving it away maybe. But he had like that made it so that he had hit twice with his mask, and could threaten mask on this attack, but now it's a weapon instead.
Yep. Looks like a whelming in hand, if I'm not.
Yeah, instead of blue whelming, then it's a pretty rough draw because it doesn't help him deal the damage he needs to.
Yep.
And a dishonor for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now he has the dishonor for next time he finds a bounce line.
Exactly.
He gets to draw, but yeah, he might get a better arsenal. Yeah, he kept the whelming, so he probably found a better arsenal.
Yep. Yeah, pushing some damage.
Yeah, but I think Joachim is still pretty fine with this. Like, you're still only behind by 5, which is pretty manageable. You have a card left, so you can Cornet Peak, or you can attack like he does now.
Yep.
But this is also pretty, like, it helps Marcus a lot because now he can plan for his next turn.
Yeah.
And decide, like, this block is going to be a lot easier than any other block because he knows exactly what Joachim can do. And Marcus is going aggressive.
Yeah. Yep. I think that's the right decision right now, though.
Yep.
If you have the hand for it, you want to push now when there is no arsenal.
Yeah, this if he has the combo right now, when he can go with a searching or something like that to start, it would be really good for him right now. But we'll see where he goes.
Okay, so we start with the Kodachi. Gonna build up that combat chain.
Yeah. We can also do this pretty safely because he doesn't have the.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah. So now he's trading a mask. Doesn't have any combo tricks left, so it's a lot easier for Joachim to block now.
Yep. Oh.
Soulweed, yeah.
White bordered.
Yeah. Some people like them a lot.
Yeah, I've heard that the new rage in Leviathan is to have one white bordered claw and one normal claw. One cold foil and one white bordered.
Yeah. That's the ultimate flex. Like, okay, I could have 2 cold foil if I wanted to, but I'm choosing a white border. Yeah, well, again, Joachim took some damage, but he's gonna get a lot of tempo back here, so
yep.
Marcus needs to decide how he can play this turn, but he also knows, like, now he can plan for that 1 frostbite because he sees it.
Yep.
He knows there is a ice card in arsenal.
Yeah. I mean, Katsu is so much more stable now with the new combo line, but you can still draw a brick hand.
You can definitely draw a brick hand because you still need you need a starter, you need like everything you need to line up, and it's super scary to discard to Katsu because Joachim can always let it go and then play a Blizzard after the Katsu resolve before the go again resolves.
Yeah.
So like, even if you think that is a plan, it can be really good.
We have someone from Hungary in chat saying good luck for Joachim.
Yeah, I played him in Antwerp, and so super fun.
I don't remember what happened in Antwerp. I was so sick during that event. I didn't have a voice. I was just like exhausted all the time.
Yeah, it was Antwerp was really fun. It was my first calling I went to. I went to 2 Pro Tours before, but that was my first, like, calling event. It was super nice. Everybody was super nice. So it's so nice to travel around, meet everybody.
Yep.
So it's fun that people can, like, be here and watch Joachim, that someone they played and had fun with, and now they can like share them on the internet. So it's super cool.
So we'll see, like, both players are very focused right now. I mean, this round 8, people have been playing a lot of Flesh and Blood today.
It's been a long day.
It's gonna start taking its toll, right?
It was like 10 hours ago that they opened the doors, so it's been a really long day. Here we go. Joachim is giving the frostbite that he showed Marcus last time, so Marcus can decide how he want to react to this.
Yep. We shall see.
he did pitch away one. Yeah, so now Joachim again can plan for the rest of the blocks because he knows there is a frostbite, no resource floating, so he can just block with whatever he knows what's up.
Yep.
He also do have the tunic up, and
okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, he blocks for that like that. He pitched a yellow Ice Vein.
Yep.
Yeah, so clean block. It looks like he has the channel in Arsenal like in hand. So
yeah, this looks good for Joachim now.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be as Iyslander. You have control of the game. You're going down together. You're not in a life deficit, and now he can get an channel like ready to Arsenal and just wait for Marcus to try to go do something.
Okay, starting off with an E-strike.
Marcus needs to decide the mode right now.
Yep. We do have the possibility to hear the players, but we tried that earlier, and you get so much like random table noise and everything. So
okay, yeah, so he just chose the +2. He's afraid of anything, and now Joachim can see that. Just block out, keep the channel for next round, and just feel pretty comfortable. Looks like he has an Ice Vein again, so he can deal a lot of damage on the swing back.
Yeah. What? Joachim looks into the camera.
I think Joachim is feeling pretty happy right now with the way this game is going. Oh, he has also the sync, so he doesn't have to leak that much damage to do what he want to do. Yeah, again, he's down 4. He has the tempo.
Yep.
He's exactly where he wants to be.
Joachim, I think, is fun because, like, obviously he's one of our well-known players, and like when he's playing the game in a tournament setting like this, it's not super easy to read him. But when he's not playing in between rounds, you can see if he's happy or if he's sad.
Yeah, there's so much emotions in that man. So like, he can be super frustrated, he can be super happy, and it's like it's like a roller coaster all day watching him and following around the tournament and talking with him. It's so fun. But I think he enjoys the deck right now. I think he's really found something here.
Yep.
He's playing super tight and playing super well, so you can really see that he's in control of the game state here. And this is exactly, I was watching the last round. I was walking around the top tables, and Joachim was playing against an Uzuri, and like he did the exact same thing. Like he controlled the game all the way down to like both for at like around 5.
Yeah.
And then he just ended it because he had perfect control the entire game.
Yeah, I think this is a really rough matchup for Marcus.
Marcus has that Art of War, so he might be like, okay, let's. No, he pitched it away, but like that might be like where Marcus feels like, okay, I need to go.
Yeah.
But we know that Joachim has the channel like for you, so it's a really bad spot to be in. And here comes the moon because you don't need to keep any cards. And they are back to even.
Yep.
See if Marcus can get something going and get some kind of tempo here, or if it's going to stall out.
But it's not just the cards right now, right? We are, as I said, like round 8, and getting stopped in your tracks by a deck like this can be devastating.
Yeah, you need to change your entire game plan. Like he's playing every round, just doing his thing, just pushing a lot of damage, getting his combo lines down, and all of a sudden now he needs to add in what can Iyslander do, what is going to happen, how is my round going to look, and he doesn't have that information when he does his blocks or his arcane prevention, but so yeah. Yeah, and here we go. Joachim is like, he's not taking anything.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, you got 2 cards, you got 2 resources, let's just take that away from you. And he's got a pretty good hand. If he can keep that hand, I think he's got one more Ice Vein, so he can like keep everything around.
Okay, we're coming in with a very expensive snatch.
It's a super expensive snatch, and it doesn't have any way to give it go again, so like the draw doesn't really matter right now. It's only 4 damage in Joachim's mind.
Yep.
Which again is what he wants to do. Marcus is doing a good job dealing the damage he can deal.
For sure, and that's what he needs to do right now, right? Otherwise, this is going to be a very short game from now on.
Yeah.
But all right, this is a really, really tough spot.
See if it was that Ice Vein. Yeah, it looks like Ice Vein. He can arsenal an ice card. It looks like even so he can do everything he wants to here. He has an Insidious that he could want to establish next round.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's established in the. It wasn't an Ice Vein. I saw it was the Eater Hail. Yeah, but he keeps the ice.
Yeah, that's
around.
fine. That's fine. That's what we want to do right now, anyway. Did you look at the other top tables, by the way? Do we know?
I did. It was a lot of Icelanders around. Like you saw one last round on stream. She's on table 2 right now. She's still in there.
Mm-hmm.
We had one more Icelander on that moved up to table 1 that also in there.
Yeah.
We have 2 Bravos in the top tables. We have a dromai that you saw on stream round 1, I think.
Yep.
We have both briar. We have the briar you also saw round 1. He's also up there.
Yep.
Niklas. So, and we have Christopher that I think he was on the during the draft portion.
Yeah.
Christopher, so he's also up there with briar. We have the uzuri that Joachim beat last round. He's also up there ready to go. We have a dash player and a prison player like on the outside looking in to that group. And then we have 2 lexi players also up there. So it's a pretty diverse meta. There's a lot of heroes up there.
Yep.
So there's like 7 heroes that like feasibly can make day 2 in the top 8 right now. So it's really fun meta to play around in.
Yeah, we were joking about the fact that the Swedish National Champion, we have 2 different people, like we have Niklas and Christopher, and they both won on Briar.
Yeah.
Is one of them still gonna claw their way into top 8 and do it again?
Yeah, it could be really fun if one of them does it and just like they take it home and then end Briar that way. Like sure, a lot of other nationals might do it, but it's also like for us, it's like everybody does it at the same time. So
yep.
It would be really interesting if they both and both of them won. Christopher lost the last round, but he was on table 2 when he lost, so he's still in a really good spot.
Yeah. So yes, a question from chat. We had 60 players, right?
We had almost 60 players.
Yeah.
I think it was like a few people that dropped in the morning.
Oh yeah, we had 60 that had signed up, and
and then a few that couldn't make it. So it was really good.
Yeah, we have some people from almost everywhere in Sweden, I think.
Yeah,
I mean where there's a flesh and blood scene.
Yeah, exactly. Like the south part with Malmö and Lund is showing up here. This is the first like bigger event outside of there they've showed up in, which is really fun. So like a lot of the smaller or the newer communities are starting to show up. So it's super good. Like you can see the game is growing. It's getting a hold in more places. There's more places doing armories.
Yep.
And we get rewarded with a 60+ player nationals. So
which is super cool.
Yeah.
All right, what's going on in this game? We still have.
Yeah, again, like he shows the brain freeze, triggering that Insidious he established last round.
Yep.
And again, there's a new channel coming up. So Marcus is looking at this, going, "Oh crap! I'm gonna lose 2 cards, and you got a new channel. So how do I push damage? You need to keep one card that deals a lot of damage in one go if he has it.
Yeah.
Because he's not gonna get that many attacks next round.
No, I'm trying to see what he has in his hand. Let's see.
It looks like a concealed blade. There is that a fluster fist?
Be like water, right?
Yeah, be like water. All right, it's be like water.
But yeah,
we're gonna see it then when Joachim gets to see the hand also.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so the made off the channel. He shows the hand. There is 1 blue.
Yeah, concealed blade, fluster fist.
What's the bonds?
Yeah, okay.
So if it takes the fluster fist, it's hard to do any amount of damage at all.
Yep.
Depending on what's in arsenal. If it takes the concealed blade, there's no resources to do anything. So I think both options are pretty fine here.
Yeah, and he goes for the Fluster Fist.
Yeah, so no, he keeps him with no efficient attack unless there is something in arsenal.
Yeah. Not even the Kodachis are good right now.
No, it's not enough damage right now. Especially when you know that the channel is coming out there. So if you attack with one Kodachi, you're gonna get the frostbite, and the channel is going to be established. So it's hard to even he might be able to Kodachi one more time.
Yeah.
But
You can see Marcus doing a little bit of a victory pose from the first channel going away.
yeah, but he knows there's another one. He saw that. He knows it's one more coming up. So it's a bittersweet moment right now.
I would guess that he passed some kind of sly remark while doing that victory pose.
I do think that Joachim didn't draw an ice card though, so it might be that he needs to take an off turn. But and that might be the reason he took the Fluster Fist, knowing that okay, I just need to
chill a bit.
Yeah, just not let him deal damage. Oh, and he has the scar
hello.
again.
Yeah, sure. That's good.
And this looks like he has an Ice Vein but no ice card, so he could go for that. No, there is an ice card there.
Here comes the mask.
Yeah, he just didn't want to. He just knew that Marcus couldn't put out enough damage, that the channel wasn't worth playing out.
Yep. All right.
And again, you see the way the Joachim has the tempo here. He knows exactly what to do. He knew it was worth taking the damage because he could do this. He could do the scar. He could fuse the Ice Vein using that chili established on his first channel, and then just he still has the resource enough to Waning Moon, so it's a lot of damage coming Marcus' way with still the channel like Frigid threatening if Marcus wants to keep a hand.
Seems like we're discarding.
Yeah, discard for the Insidious trigger.
Some of Joachim's faces, though. It looks like he's doing it into the camera, but I think it's just the position of where he has, his bookkeeping.
And here comes the Waning Moon. Putting Marcus at 5. Yeah, so if he draws a good spell in the next 1 or 2 rounds, it's just going to Marcus going all out here. So if he draws anything that deals damage, this is just...
Yeah.
I don't know if it did though, so I don't think he has the lethal here. I can see there's a Blizzard, Heart.
How do you see the Blizzard?
I think it's a Blizzard after Heart. I think it's a channel in 3rd spot, but the 4th card I have no idea what it is. Oh, there was a Polar Blast and a ice. Oh, there is a ice vein there. And if that's the case, he just has it.
Yeah, Marcus is just laughing at this point. So.
Yeah, Marcus knows what's up. Like he knows it's at 5. He knows he doesn't have any resource left. That card is from last round, so he doesn't have anything in his pitch. He doesn't have anything to play here. Joachim is just calculating if he has lethal or not.
Yep.
And if he just have a hand that is going to lose him tempo, he might need to figure out, okay, how do I block this without losing this turn, and just wait for a turn where he can win.
Yep. He seems pretty happy though.
Yeah, he does.
But you don't want to make a mistake right now.
Exactly. 10 hours into the tournament, this is round 8, you still want to think everything through, calculate everything.
Yeah, and they have the time. It's not going to be a problem. So
yeah, and this is Joachim is used to this, doing the math at the end game with he's played so much Kano in Blitz forever.
Yes.
Since it started, if someone played him in a calling at a side event, he's always grinding the side events.
Yep.
I remember after day 1 in Antwerp, I was beat playing all day. Joachim was also beat when he was like, "Oh, let's go play some Blitz side event." I was like, "How can you do that?" He's like, "No, I'm just playing Kano." So
he's just young.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, he's been grinding so many of these end games that he knows. So you just need to think everything through. Just be efficient, so don't do any mistakes.
Okay, we're pitching the heart.
Yeah, he might decide that the Waning Moon damage might be what he needs to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and exactly that. Use the tunic, get the damage through. And take the 4 damage.
All right.
Yeah, so he missed 1 HP there, where he could have taken the damage first and then done that.
Yeah.
Getting the hard trigger, but like he also knows that he's in complete control, so he doesn't really have to worry about it.
Reading the card 1 extra time, just to be sure.
Yeah. 1 more Insidious. It's like if he gets one of those off, just Mark's not gonna have a single card left.
Yep.
He also the Polar Blast, so it's pretty easy just to do the Waning Moon, but he also need 1 more damage if Marcus has the resources to block.
Yeah.
Joachim could have decided to do the Cornet Peak instead if he wanted to take a card from Marcus.
Yeah.
But it looks like he...
Yeah, so it's a Searching Strike, but you have to pay 3-4, which sucks to begin with. And the next one is going to be +2. If there is a next one.
Yeah, with Waning Moon, and if he has a single spell in hand, with him pitching the Ice Bolt, probably has 1 more spell in hand.
Yep.
Otherwise, the problem is, but it looks like he has the Ice Vein now.
Yeah, I think this is the end.
Here comes the Striders. Oh, he has 2 red in hand. I was like,
Okay.
but yeah. Here comes the 5. No fuse though. AB2. Take the 3. Yeah,
There we go.
the red Ice Vein is enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were discussing when we begin to, like, Iyslander has the tempo, like, unless you make a big mistake as Iyslander, you usually have a lot of control over the game.
Yep.
You can, if you find the channels, they line up pretty well, like exactly like they did this game. Like he found one, he found the other one when the first one was going away.
Yep.
He got everything you need, and like Marcus didn't find that dishonor early.
Yep.
And he didn't find a single one, and the only time he had the surgings was during the channeling frigid time. So the card is too expensive going into the channel turns. So
yeah, but Iyslander is such a good hero. Like, she's good against both the go tall and the go wide decks, right? So
yeah, she is. She does a really good job at this event. Like, I think that it is the dash and the dromais that are also up at the top tables that are like the big threats for the Icelanders. And as we saw last round with Jakob playing Bravo, like Jakob is playing so well. He's been doing that for the last from last year, Nationals last year, when he topped 8, and then he just kept going. He's been crushing everything in Sweden and in the Stockholm region. Like, he's been playing so well since.
And he never changes. He's always on Bravo.
Yeah, and he does it so well. Like, he was top 16 in Antwerpen. He's been crushing everything since last year, and he's still undefeated today. I don't know how, like, he was undefeated going into this round. So I think he was locked for top 8 already. So, like, yeah, he's up there. Joachim is looking really good right now. Yep. As I said, we have more Icelanders up there with Erika. We saw last round that was 1 resource away from lethal. Yeah. And it's shaping up to be a really fun last round. Going into like figuring out who is going to be in for top 8 and. Yep. Yeah.
I think we will take a short break here.
Yep.
And we will check in on who's going to be up next. We need this round to finish up completely first, though. But we will be back, and we'll see if it's you and me, or you or someone else, or who knows? See you in a bit, everyone.
See you.
We are live right now.
Okay.
And we should change the window to ourselves.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We have some standings, and it's a tight one.
It's a super tight one. So it looks like we have 7 players that are pretty locked. We have Jakob that you saw 2 rounds ago on Bravo. And we have Niklas that you saw round 1 again on dromai. We have Christopher on briar. We have Erika on Iyslander. Joachim on Iyslander. Looks like Dennis Fröberg. I don't know what deck he's playing.
I think I asked. Is it Dash?
Yeah, and we have Dash, and then we have Niklas Bengtsson on briar.
Yeah.
So we're looking for the 8th player.
Yeah.
It looks like for the top 8. We have Linus is right now number 8.
Yeah.
Going into this round. So it looks like the standings over here that he has a winner in right now.
Yeah.
That's why we put him on the stream. Stefan is a bit lower. He's same record, but he's number 12 right now. So it's going to be hard for him to get in there because there's a lot of players that needs to lose for him to get in.
Yeah, and number 9, 10, and 11 are also on 5, and they probably have a better tiebreaker and better resistance.
Yeah, exactly. So like we have Italo on Iyslander, Armin on Bravo, and Ashkan on Rhynar.
Yeah.
All of them are just ahead of Stefan. None of them are facing each other. So it's all about like, everybody's facing someone else below them.
Yeah.
So like those 4 players, like they need everybody above them to lose.
Yeah.
But Linus doesn't need that. He just he
just needs to win.
Yeah, he just needs to win. So Linus is here. He's been rocking Uzuri all day. He's been doing a really good job.
And if I was Uzuri, I would be really happy if I sit down in the winning in and someone flips over a ranger.
Yeah, that's kind of why you bring Uzuri.
Yeah.
It is a good. It feels good to see Rangers. So Stefan is here on Lexi. I don't think you see it right now, but
yeah,
we're going to have Stefan Karlsson on Lexi and Linus on Uzuri.
Yeah. So I play 2 decks. It's Iyslander and it's Lexi.
Yeah.
And I'm on Lexi for Nationals, which now it isn't a secret anymore. So everyone in the Netherlands that's watching, I'm playing Lexi probably. And maybe last moment I'll switch to Iyslander. It is doable, but you have to play a very certain way where you actually don't set up the arsenal. So the disruption doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Or you set it up once and in turns where you know they cannot disrupt it. That way you can actually pressure them without having to block the leave no witnesses and no command and conquers. But it's a very tricky way to play because you basically can only go for 2 instead of 3 arrows most of the time.
Exactly. Like you need to go super aggressive. It looks like they're getting into the game a bit now. They're starting to roll. So should we swap over to them?
Yeah. So I feel like I should switch the heroes. On the left we have Stefan on Lexi, and on the right we have Linus on. Linus, he's playing the Uzuri.
Yeah, Uzuri.
Let's see where we have Uzuri. There she is.
She is. Yep.
Yeah, it's still gonna be a tight match because if you don't find a disruption, if Lexi just has like 2 power turns in 3 turns total, it can be pretty rough for Uzuri to keep the pressure on the Lexi.
Yeah, if Lexi finds the B3 of a kind, Rain Racer, stuff like that, like where you deal the 20 plus damage a couple of times, the defense is going to falter, and if the defense falters, then it's hard to do those swaps and pressure because if Lexi doesn't care, she just keeps going. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Like the first couple of rounds is going to tell us a lot about how this game is going to go. Yeah,
probably. And I think the deciding factor will actually be the codexes from Lexi, because when you codex, you know that she's going to get back a leave no witness, so you have to block one. So you need to make the codexes count.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's a very technical game, I think. It's going to be more so for Linus than for Stefan. You can just high roll, like if you just go for the 6 card arsenals and they don't have it.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing. That's why Lexi is so powerful this time around. Like she can just go. She can just deal so much damage.
Yeah, and it's actually quite surprising that this is the only Lexi that we've seen on stream all day. There were 4
Yeah, we have a couple of good players on Lexi, and Stefan is one of them. But most of them lost like one of the first early rounds. So they've been like clawing their way back up. You can see Stefan is here from I think he 2-1 the draft and are now like in a position where there is a like small chance that he gets in. I think we have one of the other players, Albert Schutt, is like he's 18 right now, but he's also the same thing. Like he lost early, and they didn't really like it. It's hard to get back fast enough.
And it can be a hostile meta because I feel like the meta in Sweden right now is very open, and it's a little bit less than you expected because you might expect some more Bravos, Lexis, and there's less Lexis, and Lexi into Lexi means that Lexi is going to end up higher because there's just more Lexis.
Yeah.
And into Iyslander, it can be a rough game because if they just back-to-back channel you cannot break through. He's bringing the trench. I like that.
Yeah, the trench is good. If you get the CNC, you can just get rid of the card, don't lose it.
Yeah.
Same with Leave No Witness. You can protect yourself a bit.
I like it. And some people are only going to trench, so they actually leave the tunic at home.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen a lot of people like just cut the card. Like so many people playing Warmongers against you. So people playing Command & Conquer. Like it's so much Arsenal hate, so much. You don't get to do what you want to do, so it's a good plan.
Yeah, I can understand it, and it gives you more freedom to Arsenal whatever you want. So if you get a ponder, you can just slam it down. You don't have to think, which is nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they perch? They're perch, right? Perch grapplers?
Yeah, it could be. I think so. He might value the like being able to block.
Yeah. So he does go for the 6-arrow turn, so he probably has a non-attack action. Because if it's a perch, you definitely don't do 2 arrows.
No.
Do you play Lexi as well?
I played some Lexi. I played Lexi in Antwerpen. But I haven't played her in the last couple of, since the last set released. It's not my main deck, but I played it, like I said, Antwerpen, I played it, so it was pretty good.
So how much did you go in Antwerp with Lexi?
I ended up top 32, so
nice.
It was a pretty good event. I lost against 2 Oldims and I dromai, so it happens.
So E-Strike 5, it's a good start.
It is a good start.
Just pressure the life total.
Yeah, and uzuri sometimes struggle using 4-card hands.
Yeah.
So being able to have a card which can extend your turn, where you can really you can push the damage, you can do everything you want to do. And here we use we have the go again card, we have the swap card, we have everything we want. We're gonna get the arsenal, so it's a really good start for Linus. It's exactly what he's looking for. At the same time, Stefan was looking for a good double arsenal, and now Linus is looking for exactly this. So it will be interesting to see how.
I didn't see the swap card. Was it the CNC?
I didn't see it either, but yeah, here we go.
This will be spicy. I didn't see the swap card. It's a dead touch, which is fine.
It's fine. A frailty token is so much damage.
This is an interesting one because you could also go inertia, but then you just clear the arsenal.
Yeah, but
it's probably frailty, right?
Yeah, I think you choose. If you don't have any information, it's probably frailty because you know that's at least going to be 2, maybe 3 damage. You stop.
Yeah. So it's always 2 value on the blood road, but it's probably 3 on the frailty. So
yeah, and the other thing that frailty gives you is it gets you a lot easier blocks.
Yeah.
If you come in with the endless that you want to block, it's just a 1 card. If they stuff like that, if they come in with a 5 card, it becomes a 4. So you can use one of your equipments to clean it up easily. So you can stop a lot of the on hits, and that gives you even more value.
Yeah, makes sense. And him giving the endless probably means he has everything he needs in his hand, because I probably wouldn't block, because if it's a CNC and you only block with 1 card, you lose.
Yeah, you lose
3 cards. Yeah. That's just a bad trade. So he probably has everything he wants in his hand for Stefan. But we'll have to see.
Here we go with the trench. So he just stored a card just to get the arsenal, the resource instead. That is also one way you can use the trench. It's like you start your arsenal a bad card, but you know you're gonna trench it away, so you get the resources from it instead.
And you just get the free Voltaire activation.
Exactly, it's a tunic turn 0, like turn 1, like you get it right away. So
Looks like a Winter's Bite in hand.
Yeah, and
Another endless.
Yeah, that's probably why it blocks with the first endless. If you have two of them, it can sometimes be really hard to get them out.
Yeah. And if you can get a ponder, it's like a dead card. Like,
yeah.
just block it, please.
You just you get it back, and now you have two endless in your hand. It's like, oh, what do I do with these two cards? It's super hard. But this is this is why the frailty is really good. You can one card block. You don't give him back the endless. Now all of a sudden you have everything you need. You get a lot of value from that frailty.
Yeah.
Because that is not just one damage; it's an entire card. Stefan loses.
Makes sense. So there. What is he going to do? He's going to pitch the Codex, and then
Yeah, again.
Just a Weathering.
Coming in for 4.
And he probably runs a great suite of defense reactions. So 4 can be nice as well. So the frailty actually gave him a lot of value.
Yeah.
It's going to hit.
It's going to hit.
Wither, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Wither against the frail shot. But again, if Stefan had that 4 breakpoint on that endless, he would have gotten it back. Been able to shoot one more arrow this turn. So the frailty actually was a lot of value.
Yeah, because if the endless hit, you pitch the Winter's Bite, you fire it again, and then you come up with the Withering Shot.
Exactly.
And then you just arsenal the Winter's Bite because you generate the.
So that was like 6 points of value that round, that frailty token. So it's so good against Lexi.
And now he's asking the question.
Yeah, this is the question you ask every time. Efficient blocks and hard from Linus and hard blocks from Stefan. It's all there. This is why this deck is so efficient against Lexi.
Yeah, because you don't run any D-reacts. Well, you can run frailties if you're attacked into other Lexis, and it can come into Uzuri, but you probably don't. And that's why I asked if you played, because I feel I've been playing Lexi since the first Yuki list.
Yeah.
And I've never really played Purchase, because I feel like Purchase is playing a game plan you don't want to play as Lexi, where you take the value trades, and Snaps is just going for the explosive turn.
Yeah.
And it's always, I think it's a matter of opinion if you play the Purchase or not.
Purchase are good sometimes. I usually like them against Bravo. You saw Jacob on stream a couple of weeks ago, and he's local to me, same as Stefan is. And if you have a Bravo in your arm race, you want to be able to stop those split hits. If you can find a way to block one crippling, you don't lose the game. You might you can turn it around.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the big reason why to use Purge. We will see if Stefan finds a really good use of it here against Linus, and if he does, then he proves us wrong. But I'm also in the same way. I usually want Snaps to be able to put on more pressure, make it a bit harder for Linus to know what's happening.
Yeah, because even if they're especially with Trench, it's like you're asking them the question of, do you think I'm going to go for a 4-arrow turn or not?
Exactly.
And then you just bottom it and you get the free resource, and they're like, oh, okay, so they didn't go for the 6 or 4-card hand of a 4-arrow turn, and then you're stuck with the defense reactions maybe because you thought, might be scary. I like what Stefan is doing. Winter's Bite. Uzuri is a lean deck, so you probably don't want to pitch away into the Winter's Bite. You don't want to see the Frostbites, which is why it's a hard matchup into Iyslander, for
here
example.
Comes the Ice Quake for even more Frostbites. And
and the boltyn shot with a open arsenal. But does he have a resource floating? That's the real question.
I think that's a blue card, so he probably has one resource floating.
Yeah, it should be one. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
I like the inclusion of Ice Quakes, but I also like my secret tech for Lexi's. Just I take them out against Iyslander because paying 1 for a pump is very bad. So
the one cost is pretty rough sometimes. Yeah. It can be really good if you give them the Frostbite where they can't play their bull or whatever they was planning.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's super strong. But
that's why I run 2 hamstring shots just to force them to pay 2 cards for the bulls, and I run them into Bravo as well.
Yeah,
so
the
if they want to
it's really good against both of those decks.
Maybe even also against Uzuri, because you don't want to pay for the stealth attack, and if it's going to cost 1, that's pretty annoying.
It is. Now all of a sudden you're not looking that good anymore.
I like the drill shot.
Yeah, drill shot is efficient.
Yeah.
Put it on there. Put it on the tunic.
Yeah. Well, I find drill shot interesting because it's a very knowledgeable thing to know where to put the -1 on, and honestly think that Tunic makes sense, but that's the last thing you're going to block with. So you can put them on the black tags. He can recur them if he has the contracts and gets the silver, or even the mask. But I feel like the boots are the first thing you're going to block with, or the mask.
Yeah, exactly. It can be really good to do it on a tune because then it doesn't have it for late game if Stefan is looking for a really long game.
Yeah.
And the other cards he can just like he use them because if you put the counter on them, he just use them and then try to get them back.
Yeah.
And he might be worried about that value, and he also doesn't want to put it on the arms because then you're not forcing him to block with the arms because you want to get those arms away, so he can't flick the knife for the last damage in the late game.
Well, I do think that if you put it on the arms, you force them to block with the tunic and lose the value of the tunic.
It could be that, but yeah. So then it's all about. So yeah, it's a really hard just because of the recursion. Like other than that, it would be the legs would have been a no-brainer. Like just do it the right way. Okay, here comes the first 3 of a kind.
It does feel like this is a very suboptimal 3 of a kind because you're only going to get 2 arrows. You don't have the brain razors. You don't have a pump. You don't have the ice quake or the premeditate.
This is when the quiver is really is at the best. So he could have that like the panic button.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really hard to just get 2 arrows from a 3 of a kind. You didn't even really block the last turn. You just like
You're probably cycling for a better arrow if you play a 3 of a kind just straight out, because Linus just passed, right?
Yeah.
So if you're playing a 3 of a kind with just the 4 cards in hand, you probably have 2 blues and 3 of a kind. So you just cycle away. You play the 3 of a kind to get the infecting shot, to get maybe he gets a heat seeker, and then it's a good 3 of a kind.
Yeah, he needed to find something. Because he was losing the tempo game. He needed to capitalize off of Linus passing.
Ooh, Raging Onslaught, nice.
It's an efficient card.
Yeah, and it works well into you don't want to swap it. It's a nice popper as well in yellow.
Yeah.
And it blocks for 3 instead of for 2.
Exactly. A lot of Icelanders is running that card just because of the block tree.
That's nice.
Yeah, this is good. This is going to force blocks, and this is the opportunity where you really want to put the -1 counter from something else out of the tunic, because the equipment now, he doesn't really care about blocking with equipment and 1 card.
Yeah.
Oh, he takes it. No, he has the sink in hand, so he was still fine.
Is there like if are you going to play? No, right? You don't play heads up and just keep the sink, because you don't do it at this life total where you give the 2 equipment and the card, and if he goes for the quiver, you just shut down his 0 cost attack.
Yeah.
Not at this life total, right?
No, it's probably not. I think Linus is pretty happy just blocking. Just okay, I survived 1. There's only 2 left. Just keep going. I only lost 3 HP. He has it where he wants it right now. I think he's feeling pretty comfortable playing this type of game.
Yeah.
It's just shipping Stefan down, just keeping everything exactly where he wants it to be.
Yeah. Would you run Withering Shot in this meta?
If it's really good in the mirror. I think that is why Stefan is running it. I know Stefan played Lexi in Antwerpen also.
Yeah.
And we tested a lot going into it because we're close friends and locals each other. So I know he likes that effect from it, and as I said, like it's also really efficient here. So
that's annoying.
It is. The frailty trap is so good against Lexi.
Linus is ready for this match.
Linus is ready. Like this is what Uzuri does.
Yeah.
She blocks really well. She threatens efficient on hits. It's close to what Iyslander is doing in this matchup, where it's all about just making it rough for the opponent. Like you're not just taking away their game plan.
And now, if you're Stefan, you probably go for the value play of putting down the card he has in hand next to the arsenal. And if Linus has the CNC, that's just backbreaking.
Yeah. He just chose the +2, and then hopes Linus is not punishing him from it.
Yeah. And this is also a way to play it. Like you just go, and that's why Trench is nice, because now it doesn't matter what the other card is.
The Witness in hand.
Ooh. But you do have the Hornet Sting.
Yeah.
So it really depends on what he draws. I see a boltyn shot.
This is where Hornet Sting is really good, where you can just like 1 card and the Hornet Sting. You're safe-ish against this card unless they have Shred or something like that.
I do honestly like this situation for a Leave No Witness, because Linus has to pick which card he's going to destroy. And do you pick the face down or the face up card?
Yeah.
And I think with Trench, you tend to pick up the face up card.
Yeah, probably, especially a withering shot. Like if it's a red arrow, you know it's a red arrow. The other card could be like just a bad arrow or something like that. So, yeah, Stefan doesn't really like his hand. He probably doesn't have the resources to play everything, so he blocks with 2 cards instead.
Looked like a 4 arrow hand, maybe a 4 red hand.
Yeah, exactly.
The casual Lexi hand.
Yeah. Then the Hornet's thing doesn't give you anything because the resource doesn't help.
No. Ooh.
Oh, so it's an Arctic. Oh, okay, so it's an Arctic. So he just planning on doing that and just arseling again, maybe.
Yeah, but he needs to fire off the withering, which he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh no, then it shuts down his own turn actually.
Yeah,
he doesn't have go again.
Yeah, he doesn't have go again. So this is the risk about doing this play. But again, he could be like, okay, I gave you 1 frostbite, I can give you a frailty. That means your daggers doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So then I can just arsenal the last card, and then you can trench that card away and just try to get to next round.
Maybe I would have trenched the Arctic actually.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's a tough call.
Again, it depends on if he has the because he had the 2 resources from the codex, so he could have done something like that.
I don't know what the last card is, but I can see what's in Linus's hand, and it's a party for Linus. But
yeah, Linus is feeling pretty happy right now.
Yeah. But to be honest, like, in this situation, you can just double block, play out the Arctic next turn, and set up a better 6-card hand. It isn't the worst.
No, it can be really good if you catch Linus on a no blue hand or like only 1 blue. Then you can really shut the turn down. It also can be a little bit risky because if he has the 2 blue, you just didn't do anything that turn. So it is a risky play, but it can really pay off if you catch it on the correct hand.
I also really like the red in the red Arctic Incarceration just in Arsenal, because it has more value in the Arsenal than when you play it out against certain decks.
Some decks it's so good against, because they are like, okay, if I block, they're not playing it, and if I don't block, they're playing it. I still can do anything. So, I had a game in Antwerp where I did just that. It feels so dirty when you do that kind of stuff. You give them 1 frostbite, and then you're like, oh, I don't play it, and they're like, oh no, why did I block? And then the next time they didn't block and you play it, and they're like, oh, I still can't do anything. So you catch them with cards in hand, and it's so efficient.
I like the most annoying part when I do this play is when they don't block, and then they ask me the question: do you think I can pay through this?
And here we go. Here we have the CNC. This is so rough for Stefan.
Yeah, like I wasn't feeling like he was in a very good spot. This is still nice about the trench, because now you can just trench the card and let the CNC resolve, and then you pay for the Voltaire to load it in.
Exactly.
So it's there.
Yeah, if you're resource light, or if you have the three arrows you want to play or something like that, you can get it down and still have a pretty good turn.
Actually, like, in this specific instance, I don't think it's a tempo loss, because you get rid of the Arctic, which is...
it all depends on his hand. Like, what can he do with the resource he has right now, and what can he do with the 3 cards he has. But at the same time, Linus is forwarding his game plan. He's at he's 10 life ahead. He's blocking really well.
Yeah.
He's like getting where he wants to. So Stefan really needs to find his rain racers and start doing some damage.
I think he has a codex that he's going to Arsenal. So next turn, even if Stefan goes for a white turn, he can just efficiently block, go for the codex, and play out the Leave No Witness. Let's see what he does. Talking about the withering shot, by the way, I actually ran a very heavy Lexi package into the calling as well.
Yeah.
And I didn't see any Lexis. I saw like 3 dromais. That sucked.
That's the thing, that like sometimes you just do that. Like at the same time, like I had 5 Lexis up to my like in my round in my 2 days. So sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. That's the thing about this, and especially on an open meta. Especially like if you look at the Swedish Nationals, like we have so many different decks in the top, so it's so interesting.
It's just such a hard call. Also for me, our Nationals is in 2 weeks. Yeah. I'm still not entirely locked into Lexi. I feel like people aren't expecting Lexi. That's why I bring Lexi, but people are always preparing for Lexi. and it's like an arms race, because what you see with the meta decks like Lexi, people want to find the answers, but you only see the answers at the big tournament. So you have to adapt after the big tournament. So Warmongers and Trench, like Lexis weren't proactive. Most of the Lexis weren't proactively thinking about Warmongers, so they didn't bring the Trench. So the first tournament, Lexi got wrecked by Trench, and then
and that was what we saw again in the first events with this meta, where like Rhea just had an absolute blast with those two Bell Hardens coming in with the Arcane Iyslander, just like catching everybody off guard, like none had prepared for that. And then you went to Birmingham, and all of a sudden there's a Bulllander there again. And all the Bravos were there showing up and just like going, okay, you're not going to be able to play. And the Lexis all of a sudden like, but we prepared for Iyslander, and now Bravo is here fatiguing us. So we need to do both. And all of a sudden the deck is pretty hard to build. Like if you want to be able to beat Fatigue Bravo, you need to beat Lexi and the Trend like that. And that puts you in places where you play Trench against everything, because you don't have enough deck slots.
You don't know, because ninjas are running the Warmongers as well.
Exactly. It's so good in ninjas. It's a zero cost. Blue, block 3, does everything they want. So
Ooh, I like this as well, because he could have gotten back the Leave No Witness to threaten the arsenal, but now he took back the Death Touch. So he'll be stacking the frailty, so there's no reason for Stefan to actually attack. So I would probably block 2 actually, and just flip, maybe play one card.
And the Leave No Witness would only give one card, because you still have the Hornets there. So if you can't take 2 cards, you don't feel good about it.
Makes sense.
So you want to take the 2 cards from Stefan. You want to force him to use 2 cards, because Lexi on 3 cards is a lot better than on 4 cards. So that's why this card, because otherwise you can give him the 2 frailties and then all of a sudden it doesn't do anything.
It's just like if you have 2 frailties, just pass.
So Stefan is just looking at his hand going, oh crap, how do I block this efficiently? And again, you can see how Lena's game plan is really shaping up. It's just like patient block the big turns, set up the annoying stuff, and then just slowly eking out there.
I'm wondering what Linus cut or Stefan cut for the Withering Shots, because I haven't seen any premeditates, which is it's a questionable card in this meta at this point. Why does he Hornets thing?
He's probably have a 2 block in hand, so he couldn't do anything efficiently without it. So,
but like that should be either a pump, ice spell, or
I didn't see what the second card he blocked with was. But if that is a 2 block and he needs his resource to be able to do anything, so if that was like a red pump or something like that,
makes sense.
You need to make it. But again, Linus is super happy, because now all of a sudden his Leave No Witness is starting to become threatening again.
Because there's only the Purge Grapplers.
And as soon as you get the Purge Grapplers, then Stefan can't cover anything anymore. So he needs to start looking at Trench or stuff like that to block the Leave No Witness. So,
which I do feel like giving up Trench is much easier than giving up a Tunic.
It does. It is different, but
he had a no block and Remorseless.
And he probably wants a good arsenal. So. This is what we see. The Remorseless, I think, was the Arsenal card, so. But with the no block Rain Racers, like we talked about, he needed to find Rain Racers, and that was the exact time Linus find the double frailty threat. So like, Stefan is not getting what he needs to really like get the tempo, get the pressure going, get those big turns.
Because you want to set up 3 arrow turns, you want to set up the 3 of a kinds, you want to set up the Rain Raiders, but you just cannot do it if you're respecting the Uzuri, and that makes it such a hard matchup, because like the 4 and the 6, you don't care as Lexi. The only life you care about is the 1.
And Linus is just like giving him a really hard time here.
And you don't even care as an Uzuri as much on the Remorseless.
No, it's probably just a single card. And just 1 damage it's super fine.
E-Strike, probably E-Strike 7. Makes sense. Keep the arsenal.
And that 1 card, it's just 1 damage. It's fine. He has the life lead, and like Stefan is someday Stefan is going to have to take this and just keep going.
But I see second Arctic in his hand, so that's probably not... He's just not getting the right configuration of cards.
No, it hasn't lined up yet. He still has some time to get it.
Yeah.
But it's starting to become rough. And we have in chat, Raging Onslaught and Come to Fight. Yeah, Linus is playing a really interesting deck. You have all the 3 blocks he needs. And it looks like he's been taking for a lot of matchup with his card choices.
But I do feel like a card like Come to Fight is also nice into something like a dromai or a iyslander or a Bravo, because you have a hard time going tall or going wide as Uzuri. You just want to do the one swap.
Yeah.
And the Come to Fight can help that game plan, not especially into Iyslander, because she will just tax you on the Come to Fight. It's the same as the Icequake, where you don't want to pay for the pump. You don't want to give them any information about how many cards, what color of cards you have in your hand, before they have to decide when they disrupt you. And an Icequake or a Come to Fight helps with it. But if you know there's only one Frostbite coming and you can go Come to Fight into E-Strike for 10 into an Iyslander, 10 is very annoying, and that's how you can win those games.
Yeah, and also if you have the 3-card hand, you can use like Spider's Bite, Come to Fight into a Leave No Witness for 7 or something like that. And then because they did the Spider's Bite first, it's super hard to block it efficiently. So yeah, there's a lot of good value with the Come to Fight, and the one cost is not that hard in Uzuri. A lot of time you have the tunic. You have the, if you pitch blue for the Spider's Bite, you have the 1 resource there. So there's a lot of way you can usually use that card efficiently.
So he's playing the Winter's Bite.
Yeah, he's trying to get that card out of his hand.
I'm not sure if this is... Yeah, I don't know what's in his hand, but this... Just playing it this early, you want to pitch stack them so you can go Winter's Bite, double arrow in the final turns where he's on like 5 and he needs to block and you just take 2 cards because he pitched reds.
Yeah, Linus is probably pretty happy with that. Like the only thing you took was his Spider's Bite before the attack, but he can still do everything he wants to do here.
It just didn't add anything. I would probably feel like arsenaling the Winter's Bite is probably better because you get the Frostbite, you can play it out, and even if there's a Leave No Witness, like sure, I'll take the damage, you can take the Winter's Bite.
Yeah, super fine. And again, we see Linus is having the swap threat. No swap this time. Oh yeah, so the Winter's Bite actually did something this time.
Oh yeah, of course. Wait, he didn't have the Winter's Bite, right? Because he didn't flip because of the cost. Yeah. So it's a very heads-up play for Stefan.
Yeah, so this could be the way Stefan can crawl back again, because
this is nice.
Yeah, so this is 7, so this is a good break point.
Yeah.
So let's see if we get equipment here, or if Linus again has the direct when he needs it.
That would be backbreaking.
Yeah, he's had the direct every time, right? He hadn't had to use the equipment yet, so...
Yeah. And he still has like 2 free breakpoints he can block off with the mask and the boots.
Exactly, and this is mostly about not giving him the 3rd arrow this round, so... Just thinking, how do you block this efficiently? And then think about the Frostbite coming in from the searing shot, if you can't block everything.
Yeah.
You maybe can block everything. Like
you could probably you put 6 in front of this one and you just throw in the mask, and you can even throw in the boots, and then you just shut down his tempo, because this is the best tempo turn Stefan could put together.
Exactly.
Oh, he has the D-react.
Yeah, it looks like he has the D-react. Oh, the frailty to put it down to 6 again. He has it every time.
I would love to be Linus on this table.
Yeah, and now the searing shot is going to come in for 3, and Stefan is looking at this going, oh crap, I can't even threaten one more. Yeah, so no.
Would you even fire it at this point? Because it will take a card, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's only a card. Like
it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't do what you need to do. You need the 3 arrow, 3 of a kind, Rain Racer turn. Otherwise, you're not getting back.
That's the first Heat Seeker I saw. So that's pretty unlikely. You want the Heat Seeker because that's a must block card. Because the Heat Seeker always turns into a Heat Seeker.
Yeah.
Like you flip the top card, it's a Heat Seeker.
And now Linus is trying to figure out how to use the big hand he all of a sudden got. So
I feel like that's the hardest part about Uzuri, that if you randomly just get 4 cards, you're like, how?
Yeah, exactly. That was so good with his turn 1 where he had the E-strikes. He could do his big thing right away. Like, it's kind of the only thing where you can sometimes catch them, where they don't have what they need. And he had a swap card. He had a stealth card in Arsenal, so
I don't respect it. At this point, you took the spider's bite. I don't respect it. You don't block.
He doesn't have. Come on, yeah.
I can see why Stefan is playing like he is.
Yeah,
and it's been a long day.
He's scared about it.
And he's scared about the swap. It makes a lot of sense. And it's much easier when we're sitting here.
Yeah,
we're not playing.
I've already dropped. I've already like scrubbed out. So I can just sit there on my high horse and just going like,
okay. With the 3 of a kind, it makes some sense because
you can refill the hand. So yeah,
it does look like a boltyn shot. You know, I sometimes like using the perch grapplers. Not maybe in this situation, but at one point, if you have 2 endless arrows and you play the perch, it's like, and you used to have the bullseye bracers, you could just like endless arrow, boltyn shot, endless arrow, endless arrow, endless arrow.
You can get the huge turn.
Yeah. Oh my god!
It's just. This is so rough for Stefan. Like if he finds a way to crawl out of this, it's like
there will be a second cycle where he doesn't have the frailty traps. Where Stefan does have the ring razor. So
exactly, like he needs to if he's pitch stacked those cards correctly and just like okay, you're done with your frailty traps. My raid razors are coming up. Like I got everything I need. Like if he can get there and do that, but yeah.
I feel like the Uzuri is messing too much with his head.
Oh, and he passed with 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Yes, Stefan is not getting what he wants right now.
I see him ring razors. I see him remorseless.
Let's see if
does he have the blue? That's a frostlock, I think.
Yeah, let's see if Linus has some good disruption here, because then it's going to be backbreaking. But this again, this could be the way where he finds a way back. Or he comes
this
to swap.
is so scary.
Yeah, 3 cards in hand. Does he have shred? Does he have a swap? Why is it just?
Why is it just the one?
Yeah, why like what are you doing? Why just one?
Why just one?
Here we go. Is the swap?
Now you're just.
Yeah.
And he takes the blue. You always say blue, right? I don't know if he has a blue, but you take the if
and he gives it go again. Yeah, this is a really good way to use your hand. Like, see what he chooses.
Like, I'm not sure what Stefan has in his hand, but you just always say blue against the lexi, I feel.
Yeah, it's probably the strongest card to do, because if he can take his 1 blue, there is nothing Stefan can do.
Well, most of the power cards are yellow.
They are, but there are not that many of them. So if you miss if you don't get a single card, it can be pretty rough.
I was talking to Guido on the Iyslander on the Erica game, and my way of thinking in Flesh and Blood is always like, this should be blue, right? Why shouldn't it be a blue? And exactly in this situation, the first thing I think, this should be blue, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the hand, blue is the correct call. Like, and then I crawl back into my mind like, why shouldn't it be
the red
blue?
one? Okay, here's the heat seeker.
Oh. Don't you need to declare the color first?
Yeah, he probably declared red.
Yeah.
You declared when it hits. He looked through the graveyard and then decided. So yeah, but he has to go again. He's not done yet. He can keep going.
Spider's
yeah,
bite.
I think it's the Codex of Frailty in Arsenal, so he can do that, do the Leave No Witness or something like that coming in after this, and if the spider bite hits, it's going to be a hard block.
Yeah,
that might be where you need the perch grapplers.
Yeah, do you give the perches? I think you do.
Oh yeah, they have the resource. You can also do the get back to Death Touch and just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's so much annoying thing you can do right now with that codex.
I probably would have given the perches right here. Yeah. It's a very heads up play. What he has in Arsenal. Well, you're not entirely sure, but especially when you see the boots going to the shakedown, you're like, this. So probably either Arsenal Disruption or a Codex.
Yeah, he has something that he doesn't need to swap with. Some kind of disruption left. Yeah. Otherwise, he wouldn't use the boots. So, he takes the CC, he has the tunic counter. Stefan can't really block anymore because the spider bites had hit. So
This is a clinical game by Linus.
Exactly. This shows you why Linus is up there for the winning.
Yeah,
like why,
definitely. Why he's top of the fives? Like this is just perfect play. He was prepared. You knew. Yeah, you give 3 cards.
Yeah, Stefan just okay. He's resigning. He's like, okay, I lost this round. I'm just gonna block. Hope for next time. He kept the Rain Racer because the only card he could keep, but he needed to use the Perch Clappers. Now Linus is super happy.
Yeah, and you probably swap. You flip the card. You play the Searing. You arsenal the Rain Racers and just hope that you can use it. Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an option as well. I didn't know it was a 0 cost.
Yeah, you just send that for 3.
Yeah.
There is a way. There's a word where you attack for 10 here, but there is no really on-hit effects that Linus cares about, and so it's just damage. So you might need to arsenal the Rain Racer and hope.
Well, you couldn't give it go again.
All right, it doesn't have go again. Yeah. So you just arsenal the Rain Racer.
Yeah, and if it wasn't the 0 cost, you just play out the Searing shot.
Yeah, you just flip and play that instead.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was Lexi in this game, I would have a tough time as well.
Yeah, like these are the games where I get frustrated. Like you feel like you're trying, but every time you get your cards, and then they're like, oh, they stole all my cards, and then the scenes in the end, it's like, okay, so I just have to block. Okay, one more time. Here comes the Spider Spike. You don't want to block this, because if you block it, you can't really play your Rain Racer you have in Arsenal. But at the same time, yeah, and exactly, like this is a clinic on how to play this game. Oh, and here comes the CNC. Just your cards doesn't block. So what you do here, Stefan is just looking at his card like, okay, what
honestly,
do I have?
at this point, I would just concede and go home.
Yeah.
But I've seen the Swedish are resilient, because Erica took 2 dominated crippling crushes to the chin, like a
and
true
was
woman.
1 resource away. Yeah.
1 resource. I actually miscounted on stream.
Yeah.
Sorry about that to the viewers. I was like, oh, she has him if it's a 2 damage arcane, because I missed the tunic counter for Jacob.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching that game also, and I saw that, so it was like the 1 resource, and Jacob baited it perfectly.
It was, and I really liked the just dominate of the Bravo. Just ask the question basically.
Okay, here we go. No go again. Yeah, he needs a block again. Just a few damage, but again. Linus doesn't have to worry. He just like, okay, what card do I don't like in my hand? I'm gonna block with that card. But everything else, I'm just keeping whatever I want. Oh yeah, it's the sink.
Oh, just the sink.
Okay, do I like my hand? Yes or no? Like,
oh my god.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and he's like, oh yeah, I might as well swap. Like, yeah.
And people say Flesh and Blood is a hard game.
Yeah.
Not when you're Linus on this. On the side of Linus's table.
Yeah, he's just having a grand old time.
It could have been the other way, because I've played Lexi games where my opponent just doesn't play the game. He doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I still run the Premeditates and the Heat Seekers, and then you stack up on the 5-card arsenals, and if they don't disrupt you or your arsenal, you just keep going and keep going and keep going.
It never ends. You send 5 cards every turn. Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Or you send 4 and you arsenal the 5th, and you do it again and again and again. And you just tip 2 or 3, and you also fatigue them out.
And isolate again. So like Stefan is just looking at hand. Okay, I'm gonna lose this card, am I? And then, yeah.
Like, oh my god! And I see what he's got in hand.
Hi from Finland. T Love. Is it Tony or is it someone else from Finland? It might be. There is.
That's the CNC.
Yeah, if that's the CNC,
it is.
Yeah, and Stefan has been like holding this Rain Racer for like 3 turns now, trying to find a window to get it out.
And now it's gone.
But it's just that you can protect the other card, but the big card was the Rain Racer sitting there, so
he can still play it out, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I might just do it out of spite. Like
I would have done
in response. I'll play my Rain Racer.
You're not gonna destroy it, never.
You don't get the satisfaction, my friends.
Yeah. No, you didn't destroy it. I played it because I choose to. Yeah.
but I'm just spiteful like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's when you play Iyslander and they come in with a dominated attack and you don't have lethal, you still play it out. You're just like, oh, I did 8 damage. Sure, you had 20 life, but I still did my 8 damage.
I'm the other way around, where I wait until the last possible moment if I have lethal, which is good practice, because you don't know what they have. So if I'm against the Katsu, I'm like, okay, I'm at 6, he attacks with the surging, and I just say no blocks because I see I have the lethal in hand. I'm sure I have the lethal in hand, and he doesn't run an Oasis Respite. I'm sure, like, attack with the surging, I go down to 1, and then they go for another big attack. They don't have any floating, and then then I go. That's good practice, but it's annoying because if you do it at armies, people are like, you could kill me. Why didn't you kill me? I was like, because I need to practice.
Yeah, there is the small off chance that you have the sigil or the aces or something like that. Yeah.
Because I actually started playing Iyslander after the calling in Antwerp, because one of the Dutch players, Wouter, was playing Iyslander. And he was playing such good games, and he got like 12th or something. I mean, maybe you played against him. He was in the top cut as well. He was on Iyslander, but he's a really good player, and he was playing Iyslander. I was like, damn, in this meta you're playing Iyslander, because he was like 1 of 10 in the entire tournament playing Iyslander, and he was just wrecking people. And I asked him, "What's your list?" And then I bought the Storm Striders because since Uprising I wanted to play Iyslander.
Yeah, it's a fun deck to play.
Oh, he does run the contracts, by the way. That's nice.
Some contracts. Oh, we got the trench. Now it's only 1 card left.
Yeah.
Okay, so Linus is 19 damage ahead. He can do whatever. He can just look at his hand. Do I want to block? Do I don't want to block?
Like, you can probably at this... He has the Codex. But you can probably just block everything out, wait for the Codex, and just play out the Codex.
Yeah, and he also have the give and take, so he could go wide, but now he wants to block this.
He's staying sharp. He's just like, I'm not going to make any mistakes. I'm just going to finish this game cleanly.
Yeah.
I'm not overstretching my hand.
He's like, I like to block. I'm going to block. That's fine.
That's my thing. I block. And now he can just go Codex off the Tunic counter. And it takes a hand from Stefan as well. And his deck is looking quite thin, actually. That's a Rain Razors. That's the third one. Yeah. He pitched one got destroyed.
Oh, and there's...
It's a death touch, right?
Yeah, it's a death touch. Every time he finds the Rain Razor, there's a death touch or frailty or a CNC or like...
Yeah.
Okay, so 2-card hand. Linus Arsenal, the Codex.
And now you need to pitch the Rain Razors to do anything.
Yeah, again, so... Plays his own Codex.
And here I asked the question, what do you get? Is it always Heatseeker? Just to get the 6th card? Or the Infecting Shot? No, the Infecting Shot isn't relevant.
It's not enough. He needs the Heatseeker probably just to be able to hope he can get a 6-card hand where he can like win the game. Oh yeah, he gets the Infecting Shot, but Linus is super happy about this. He's like, yeah, that's just 7 damage.
Take 7.
I have so much AP. Yeah, I don't care.
At this point, and he's playing this meticulously. And I see his sync as well.
So efficient, and it's like, I can block that. I don't care.
But if it was me, I would. If he played the Infecting, I would just go to the pad. Like, I'll write down the 5. Yeah. Send me the check.
But Linus also has the give and take into the Codex, so he has a really good hand in.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the resource to go for CNC or Death Touch. Or is it the blue? No, it's not a blue, right?
I think it's a blue that he pitched.
No, it isn't. It's a backstab.
Yeah.
It's a red backstab.
It's a red backstab? Okay. So
it's probably there for Bravos.
Yeah. It might be just a leave no witness, just take 1 more card.
Yeah.
Sure it's a 3 attack, but it's still like you get 1 card, which is
and it is a blue.
It is a blue, so you can get the CNC for 5. Yeah. Oh, I had a frailty. Here's 5. I still get your cards.
If I'm I wouldn't be Stefan. Like if I got to trade places and be like 9th or 10th in the Swedish Nationals, but playing this game,
no.
It's just tough. Like
yeah.
And these are sometimes you get these Flesh and Blood games where there's just no way you can win, even if you play the best game of your life. And this feels like his deck just lined up perfectly against his deck. And
this is Linus has just he played to his out. He's played meticulously, but he also Stefan's deck just lined up the completely wrong way every time.
I feel for Stefan because he's been playing it very well. He's still there. He's very stoic, and I don't think he made any major mistakes.
No, he's played what he can, but his deck is not giving him anything.
No, and Linus isn't giving him any space as well because he's not taking the damage. So he's giving him no outs.
Okay, here's the Heatseeker. Oh,
that's a good turn.
Yeah, this could be something.
But it's probably Falcon Wing.
Yeah, he has to because he needs to go again.
Yeah.
It's not that much damage, but it's like you get that 3 damage. You get to threaten the draw card.
Does he have a frailty from the?
Yeah, he got the frailty himself from the code. From Linus Play the code.
Yeah, and this is just semi the check.
2 damage. It's like okay.
But I do like the Falcon Wing when you have the Rain Raiders because everyone's like, oh, I'll just take the 3, and it's like, nope, it's 5. And 5 is a lot more than 3.
Yeah, and here's it's 4 damage, right?
From the frailty.
Yeah, so
because he put the ponder on top of the frailty, I think.
Yeah, so it's either he can use his arms here, or he can with 1 card, or he blocks with 2 cards. Oh, he took it.
Oh, does he have the defense reaction? No.
He might want to keep his daggers to be able to throw them because Stefan is a 3, so he might want to
dagger stealth attack.
Exactly.
Oh, he has the isolate. So
yeah,
2 blues. Nah, that's isolate.
But yes, Linus is just played he's just like, okay, you can get the damage, you can get a card, I don't care.
Oh, it's the come to fight into the isolate. So that's just give the New Horizon, destroy the arsenal again. So for the people that don't know, if you block with the New Horizon, it actually destroys your arsenal.
Yeah.
And in a very niche case, it can be nice, because I had one game against the Dorinthia where I had a blue in arsenal that I didn't want to, and if I would have blocked with the New Horizon, I would have cleared the arsenal and gone like end of 0, end of 0.
Oh.
But I didn't block because I was like, I need to keep the arsenal, I need to keep my New Horizon. So there's a niche interaction, because if you destroy it, it does destroy your arsenal. If you have the 1 blue that you cannot get rid of, you
and
just...
Here we go, so deflect knives to deal the 1 damage.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's why he kept it hidden, like, okay, I can dominate a 2.
Yeah.
And 5 damage, you're going to take 2 there, and then I'm going to flick your knife to kill you. So, yeah, you can see how Linus just had... He had perfect control of every turn there. Like, it was a clinic. And like we said at the beginning of the game, going into this round, Linus was number 8.
Yeah.
He was the highest seed at 5 wins.
Yeah.
So he's the highest X3 going into the round. Everybody above him was X2 going into the round.
Yeah.
So unless Gem is doing something, we are not like... Some tiebreakers could change it, but it looks like Linus is going to...
Yeah, because all the 6-2s are above him in tiebreakers.
Exactly.
They will be above him in tiebreakers.
Exactly. So unless someone jumps in from some other tiebreaker that we don't know about, there could be some small tiebreakers there. But other than that, it looks like Linus is getting into top 8. We need to wait for that.
Yeah, and if we look at the meta, we have Bravo,
Dromai,
Briar,
Iyslander, Dash,
Briar.
Yeah, Briar, and then Uzuri, probably in our top 8.
And depending, like if I feel for Linus, because if he goes for we're pretty set on who's going to be 1. It will either be Jacob or
Niklas, yeah.
Depending on who won the last round. So Linus will be facing either a Dromai
or Bravo.
or Bravo.
So,
but he's ready for Bravo.
He looks like it. It looks like he has a good game. He has a lot of plays there. if Jakob wins the last round, if Jakob won that one, then Jakob is going to be the number 1.
Yeah.
So the Bravo player is going to be number 1. Then that is. If Jakob loses and Niklas wins the last round, then it's the dromai player that Linus plays. So we're going to have to wait and see that. It's probably going to be posted all for social media somewhere, something like that.
And then we have, it's not a very nice field for Uzuri.
No, it's a pretty rough field. Like, there's no Lexis, it looks like, in the top 8. He's here to beat on the Lexis, and he did, but everybody else bet on the Lexis. So,
well, he helped everyone else keeping the Lexis down.
Yeah.
Because as an Iyslander, if your disruption doesn't line up, you just lose to Lexi.
It does.
Like, you lose pretty hard, actually.
Yeah, it's a lot harder for Iyslander than it is for Uzuri.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the good blocks that Uzuri does.
You don't want to block, you want to disrupt. And
exactly.
In some cases, like my tactic going into Iyslander, which is my secret, I'm spilling all the secrets for all the Swedish viewers, is go tall. So you just build a big arrow, and Iyslander doesn't like you building a big arrow, because if you just go pump arrow, they don't have a window to disrupt, because the pump's 0 and the arrow is 2 and you still have the 1. So you can come in with the frostbite, it doesn't disrupt me, and now I'm attacking you for 9.
Yeah.
It's like, and then you cannot block because you only have 2 block. You probably block 5 or 6, so you still take the 3 off the Heat Seeker, for example. So that makes it a very annoying matchup. And then if you know they don't have the channel, you go for white. You set up a white turn, and it's like, I don't care if I have to pay 1. I'm still hitting you for 20.
Yeah, it's a really good game. Yeah, but we're. I don't know what the plan is here. If we're gonna get the top 8 before we wrap up the stream, or if we wrap up the stream, and then.
I think we'll just have a small break and see what if there's still something we want to talk about, and we'll wrap it up later, I think.
Okay.
Top 8 will be tomorrow. We'll be streaming all the games. So if you liked the coverage, and there was some very high level play today, so having the top players, there will be very good games.
We'll follow every game, all the quarterfinals. They're going back to back, so we're gonna see everything tomorrow.
And we've seen most of them on stream. Like, I've seen Jacob just absolutely play perfect Bravo game. Niklas had a very nice game at game 1.
Round 1.
Christopher, he played a perfect briar game.
Yeah, I think we saw him in the draft also.
Not in the draft, no.
It might be in briar, yeah. And we saw Erika play a really tight game.
Yeah, against Jacob, so I do want to see the rematch.
Yeah, we saw Joachim last round beating a Katsu.
He wasn't happy about this play, but it looked pretty clean.
Yeah, it was really clean. Like, he did everything he needed to do.
Yeah, but he was complaining to himself, and that's like the spirit of a true Iyslander player. They're always better plays, and you're not happy about how you played it, even although you won. It's like, I could have done it better.
Yeah,
like,
and if you know Joachim, like, he's also like semi-local to me. He plays a lot of armors here in Stockholm, but he's never happy. Like, that guy is like, I don't understand. Like he's the most wonderful person, but like he can be so mad about like nothing. He can just crush someone and still be mad. Like, I don't know. Like, we're calling him Mr. Tilt a lot of the time, like, because he just. But the thing is that he can tilt and still crush everybody because he's so good at it. Like,
so anger fuels him.
Yeah, something like when he's tired, when he's mad, when he's like, and he just crushes everybody. Like,
And we have Dennis on Dash.
Yeah,
Dash is just those heroes. Like, there's one Dash, and it's top 8.
It's top. Yeah, he beat me in the round 3, like going into the draft. He played a really good game, really tight game. He was like, he said to me that he felt pretty like not really sure about the matchup, but he played it perfectly. So I was like, how can you not be sure about that matchup? He's like, you crushed me. So he's super good in that card. We have Niklas, the reigning champion. He's back in the top 8.
Yeah, and he started off rough because he lost to his best friend, or one of his best friends. Yeah, we Niklas storyline.
We have the Niklas storyline. Like, who is the real Niklas? Like, those two guys. Like, because like if you look at this top 8, like most of these guys have been been in everything. Okay, here we go.
Ooh.
Okay, so we have at number 1, we have Jakob. He did win his last round, so bravo, number 1. We have Niklas Astner on dromai on number 2. We have Niklas Bengtsson, the reigning champ, number 3 on briar.
Yeah.
We have Christopher Lindholm, the guy who won 2 years ago, on number 4 on briar. We have Erika, the Iyslander, on number 5. Joachim, Iyslander, number 6. We have Dennis, number 7, the Dash player, and then Linus that we just saw he sneaked in at number 8, as we said.
Yeah. And at the start of the day, I called 2 Icelanders.
Yeah, we had 2 Icelanders.
And it's 2, right? No, it's 3 actually. No, it's 2. Yeah.
Yeah, Erika,
I called it. Yeah. I said it's a pretty good field for Icelanders.
Yeah, this is a good field. So we have in the matchup is going to be Jakob playing against Linus.
Yeah.
So Bravo against Uzuri. Then we have Dromai playing against
Dash.
Against Dash.
Ooh, I don't like that one as Dash.
No, it can be pretty rough. And Niklas Asner, he's been playing Dash or Illusionist. That's the only 2 heroes, so he knows Dash perfectly. So he knows both sides of that matchups. So like
that will be a rough one.
It'll be a really good game. Then we have Niklas Bengtsson against Erika. So
Iyslander Briar.
No, against Joachim.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Joachim's Iyslander Briar, and then we have one more Iyslander Briar with Christopher against Erika.
Ooh, those are stacked games.
Yeah,
there will be a lot of fun to watch.
It's gonna be a lot of fun tomorrow.
Because most of those players we've had on stream, and they were very clean.
Yeah,
and they know the matchups.
It's a lot of good players. Like most of these players have been in a lot of top 8s in Sweden. Yeah. Like they're always up there. Like the new players on these lists, like for me that's been playing since we started in Sweden, Linus is one of the newer players into the top 8s.
And he played it perfect.
Yeah, and then it's Dennis, also one of the newer players. Like everybody else has been here for a year plus. Like they've been here and like so. Like the rest of them are like plays I would have picked to like okay.
Yeah, okay. So there's not a lot of surprises, but that also it for me it's very telling of Flesh and Blood. Like if you put in the time, you do the work, you get the results, and even like the newer players showing up, like they'll probably be the talent of next year as well. And there are definitely players to look out for. And the tournament isn't even done.
It's not even, and I think Linus is from that Malmö region, I think it is, and like that region has been really showing up like the last year. Like they weren't here last year. They started like around the winter time is like what I heard, and they've been showing up, doing a lot of good work. Nice. And this is the first time they come up and play with the rest of us in the middle of Sweden. Yeah. And just Linus is here showing us that like the south is something to look out for, and like they have a lot of good players down there. So it's really good. It's really nice top 8, really diverse top 8.
Yeah, and we have like 3 camps, right? So we have like the Stockholm crew.
Yeah, so a lot of these players are Stockholm. So you have Jakob is Stockholm number 1, Niklas Stockholm number 2. We have Christopher number 4 is Stockholm, Erika is Stockholm. Then we have Joachim and Dennis is from Uppsala. 6 and 7. Niklas Bengtsson is from Karlstad, who's number 3, and then Linus from Malmö or Lund. I don't know, they're like one group down there.
Oh yeah.
I don't exactly know there. So he hit number 8. So yeah, it's a lot of Stockholm players.
Awesome.
But it is also the biggest scene here, and it's the biggest town and like biggest city. So yeah.
Yeah, and you can see that the cities do matter, because in the Netherlands the 2 Dutch champions are actually from my hometown.
Yeah.
Like back to back, and they're friends. So like having good players around you does help around.
It really helps. Like a lot of my armor is like you play against Jakob, you play against Christopher, you play against Erika, you play against Joachim, you play like these top 8. Like that's my armor. It's like every armor is like these players.
And that just pushes the level up so high. Exactly. But that doesn't mean that you cannot make it into the top 8, because Linus isn't at your army every week, and he's beating.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The south is really good, and like the Karlstad crew with Niklas Bengtsson and a couple of guys there are also really good. Like Niklas has been to every pro tour, and like he or playing the college next to them. Like he's been everywhere. It's like he's playing so hard. So yeah, it's a lot of good players tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot of good Flesh and Blood.
Awesome. So I'll just put it on an ad roll, and we'll see if we want to do anything else in the stream or just wrap up.
I can just jump in.
Oh, you can jump in.
We can exchange, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Here we have Jimmy again.
So we have Jimmy.
Thanks everybody.
Thank you.
You can stay if you want to.
Oh yeah. Is there something you want to talk about with me? Am I getting fired?
No, you absolutely not. You've done such a good job. No, I just want to say to everyone at the stream, thank you for watching. Yeah. We need to start wrapping up here, because Dragonslair is closing down, and they've been opening up extra long for us today. So we want to make sure they get home to bed. Tomorrow we will be streaming all the games in top 8.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in seed order.
Okay.
Because we had some people with problems with their cars, etc. So we moved them around a little bit.
Nice.
But we're gonna have all the quarters, all the semis, and then the finals.
Awesome.
And
And we have one more snack to finish it off, because I got this from one of the owners from Dragonslair. Shout out to Dragonslair. They've been very accommodating, very chill.
Yeah.
It's what he told me is, how do you mess up chocolate?
Yeah.
And he said, you add raisins.
Yes, that's very true.
So I'll be trying the skotte.
The skotte sounds horrible.
Yeah. Do you want to try it as well?
No, absolutely not.
No, you have to.
No, it's okay then. There's no peanuts in this, right? Because then it's gonna be a very.
Oh, I'm not sure. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. I'm not sure.
I'll eat it after the stream if there's no peanuts. You try it now.
Yeah.
I promise.
Well, it's not that bad.
Okay, it's not that bad.
But it does look like there's nuts in there, so I'm just keeping them away from you. I almost killed you.
No, it's fine. With that said, I think we should turn off the stream for tonight.
Yeah, and
So-
like last night, I said sleep safe.
Yeah.
Don't get close to knives.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching.